Chapter 697 Going Live. The Gustavs walked in and were immediately taken aback by the many crewmen, cameras, studio lights and other equipment that had been set around the place. What was all this? This was their first time being on set, so they were utterly confused if they had come to the right place or not. They paused for a bit before finally spotting His Majesty Landon up ahead. And sure enough, they also saw that useless girl too. She still looked at them anxiously with pleading eyes as if still begging them to reconsider. But all this just made them lift their chins even more. And seeing the curious gazes from the crew members, their egos were overly charged up now. HMPH. Today, they would be Rotary, and no one would be able to stop them. Your Majesty Landon Barn, King Father Lucius, Queen Mother Kimberly, and Princess Lucy. We the noble Gustav family greets you all, Gustav said while bowing. And of course, his family did the same too. Landon just looked at them and smiled slyly. Welcome, welcome. Today, you are all important guests. And just like I said earlier on, all of you will become well known within the entire Pino continent after the announcement. Today's event will be recorded down for all to see. And you will also become legendary figures too. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Gustav said excitedly while trying to stop himself from jumping around merrily. Landon and the rest just looked at them mysteriously. All right, there's no need to thank me. Now, let's go over what you have to do before we begin the big announcement. Yes, Your Majesty. _carrot. And so just like that, the Gustavs were briefly told where to stand and what to do during live filming. They had light powdery makeup put on them and underwent the full preparations before going on screen. Time passed by swiftly, and before they knew it, it was almost 10 a.m. The director looked at the set in satisfaction and quickly gave out his orders fiercely. All right everyone, we are live in 3, 2, 1. Action. The cameras started rolling, and now, the entire Baymard was watching the show curiously. People within the barbershops paused for a bit and looked at their screen, and within some academy institutions, some teachers had decided to cancel their classes that fell within this time slot, so that everyone could watch the news. All around Baymard, it was as if a public notice had been issued for work to only begin after the announcement was over, because even within some industries, the workers were told to wait in the cafeteria until the news was over. It was as if people had gathered to watch a soccer or basketball match instead. Diners, restaurants and other places with public verses were super crowded now, and everyone had a good reason why. One should know that the last time the royals had made such a big fuss was when spies were publicly executed in front of everyone else. In short, every time the royals had to call everyone's attention, it always meant that something grand was about to happen. Unlike the treaty signing with Corona or even Landon's coronation event, the royals would always tell them several months ahead of time. But at the last spy execution event, they had no clue about the matter and were also told that His Majesty had a special announcement too. Again, it didn't always mean that surprise announcements were a big thing. As years back there was a time that the royals had gathered everyone out of nowhere and introduced a new sort of language for them to learn. And now bits and pieces of the language were even used at some breakfast dinners, food establishments and other places too. The more they spoke the language, the more they understood it. Anyway, with this surprise life announcement, they couldn't help but wonder if it would be filled with drama just like the execution one, or if it would just be an ordinary announcement. They kept their eyes glued to the screen impatiently while already munching on their snacks. Damn it, the wait was really killing them. As soon as the cameras rolled, those watching within Baymard all fell into silence. The normal intro song came on, and the famous BBC logo appeared on their screens too. Good morning, welcome to the BBC National News, with Brad Gardy and Charlone Cohen. Brad said, before allowing his co-host to continue. News on Project 21, where an update on the charitable treatment of several foreigners will be fully discussed alongside guests, Reverend Timothy and Minister Ferguson. But first, let's view our top story today. That's right, we are talking about the big announcement from the royals. Most Baymardians speculate that it might be world-shaking, but others feel like the news might just be somewhat ordinary. Well, we have our man Scott Wellington on the scene reporting to us live. Scott. How is everyone over there? Well, Charlone, as you can see, we are currently within the throne room, and His Majesty Landon Barn, King Father Lucius, Queen Mother Kimberly, and Princess Lucy are all before me, looking as dashing as breathtaking as ever. Also, we have some surprise guests here as well. And do you have any clue about what the announcement is about? Not a clue, Brad. But I'll tell you what, the whole scene just gives me goosebumps from anxiety. Oh, wait. It's about to begin. With that, the station seamlessly switched to another camera on set that was completely focused on the royals. Many people sighed from relief when they saw that the actual show was about to start. All this time, they had almost shot their shoes at their TV screens, urging the TV presenters to shut up and let His Majesty speak. And now that they saw the scene change to the royals, they couldn't help but sigh from relief. Great. The show could finally begin. Landon began by briefly talking about his love for Baymard and his family. He stated the moral basis on which Baymard was built, and also focused on the importance of unity too. And soon, he looked at the Gustavs and smiled while gesturing towards them. Now, he'll welcome some very important guests for all to see. They are the noble Gustav family from Arcadina. They are the family of our gorgeous and generous Princess Lucy. And just like that, the audience all stared at the scene in shock. What? Princess Lucy still had a family? Wasn't she an orphan who worked as Landon's maid in the capital? The audience soon realized that they didn't know anything about their goddess. And while they were in shock, the Gustavs on the other hand smiled victoriously. Yes, everything was going as planned. Chapter 698. Becoming famous. Everyone looked at the Gustavs with mixed feelings. Some felt like they were just taking advantage of the situation, while others felt that if Landon could introduce them warmly, then that meant that they were all on good terms with Lucy. So they shouldn't be bad, right? Oh, as expected, Princess Lucy's sisters are also very pretty. Yeah? And they also look at her lovingly too, so they must have now been able to reunite after all these years. Woo-oo-oo. I feel happy for my goddess. She has finally seen her long-lost relatives. Hey, you all are just too trusting. My gut feeling tells me that this matter might not be as simple as it looks. Pewee, you just want drama. Why can't you be happy for the little princess? I believe that her family had been looking for her all through these years and had finally found her. After all, who can willingly know that their daughter was around and not want to see them? That would just be too bizarre. That's why there's definitely a heartwarming story behind this. TSK. What do you youngsters know? What an old man can see sitting down, a younger person such as yourself shouldn't be able to see it even if you climbed up a tree. Alright, HMPH. This has nothing to do with age, old man. Just being paranoid. And so just like that, many conspiracy theories and speculations came from the viewing audience as they looked at these so-called guests. But as for the noble Gustav family back in the palace, their mood was currently on cloud 9 while listening to Landon, who was patiently introducing them one by one. They all looked at the cameras and tried to give it their most handsome expressions ever. Landon and those who knew about today's tree intent secretly looked at them as if they were fools. Since they wanted to be famous, then they as kind Baymardian royals will help them fulfill their wishes. Once Landon finished introducing them, he signaled for the director to roll the cassette that he had given them this morning. Of course the crewman and a way of transmitting taken videos to the viewing audience live. So this wasn't an issue. Landon looked at the Gustavs and smiled broadly. As my princess family, I've prepared a warm gift for you all. Please, watch the screen to your left. As for everyone else, this is today's big surprise. With that, the viewing audience at home shushed all those who continuously voiced their conspiracy theories here and there. Now the scene changed, and it all began in Lucy's garden. Little sister, so he really treats you that well? Yes, He's very nice to me. I'm so happy and jealous of you at the same time. Such a man is definitely hard to find and one in a million. Yes, little sister. You are indeed lucky. Everyone saw Lucy and her family walking into the garden and talking about how much they missed each other dearly. The whole atmosphere was filled with so much love that everyone who was watching the scene couldn't help but like the Gustavs even more. I told you all, my princess family will definitely be as kind and gracious as her. Yeah, just look at how lovingly they held her. This family is so sweet, princess. I've never been able to cry since the day I was born. But for this scene, I'll willingly produce some tears for you, Princess. Goddess Lucy, we're so happy for you. My goddess family is the best. TTTT. Everyone continuously watched the scene while praising her family, and soon, after the food was set and the maids and guards were gone, these praises almost puked blood from what they were about to witness. Lucy, you cheap slut. Why didn't you die after all these years? Exclamation mark. Silence. What the was this? What sort of quick reversal was this? Even the famous Baymardian actors and actresses didn't have these skills. Damn. These people almost had them fooled. At this moment within the palace, the crewmen all looked at the Gustavs in shock, and the Gustav family themselves almost fainted from watching the scene too. Their faces turned pale and their minds almost went blank. They all turned towards Lucy to see her confidently smiling at them. They had been fooled by this PCH. Hey, what a good Gustav family. The entire audience watched everything in rage. How dare they talk to their goddess like that? On top of everything else, they made her kneel and threatened her fiercely. Just who did they think they were? Those in the military, police stations and other armed forces all clenched their fists furiously. Some of them even punched the walls too. This was an insult to them. To insult an empire's queen or ruler, was the same as insulting them. After all, Lucy had fought some battles against some enemies when Landon wasn't around, and the sweet girl had been trying her best to learn more about governing and protecting Baymard. So how could they not be angry? Even the news reporters had their faces turn cold from watching it all. How dare they even try to make their goddess break up with His Majesty? And how were these so-called half-sisters better than their goddess? Please, His Majesty wouldn't even look at them even if they were stark naked. Alright. Anger as hot as lava boiled within them, and as it churned, the pressure from their raging heart almost made them break their TV screens. Everyone almost couldn't stand watching anymore, as they felt like they should just go towards the palace and beat these people up themselves. And just when they were all depressed, they watched their goddess fiercely stand up for herself and Baymard too. From the moment she gave her reason for refusing to hand over Landon, they all clapped for her happily. Yes, she refused to allow these scheming people to destroy Baymard's foundation, and she also revealed that she too could have a quick mouth. Just watching her insult them mercilessly made them feel relieved. It was as if she had soothed away their pain instead. Ha 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 ha. My goddess is amazing. Who said that she was too soft? Obviously, she was just giving them face earlier on because they were her blood. But who asked them not to be reasonable? I can't believe that I praised this scheming family earlier on. I need to wash my mouth with soap after this. Me too. I can't believe they can be so devious. Ha 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 ha. Who is the man in charge of the goddess security? He was so cool right now. Touch her and you die. That's my new favorite line. Shameless. How dare these people still refuse to apologize even now? They even told the goddess that His Majesty would believe their fake tears. Damn. Women are really scary. Not all of us women are like that. And don't you see that those men there are also shameless too? Just look at the goddess father. Both women and men here are just plain rotten. And that's it. I agree. But funny enough, even though I'm angry, I still want to know what happened when His Majesty finally came into the scene. This drama is really interesting. Everyone keep quiet. His Majesty is coming and I want to hear what he will say. The audience watched the Gustav family reverse black to white and almost had a heart attack just from watching their performance. This was some next level SH. They even dared to make the ever-kind mother Kim show them pity. Their act alone could give the movie stars a run for their money. And when they saw Debbie and Prayla relating their own version of what happened while jiggling their bosoms at Landon, the entire audience felt like these women were really something else. This was just too embarrassing. Okay, the men who had daughters secretly planned to have a talk with them in future to prevent such shameless acts. No, they had to make sure that their children were morally grounded. Or else wouldn't they end up like those two on TV? Everyone had their own thoughts while watching the show, and soon, the clip finally came to an end. The Gustav family looked at the smiling Landon and knew that they were screwed. Deceiving a ruler was a grave sin. Damn it, what do they do now? They had to escape, and fast. Chapter 699. The Gustav family's crime. The moment the entire video ended, the cameras quickly focused back on the royals and the Gustavs again. But this time, everyone's eyes mostly fell on the shameless people standing beside the royals. The Gustavs began sweating due to fear, as they looked at the murderous eyes coming from the crewmen around them. And before they could even think twice, several guards entered the room, adding to the already tight security that was there earlier on. This alone made them tremble weakly, as they knew very well that the son of receiving a monarch was an indirect slap to the entire empire. Worse of all, they had also intended to manipulate and play with the feelings of the kind-hearted and simple-minded people of Baymard. The moment the Gustavs saw more guards come in, they decided to still take advantage of Baymard's kindness and beg with all their might. They didn't want to be executed, and neither did they want to be licked up forever. What a joke. If they all ended up here, then wouldn't their properties, knights and wealth all fall into the hands of others? In fact, they didn't care about Baymard anymore. All they wanted was to leave Baymard forever. They had already planned to use the fact that Lucy once lived with them to plead for their freedom. At least she should consider the father-daughter relationship right now, even though they knew that they were thoroughly disgraced. Escaping and avoiding execution or imprisonment was the best option. At least back in Arcadina, they still had their statues and power in their hands. Plus, even though they were weak, they still planned to use another person's hands to get their revenge. And who did they have in mind? Of course it was Alec. Revenge. Once they told Alec about the situation here and told a few lies on how Landon was planning to target Alec, they were sure that the big man would make his move. With how obsessed Alec was with Baymard, wouldn't that be enough stimulation for him? Hey! And by then, the Gustavs would watch Alec tear these motherfuckers to pieces. But how would they have known that their avenger was already taken care of? Please, Arcadina's new ruler was now William Barn, son to Adan Barn. And not Alec. Of course, the clueless Gustavs wallowed in their self-made revenge plans while not forgetting to strategically plead for their lives. Since they were stars of the show, then why shouldn't they continue their acts even now? As for the royals, they all faced the Gustavs without a hint of expressions on their faces. Kneel, Landon said coldly, and unconsciously, the trembling Gustavs fell to the ground in one swoop. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. It was the devil that made us do this. We're sorry. Sister Lucy, please forgive us. We've really learned our lesson this time. If you let us go, we'll leave and never return. That's right, sister. You are so kind and forgiving, so you'll definitely let us go. Thank you, little sister Lucy. Thank you. The audience almost coughed out blood when they saw this shameless family groveling on Lucy's feet as if they wanted to kiss her legs. And why were they thanking her when she hadn't even said anything? This family was just too much. Silence, Landon commanded, before pulling Lucy away from them. The noble Gustav family of Arcadina. You all have truly opened this king's eyes. Not only did your family kill my princess mother, but you also had the guts to bully her day in and day out. Even though she was your blood, you still treated her far worse than slaves. She never had enough to eat and would go hungry for days while working tirelessly to please you all. You whipped her, punched her, stabbed her and slapped her mercilessly. And after her mother died, you threw her pit on the streets and turned her into a beggar. But after obtaining your goal, you still didn't stop there. You still found your friends and things to beat my princess whenever you felt like it. Luckily, my mother picked her up and brought her into the palace soon later. But as her family, you never bothered to visit her in the palace all those years. Rather, you always denied having any link to her at all. Additionally, when we were exiled, you still didn't show up to comfort or see Princess Lucy. You all thought that she would die of starvation or turn into a beggar. Unfortunately, fate had played a cruel joke on you, and now she is not only fine, but she is now Baymard's future queen. And being the greedy scoundrels that you are, how could any of you miss this opportunity? You came here in hopes of becoming royals and raising your status too. If you tried this out within another empire, you might have had more chances of getting away with it. But sadly, you just had to do what you did in Baymard. That said, do you know the punishment for deceiving a monarch? Exclamation mark. Yee. The more Landon spoke, the more his aura became cold and threatening. It was so scary that even the crewmen couldn't help but tremble. Could anyone tell them what was going on? Was there some sort of supernatural occurrence happening around that could make the room feel cold and frightening? Of course, if Landon could give out these sort of auras to the warden and several hands in different armed forces, then he as the boss would definitely have an even more frightening aura. No, it was as if the aura was almost transmitted through the TV screens, because even those viewing felt like maybe there were some special effects added to the mix. Their king was indeed quite scary when he was mad. They knew this from the last time they watched their king execute those spies. On that day, his aura was so cold that even the Baymardians shivered and looked at the spies somewhat pitifully. Their king might be kind, but he was extremely ruthless to his enemies, and they never forgot that. Their king was truly one of a kind. Chapter 700. The Gustav family sent back in the palace. Landon had almost lost himself in hatred the more he spoke. Of course, the Gustavs couldn't take his murderous aura that kept growing steadily. The women all broke out crying silently, while their son also peed himself just from the pressure alone. And even Gustav felt weakness in his bladder too, as most of Landon's hatred was directed towards him more than anyone else. And all this was because Landon recalled how Gustav had squeezed Lucy's jaws painfully when he asked her to kneel in the garden. Gustav couldn't help but wonder if Landon was a demon or something, because the rage that was specifically targeted towards him could make one commit suicide if they weren't somewhat strong. Everyone else just looked at the Gustavs pitifully. Sigh. You just had to off His Majesty. Well, it was time to light some incense for these idiots. Do you know the consequences of deceiving a monarch? Answer me. Landon thundered. And immediately, the Gustav family lowered their bodies even more in fear. The women had even laid flat on the ground just from Landon's ear-shattering voice. Gustav gritted his teeth and forced himself to speak. Why? Your Majesty, it's execution. Good. I'm glad that you know this, so you shouldn't be too surprised. After all, not only did you deceive this monarch, but you also bullied the Empire's princess right under my nose and went as far as threatening her for your selfish means too. You calculated this king and wanted my fiancée to step down. Again, you had bad intentions for my people, since you planned to use your daughters in hopes of manipulating me. And this not all. You also took advantage of Queen Mother Kimberly's kind nature, hence thoroughly insulting my mother. Now, if I recall, the princess had called your hotel room several times and begged you to turn yourselves in. If you had done that, your outcome would have been better. But since you decided to lie and not repent, then you all only have yourselves to blame, Landon said coldly. And the moment he made his stance, the Gustavs almost lost their souls in terror. Would they be executed? Didn't they say that these Baymardians were extremely kind and forgiving? No, they had to survive. They had to beg for their lives, even if it meant physically licking Lucy's toes. Bam. They prostrated even more on the ground and banged their hearts against the floor loudly. Your Majesty, please forgive us. Please forgive us. Your Majesty. We were temporarily possessed by demons. Yes, Your Majesty, or else how would we able to do all those things to our own blood? Please forgive us, Your Majesty. Please forgive us. Landon sneered in his heart as he listened to them continuously blame the devil for their deeds. At this point, he couldn't help wondering if the devil himself was tired of people using his name. Bruh. The dude was getting all the blame these days. They were possessed. Please. They did all those things and didn't for 1 minute have any signs of reluctance or repentance. So what devil? It was all their doing. Enough. You all need to thank your lucky stars that you raised the princess early on. It's because of this that your lives as a last act of kindness. So, you will neither get executed nor imprisoned. But make no mistake, if you or anyone else ever deceives this king, then only execution will await you. As soon as those watching heard him, even the spies from different regions who just wanted to learn basic things like cooking, also shivered uncontrollably. They knew in their hearts that this warning was to them. They could come and learn how to cook so as to better food in their empires, or even come to observe how things were done here so as to organize or improve basic things like traffic in their empires. But if they ever went just a tad bit too far, they knew in their hearts that they would be executed without a doubt. The only reason why the Gustav family was exempted this time was because of Lucy. But if they dared to do so again, then for sure, their heads would roll. The Gustavs who heard Landon's words all beamed with joy and thanked Landon continuously. No execution and no imprisonment. Haha, this was great. Now they would have a chance for revenge. But how could it be that simple? Landon looked at their relieved expressions and sneered. But even though you won't get imprisoned or executed, as agreed upon by Arcadina's new ruler, you are to become peasants. Silence. Gustav and his family almost choked when they saw the document that one of the guards had handed over. What the hell? What new ruler? What happened to Alec? They looked at Landon in confusion and fright. With that said, all properties and wealth owned by the noble Gustav family will be seized and sold. This money will then be sent to Princess Lucy as an apology. And as for the noble Gustav family, they are required to report back to the capital at once, as they are prohibited from ever staying outside Arcadina's royal capital. There, they will live and work as peasants. Of course, they could still become rich, but that can only happen by doing legal jobs and nothing more. The noble Gustav family should take note that the new Arcadinian ruler has already sent his shoes down here. So from the moment you leave Baymard, they will be following you discreetly. If you go anywhere else other than the capital, then your lives will be forfeited. Additionally, the Gustav family will be banned from stepping on Baymard's land. Once again, disobedience will result in death. That said, the noble Gustav family will have a class change and be called the Gust family. This is the agreement between Arcadina's new monarch and I. The moment Landon finished reading their punishment, Gustavs felt like committing suicide on the spot. The Gustavs listened and shook their heads frantically. Why? No way. Your Majesty, I prefer to die honorably. Please kill me. The audience. Chapter 701. The Gustav family's end. Two Gustavs felt like committing suicide on the spot. For people like them, showing off and living a wealthy noble class life was everything. And so if anyone took away these things, it was better if they jumped into the ocean and drowned. How were they to survive now? For Gustav, the worst thing was that they could only stay in the capital. So with his new peasant status, wouldn't his friends laugh at him? Even his enemies would bully him when they had the chance. Landon placed the document close to Gustav's face, and the moment he saw all three official Arcadinian seals on the document, they knew that it wasn't fake. Damn it. Didn't that mean that Landon had already been aware of their journey down here? If that's the case, then wouldn't it also mean that by the time he left the capital, Alec was actually busy fighting this new king? The fight must have happened right after they left months ago. And if that's the case, then that also meant that when the new king won, he had also known of their plan and had quickly sent his men to catch up to them and bypass them on the road to Baymard. So this new ruler and Landon must have known of his and Alec's plans, or else, How come there was an agreed document already? He had spent 4 months and 3 weeks traveling in a relaxed manner to get to Baymard. Of course, it would have been 4 months and 1 week if they didn't spend several days visiting some cities. This meant that their enemy caught up to them during that time and even arrived in Baymard before they did. Gustav felt like a fool when he thought of his original plans. He had been played. Of course, he was thinking too much. Landon had also been surprised by their visit, and after he saw their drama through the system's monitors, he decided to make his move fast. Yup. That night he warped himself to Arkadina's capital and saw William face to face. It all happened like a dream. William was so shocked to see Landon in the capital. But Landon said some made-up story and told William to keep his visit a secret for the time being. Of course, he already created his own cassette using the system. And since William already had a solar TV, he played the whole thing for William to watch while telling him about Lucy's past. William already knew most of it, but Landon's info was more in-depth and detailed than his. And the fact that he regarded Lucy as his little sister also made his blood boil too. As per the treaty, Landon had to discuss matters concerning Arkadina's criminals with William. So both men came out with this punishment since Lucy adamantly refused to kill them. That was how Landon got the agreement. And as for the so-called Arkadinian spies sent to monitor the Gustavs, they didn't exist. Landon had placed trackers on them, so he would know just where they were at any given time. And if they tried to escape or settle down in a place other than the capital, then he would make his move and frighten them so much that they won't run away. All they needed to do now was to live an honest peasant life, and that was that. Of course, another reason why he wanted them in the capital was so that they wouldn't attempt suicide or get killed by their former enemies. Of course they would get bullied and whatnot, but if it was to the point where they were one step away from death, they would find themselves always miraculously saved. They would be placed in a world that he designed with nowhere else to go. This sort of life didn't seem like punishment to some, but to the Gustavs, it was hell. No, I refuse to be a smelly, disgusting peasant. I would rather die than living like that. What would my friends say? How could I turn into an abominable peasant? You want me to work and serve just like those slaves? No way. I refuse. I want to be a noble. Lucy, UBCH. This is your doing, isn't it? Just because you are jealous of my beauty, you decided to make me work and make my beauty fade away. Right? Just look at my body. Where do you want me to work? In the bakery? On the fields? Or being a maid? Work means serving someone. And as a breathtaking nobleman, how could I allow myself stoop so low, with my noble class getting changed? What is there to live for? No, little sister. We are sorry, all right? Please let us be nobles again. I prefer to get executed with this noble class than live around those disgusting peasants. Your Majesty, kill me, just kill me now. Everyone who was watching this felt like rich noble people were really stupid. Was it that bad to live the life of a peasant? Before coming to Baymard, many were slaves who were below the peasant status. Slaves weren't even considered as humans, but peasants were. So was it really that bad? Everyone became speechless by what they saw. Were these people crazy? They were going on and on about not serving others, as if it was some taboo or something. Some even went as far as requesting for death just because they didn't want others to trample on them or turn them into beggars on the streets. As peasants or even beggars, they were susceptible to rape, random house murders, their poorly built homes catching on fire, theft of whatever money they made, diseases, and so. One should know that even though Baymard was too safe, the other employees were not, especially Arkadina, that didn't change any of its policy due to Alec not giving two Fs and focused on annexing Baymard. While other empires started changing, Arkadina remained somewhat constant through it all. So even though William just took over, Arkadina would still need time to adjust to change. Change would go. Now, the Gustavs were about to see how dangerous and shaky peasants lived. But of course, even though they don't know it, they wouldn't die. Sure, they could get beaten up, robbed and all that, but Landon would never allow them to die. Since they had maltreated, looked down on and considered these peasants to be disposable, then they should also walk a mile in their shoes. No, especially Gustav, who killed them like flies when he was angry. And the rest weren't innocent too, as countless innocent maids and peasants had died in their hands as well. So this should be a good learning experience for them. Who knows, maybe they might learn a thing or two. As for the Baymardians, they didn't understand why their reactions were that great. They as former slaves lived even worse lives than peasants. So why were these people flipping over the peasant status? Then did that mean that the punishment given to them was really effective? Sigh. People who were born into rich aristocratic noble statuses were really weird. Chapter 702 Get Out. And so just like that, the Gustav family found themselves wailing for their wealth. Their pictures were quickly taken, and even their fingerprints were kept as well. Because even though there was no fingerprint recognition technology yet, their fingerprints were kept for future use. That way, when Baymard's technology advances, they wouldn't have to worry about any criminals or banned citizens. Anyway, any DNA samples useful in identifying them in future were properly taken and stored. As for their pictures, the ports will have them on file and ensure that they never come back again. And by the time that they aged and grew old, even if they tried to return, Landon was sure that by then fingerprint scanning machines and other advanced techs would be available. The Gustav family, who had now been recognized as the Gust family, were heavily escorted to the bank where all their money was. They cleared their entire account, packed all their belongings and got thrown out of Baymard very quickly. And as for the hundreds of guards that they had brought with them, they were told to properly ensure and guarantee that the Gust family safely arrived in the capital or they would face their new ruler's wrath. Hearing that their new ruler had spies properly watching them, they all decided to behave themselves on this trip back. Additionally, they were also told to not touch, steal or brazenly take a single penny from the Gust family while journeying back. Of course, Landon had planned to show up and perform some ninja tactics once in a while on their 4-month journey just to make these knights know that they were secretly being watched at all times. This would undoubtedly keep them on their toes. One should know that all of their property and wealth in the capital had been confiscated. So the money they had right now was all they got. With that said, if they were smart enough, they could probably buy a nice cottage house in the capital, and get some furniture, pots and other things as well. They could also plan out a second life by investing in farming or even raising chickens by themselves. Gustav could even start as a lowly peasant merchant if he properly planned and budgeted things right. They could also sell all the fancy clothes that they had bought to Baymard, as well as all the fancy clothes in their estate in the capital. Yup, their clothes, beddings and toiletries were the only things that they would be allowed to take from their estate. Except for the carriages that bore the noble Gustav family carvings on them. The horses that they were using to journey towards Baymard would still be given to them. So they could buy wagons and sell their goods around the streets just like some peasants did. In fact, they had a lot of startup money for peasants. If they properly planned out everything, they could live off what they had less ordinary for an entire year. But something told Landon that they might squander it all within a month instead. Did these people look like they could even eat ordinary peasant rations? They would probably be more concerned with keeping appearances and making a comeback instead. But well, he had extended all his courtesy towards them as Pelusis' request. So whatever they became after this would be entirely their fault. As for why Landon decided to make the entire Baymard watch the video, it was because he didn't want the Gustav family to start spreading flag rumors about Lucy. Because even if he clarified the matter after that, her name would have already been tarnished. Sure, the matter would be cleared up. But because some people might initially doubt Lucy, tiny seeds of doubt would soon be planted into their hearts. Humans were just like that. Even back on Earth, some celebrities had faced this same problem too. Some celebrities had been reported on the news for allegedly beating their ex-wives or doing something scandalous. They would get booed and might even lose their jobs when the truth of the matter hadn't been clarified yet. And even if it turned out that they were truly innocent when the truth came to light, some people might still choose to believe that they were guilty instead. Undoubtedly, that would forever be in their records, guilty or not. And if more rumors or conspiracies of that nature came about, then their reputations would diminish further, since most people would feel like there was no smoke without fire. So it was always best to put rumors to rest by outsmarting your enemy once and for all. The fact that he gave out Lucy's background story and showed her family's real face to the entire world before the enemies could even talk or back themselves up, would make everyone swing their way. Therefore, no matter how they clarified the matter or tried to act pitifully, they had already lost. All because they didn't strike first. They were made so speechless that they couldn't even think of a perfect defensive excuse to deny or free themselves of these allegations. So what more could they do? Boo. Get out of our empire. Get out of Baymard. Get out. Boo. The Gust family was mercilessly ridiculed and forced out of Baymard hurriedly. Of course, how could the reporters let this opportunity go? They all ran up to them and tried to break through the guards who were escorting them out. Sir, do you regret not treating your daughter well? Madam, how do you feel knowing that your grand plans didn't come together as you thought? Madam, are you the one who encouraged your daughters to shamelessly seduce His Majesty Landon? Did you personally teach them those tricks? And is that how you got together with your husband? Mrs. When you both tried to seduce His Majesty earlier on, why did the two of you secretly pinch each other on film? Is it because you both were competing against each other too? Young man, now that you peed yourself on national TV, are you afraid that others will see you as a coward? And why did you hide behind your mother in the video when the princess guards appeared? Can you please tell us how you feel, sir? Will you let the fact that you've been publicly disgraced go? Or will you be planning revenge instead? Sir, madam. Why? Landon watched everything from his monitors and sighed from relief. Now that he had properly taken care of his in-laws, it was time to prepare for the big wedding. That's right. He was talking about the wedding of Josh, Gary, Trey and Mark, his 4 brothers for life. Amidst Landon's preparations, Baymard was still filled with gossip about the dramatic scenes between his in-laws. But Baymard wasn't the only place that was filled with drama at the moment. Far away, several empires were experiencing drama too. Chapter 703 Red or Blue Pill? You choose wifey. Back in Arcadina, the entire capital was buzzing with gossip. Today was the day for Alec's grand execution. It was said that alongside Alec, several other nobles would be executed too. This made everyone very curious about the soon-to-be new king that ordered corrupt and wicked nobles to be executed. He seemed like a man who was for the people. Yup, he was still their soon-to-be king because the coronation day was set for next week. But even though he hadn't been crowned, everyone knew that he was king. And within Arcadina's palace, William was currently getting refugees for the execution ceremony. William raised his hands at shoulder level while 4 butlers currently dressed him up. And when he was done, he sat down and allowed them to comb his hair and prepare him as they usually do. Of course, as they did this, his most trusted aides just stood by the side patiently. Our young master is as handsome as ever. Ha ha ha. I'm sure that when those noble women see him, they would all be blushing shyly and trying their best to get his attention. But wouldn't this be a problem to His Majesty later on? What do you mean? Have you forgotten that His Majesty has a crush on you-know-who back in Baymard? If sister-in-law came here and saw so many women go after the young master, wouldn't she be discouraged? Right. I think. Why does it suddenly feel cold in here? The aides all looked at William's cold face in unison and shivered. It seems like you have a lot of free time on your hands. So why don't I assign some more tasks for you to complete? No, young master. Well, leave you to yourself and wait for you outside. Yes, young master. Well, wait for you outside. With that, William's aides all fled for their lives hastily. How did they forget that their master seemed to be sensitive to anything related to sister-in-law? One might really think that she had fed him with some love potion or something. William looked at his fleeing aides silently. HMPH. How can she flee because of this? His wifey was not afraid of a little challenge. He scoffed and continued looking at himself in the massive mirror before him. After Landon rescued him from Eli and Connor, he had spent several weeks in Baymard before Alec arrived with his troops. And at that time, William had already gotten the help of Landon to chase his future wife. Of course, since she was a security guard within the land port, she was free than those in the barracks and whatnot, so she actually lived in an apartment within District T. Their first encounter was when William visited Baymard way back for the first time. So this time, he and Landon come up with a plan for him to coincidentally meet her this time. And so the plan worked and he slowly began to make his move. For now, he planned to clear all obstacles within Arcadina first before marrying her. He planned to still keep his identity a secret and visit her more often. He would get engaged with her first while dealing with Arcadina's problems simultaneously. And when she turned 20, he would marry her. From the time that he spent with her, he knew she had started devising feelings for him too, and so bi-weekly, he would write several letters and send them to her. One should know that he and London had an agreement of having someone from Baymard deliver mail between them bi-weekly. In this way, if any of them was ever in trouble or in need of anything, the other would get the news rather than getting it 4 months later. So bi-weekly, Landon sent out special teams to and fro Baymard. And while one team drove towards Arcadina, another team left Arcadina and journeyed towards Baymard instead. Rosters for mail delivery between rulers of these two empires were strategically selected in a way that gave the soldiers time to rest. There were 30 teams in total and only 2 teams were selected each month to deliver mail bi-weekly. So each team might only be selected to deliver mail again several months after finishing a mission. This service was considered classified and of his importance since it was mail or secret information that needed to be passed between 2 rulers. The soldiers might encounter assassins or even enemies that tried to steal this information. So all teams took these missions seriously. Anyway, William used this to send his mail to his future wife through Landon. Of course, the clueless girl always received it in her mailbox just like an ordinary person would. Again, William told her that when she replied, she should just take it to his friend who lives in one of the apartments in District H. The so-called friend was actually one of his subordinates who was left behind. This subordinate was here to look after the house that he had personally purchased for a period of 2 years. This was the home that he and his family stayed in while laying low in Baynard. That said, the subordinate took the mail from his future wife and made sure that Landon's men got it instead. And the rest was history. The whole process seemed tiresome, but to William, it was totally worth it. With her, he was sure that he could live a happy life like his parents. Since he grew up seeing his parents living themselves and involving no other person in their marriage, William was also a man who believed in having just one wife too. And she was the only one who had ever made his heart move. He had traveled in disguise and even so many beautiful women who were just shallow beings inside. And even when he saw some that were both beautiful on the inside and outside, he still wasn't attracted or moved by them. But she was different. She was the one, as Landon had told him. All that was left was for her to take the red or blue pill. Whatever that means. Knock, knock, knock. Your Majesty, it's almost time for the ceremony to begin. All right, let's go. Let's behead the tyrant. Chapter 704 The People's Worries. William made his way majestically to the execution ceremony alongside his family, his aunts and several of his men. Well, the execution was actually taking place before the palace walls. Several newly built execution stands had been placed on the walls for the occasion. The simple wooden stands had just been built over these past few days and were made to be somewhat higher than the balcony railings. In this way, once the execution began, those below would have a good look at how the heads would roll. Just within the capital city, there were over 4,000 nobles that had a hand in the politics of the empire. Of course, one could say that only about 300 of them truly held any sort of power, while the rest were lackeys in their fractions. Again, one should know that the capital was the empire's most powerful and grandest city. So other noble homes all around Arcadina had one or two representatives in the capital. The capital city's size was a lot bigger than Baymard's, as Baymard used to be the third largest city while the capital was the largest. Thousands of years back, the capital was about the size of a single moderate city. So after its leader colonized more than 6 neighboring cities, small 20 villages and 4 towns, the capital back then had turned into the Pino continent's first empire. And just like that, the other places that were annexed later were seen as lesser regions and were agreed to be ghetto regions instead. And so as battles and time went out thousands and thousands of years later, Arcadina was formed and the capital that was already too massive was recognized as the capital city. Most cities retained their sizes after they were annexed. So the ruler of Baymard thousands and thousands of years back had actually annexed quite a lot of places and had already united the entire Baymardian region before getting defeated. By then Baymard wasn't barren and was seen as quite a prosperous place. Anyway, after most top places got annexed, they retained their sizes, and that was how Baymard remained as the third largest city, while the capital was the largest. Anyway, being the largest city in Arcadina, the sheer number of nobles who either sent their representatives there or their children was great. Upon arrival, many of these representatives had to enter a fraction under some of the leading ministers who could potentially influence His Majesty's decision. These fractions have always been battling against themselves to get more people in their groups, so many noble children who wouldn't inherit their father's title were usually sent to the capital to wait for His Majesty's instructions. Some got deployed somewhere else, while others just stayed in the capital and continued expanding His Majesty's influence. Long story short, the capital was the gathering place for all nobles and their forces within Arcadina. So even though there were over 4,000 so-called nobles, only 300 of them were the real mover and shakers of things. With that, today, 83 of these 300 leaders would be executed alongside Alec. These were the people whose crimes were too hard to overlook. Without a doubt, none of the nobles and ministers were truly innocent since they had messed up here and there occasionally. Many of them did these things because of their leaders. Some were too timid and frightened to refuse, as they would immediately be assassinated or crippled by their own faction. So there were people that could be easily straightened up with time. But the ones that were getting executed were those that were too rotten and bad to the bones. Keeping them would undoubtedly stagnate Arcadina's progress in due time. So they had to die alongside Alec. Oh, my heavens. I can't believe that I lived to see this day. Finally, well, be free. HMHM. After this, I'm going to drink till I pass out. Not the only one thinking about it. Can't you see that several people have taken it upon themselves to decorate the city these past few days? The entire place looks as if we were preparing for some festival rather than an execution. Everyone is in a celebratory mood. And I don't blame them. Ha 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 ha. Who would have known that after all these years, the tyrant's past would come to hunt him? I'm glad Minister Joffrey is getting executed. That guy had killed my cousin's entire family on a whim. That's nothing. Someone accidentally startled one of Minister Aegon's carriage horses when he was dining at the Heaven Gate restaurant. And do you know what Minister Joffrey said? He said that he values his horses more than he values peasants and slaves. So he killed the guy up front. That day, I watched everything and shivered uncontrollably. That guy was just too scary. Hey. For me, I'm only here to witness Minister Hemshaw get executed. They defiled my little girl of 7 years old and then killed her in the process before telling his men to throw her lifeless body on the streets as if she was nothing more than a harlot. I thought of how I would get my revenge all these years. But who would have thought that the heavens would be on my side? Today, the will die. The talk from the crowd below continuously echoed throughout the entire place as they looked at the palace walls expectantly. And soon enough, The trumpets were finally blown. Pew up 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 up. Everyone quickly quoted down as they listened to the royal announcer introduce William and the test. All eyes were focused on the soon-to-be king, as many began plotting for the position of queen already. "We greet the royal family," everyone said in unison while on their knees. William hadn't been crowned yet, and Aden wasn't king too, so the people could only greet them like so. At least until everything got settled properly. "You may all rise," William said while speaking into the megaphone that was held close to his mouth by the royal announcer. He waited for the crowd to stand before continuing his speech. "My good people of Arcadina, life has been new all over the past few decades. The empire has grown worse year in and year out, and many of you have lost your families due to the influence of several people in power. Corruption, bribery, discrimination and murder have grown rampant over time. Our beloved empire has gotten worse because of the rotten people who we were supposed to place our trust in. Yes, these people were supposed to be the pillars that held our empires firmly. But not only did they fail to do their duties, they also greedily gamble with our lives too. They robbed our children, bullied our families, stole our goods, forced us to do things that we didn't want to, and made our lives so unbearable that we lived in constant fear all this while. But today, I say no more. No more will we allow these people suppress us. Today, we will rid ourselves of these people and start anew. Today, we will take our first step together and build a new Arcadina for us all. Yoch, clap, 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 clap. Thank you, young prince. May you live long, your highness. Long live the young prince. Chapter 705 Execution Ceremony. Clap, 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 clap. May you live long, your highness. May your days be full of peace and prosperity, your highness. The crowd went wild with his speech, and many of them even cried when they thought of their sufferings all these years. Their bodies trembled and they all felt a strong sense of hope for the future. Many hugged each other and even got down on their knees to express their gratitude. All they wanted was for them and their children to live peacefully and long. Was that really too much to ask? They looked at William as if he were their messiah and secretly prayed that he too lived long, because they were now afraid of what sort of person might take over if he died. They all knew Aden's resume and what he stood for. So as Aden's son, they could see that he meant well for the people. Just this execution ceremony alone made them firmly believe in his speech. Sure, they were still afraid that William might be lying to them, but the hope that he instilled in them made them decide to trust him for now. Help was what made them live for so many years. The hope that things would get better. So listening to William's speech and seeing his actions ever since he made his presence known, how could they not believe him? Only they knew how tough their lives had been as peasants and slaves. They had been beaten, killed and oppressed, with some nobles going as far as seizing or burning down their businesses because they had accidentally angered them. Even those who did business by hawking on the roadsides or using their wagons to transport goods had suffered greatly when they ran into them. Even seeing them made some nobles feel the need to kill them at sight because they found them dirty and disgusting. All these years, they had lived like creatures that weren't perceived to be human. So what could they do against these nobles? But now, there was hope. They had all heard William's backstory throughout these past few days. The young prince and his family had to live in hiding and even work and do some odd jobs that only slaves and peasants could do. So such a person would undoubtedly understand their pain. He would know what they needed most and would probably be more qualified in helping them when compared to other nobles. Again, the young prince himself was a noble who had a massive army that he had been growing, so he probably had people to serve him when he was within his private lodgings. From what they knew, he had also gone undercover and worked under some nobles when he was growing up. This also meant that he knew the problems that other nobles faced, especially when weak or lower classes nobles faced extinction from their own fractions if they didn't do what their leader had told them. In short, this new ruler of theirs had a diverse range of experience and knew the sufferings of the slaves, peasants and nobles. So a majority of people in all class groups appreciated and accepted him wholeheartedly. Of course, The information that they knew about William was what he wanted them to know. He sent his men to spread the news out in order to get this outcome out of the people. A leader that understood their sufferings and their need was what most of them wanted. That way, they wouldn't be bullied by another class group. Long live your highness. Long live your highness. Long live your highness. William looked at the people below and also secretly made an oath to do his best. After seeing Baymard, he had a clearer idea of how to run his Arcadina. From human rights to several key aspects, he had realized that the world outside Baymard was truly a gruesome place. And so he planned to develop his empire into a place that made people smile and live peacefully. He wanted to be the for motherless children, those in need or those who felt that suicide was the only option for them. Once things got better, he hopes that these people would finally realize that the world wasn't so bad after all. No one knew it, but right now, the person he most admired and respected was none other than Landon. So his new lifelong goal is to surpass Landon. My people, today is the day that you all will be liberated from your cages, and the people responsible for your entrapment will be executed before your very eyes. But before we begin, I will like to tell you all that this ceremony would not have been possible without our good friends from Baymard, William said while gesturing to some of the Baymardian soldiers by his side. Silence. What did they just hear? Everyone paused for a bit before whispering amongst themselves. What? The Baymardians? Ah, it makes sense now. No wonder their amazing carriages have been seen running around the place as of late. Why are you so ancient? They call them trucks and not carriages. And right, now that I think about it, isn't His Majesty Landon the young prince's cousin? Yes, that means that he helped his cousin take the throne from his father. But I don't blame him. The tyrant was just too much and had a decade pile of crimes to his name alone. Such a person had to be removed from the throne for the people's good. That's right. His Majesty Landon is a symbol of hope for us peasants and slaves. So if he trusted this young prince that much, this means that the young prince might also be as kind as His Majesty Landon. I agree, His Majesty Landon had a chance to take over Arcadina, but he didn't. This also shows his character too. Such a person is worthy of being my idol. _. William raised his hand to call for silence once more amidst the loud whispers from the crowd. Thanks to the Baymard's timely aid, we were finally able to get this far today. So our gratitude for them must never be forgotten. That aside, it's time for the execution ceremony to begin. Men, bring out the prisoners. Chapter 706. Alex regrets. Men, bring out the prisoners. Yeah. The moment William issued his command, the crowd quickly cheered merrily, and soon, several Baymardian soldiers and Arcadinian guards quickly brought out the handcuffed, ragged-looking prisoners. Of course, the nobles that would get executed were brought out first, before their final boss, Alec Barn, was brought out. Seeing that almighty Alec being held down made many people shocked to the core. With Alec's strength, 2 or even 3 people might have problems holding him down. But in preparation for today's execution ceremony, they had weakened Alec quite a bit by reducing his normal food rations and limiting the number of times he ate in a day. A man like Alec ate at least 4 full plates of food during one mealtime. And meat was always a must for him. He ate enough food to keep his figure up since he was already used to eating that much for the past few decades, which worked well alongside his training. So now that they had forced him on a diet that couldn't even be better than what ordinary peasants ate, his body just gradually crumbled and weakened. He had a pang of constant hunger that of him headaches, belly pains, and also made him felt like he might faint at any given time. He was truly weak to the bones. If one really observed him, they would see that without the support of the guards and soldiers, he might actually fall. Of course they needed him to be conscious so that he could face his crimes and feel the pain of death. Boo, boo, boo. Kill the tyrant. Boo, ooh, 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 ooh. The crowd went hysterical when they saw him climb onto the wooden stage and drop to his knees before them. This man had been their nightmare for years, so how could they not be glad to see this day? Alec forcefully opened his tired eyes and watched the people before him laugh and mock him. The anger that had now engulfed his heart was enough to flood the entire Hertfilia. He couldn't help but think it funny when he remembered how they had cheered for him after he took the throne decades ago. Of course, they didn't have a choice back then, because if they refused, then they might be put to death by the many guards who were watching them closely. Just looking at the people below made his blood run cold. He didn't know that he had been living with so many pretenders all these years. Even his own sons and wives were planning to kill him too. Yes, he still remembered the words that Eli and Connor had said to him when he had been taken to visit them. Their confession only made him crumble even more. One should know that the moment his sons learned that he had been captured and would soon be executed, they didn't waste any time to reveal their true faces. And when he was brought back to Arkadina, his lowly wives, who he had always regarded as worthless in terms of power, also revealed their true faces as well. What was funnier was that his third wife already knew that he was the one who had killed his third son James. It looked like even she had a better info network than he did, because she had played him like a flute all this while. He felt like the victim here. Alec thought about it more and once again agreed that he was truly the victim here. They had played with the little emotions that he gave them, and had also been strategically planning his downfall for over 10 years now. Wasn't that scary? If this incident didn't happen, he might even be thinking that one of them would be willing to save him. But now he knew better than anyone that he had been living with live performers for so many years. It seems that all the sex, money, and prestige that he had given them wasn't enough to make them grateful towards him. No. They still schemed day and night for his throne while he had treated them honestly. Alec looked at the crowd below who hated him and also looked at his so-called wives who were standing at a distance waiting for him to be executed. Most importantly, he looked at Aden and his family and felt regret build up inside of him. Yes, he regretted not ensuring that this brother of his was truly dead. And he regretted not strangling his sons and his wives when he had the chance. It would have been better if he ruled Arkadina with no heirs than to have backstabbing right under his nostrils. And by then, he would have been able to show these people what a real tyrant could do. Ha ha ha. Do you really think that he'll die? The Dragon King is immortal. You all should pray to your ancestors that my ashes don't wander on Arkadina's soil, or else I won't let any of you off even if I become a ghost. Alec said while yelling hysterically as loud as he could. But since there wasn't any megaphone by his mouth, only those on the massive palace walls could hear him. Of course, they all secretly swore to burn his ashes and dump them on any other empire's soil just in case. Even though Alec's maddening words truly took away most of his strength, he didn't care at all since he knew that today would be his death day. He looked at Aden, William, his wives and everyone else in deep resentment and unwillingness. As for William, who received Alec's glare, he just calmly smiled back at him before raising his hands again to call for silence. By then, the names of all the prisoners were read out before William passed the list to the announcer, who then climbed onto the execution stage. The newly built stage could only accommodate 6 people at a time. Once the executioner got on the stage, each prisoner would be called one by one to be beheaded. The nobles, who previously seemed courageous, all looked at the executioner and the massive axe in his hands in fear. Your Highness, please forgive me. I promise to turn a new leaf in life if you do. Yes, Your Highness. I can swear with my life that I will become an honest man from here on out. So please spare my life, Your Highness. Even if you turn me into a peasant, I will willingly accept it. Spare us, Your Highness. TTTT. The nobles all begged loudly in hope of changing William's mind, but William just looked at the executioner and signaled for him to begin. And so just like that, each noble was sent up the stage one by one. Their crimes were read publicly, their last words were duly noted, and their heads were sent flying with the executioner's mighty axe. Minister Fargregor: No, I don't want to die. I don't want to. I don't. Chop. Minister Geoffrey Kling: Chop. Minister Alexander Maximus: Chop. 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 Times_times. Chapter 707 Alex and Chop times. Heads were sent flying for a bit before all the nobles had already met their brutal ends. Now, it was time to take care of their boss. Alec tried his best to control his body and got on the stage as majestic as he could. Even if he was to be executed, he would well go down as the powerful ruler that he was. He listened to the cheers from below and looked keenly at the executioner who was busy sharpening his blade carefully. Moby, it seems like I have been too lax on you these past years that you don't even show any signs of fear when beheading your king. Hearing Alec's words, the executioner stiffened up instinctively, before replacing once more. As to your words, you are no longer king. Right now, you are not His Majesty, but a common prisoner. So I hope that you do not take it to heart since I'm just doing my job as the chief royal executioner. But I have to say, Alec, I too have been looking forward to this day. Ha 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 ha. As expected, you're finally showing your true colors. Not even willing to call me by my title. Now I've become just Alec. He ha 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 he. Mark my words, Moby. You will regret your insubordination soon, Alex said coldly. And as they spoke, Alec's crimes were currently being read to the people. Alec's crimes were so long and detailed that some people couldn't even believe that man used to be their king. What sort of person had they allowed to lead them all these years? How could he kill his own son and blames it on kidnapping? No wonder his wives were up there looking at him with resentful eyes. If he could do that to his flesh and blood, then what more of them? But then again, this was the man who killed his father and attempted to kill his own brother. So they weren't too shocked by his crimes. It was as if they had already accepted that he was the devil himself. Minutes went by and finally, all his crimes were read out loud and Moby had already finished sharpening his blade too. But how could William give Alec a painless death? For the crime of killing his son who happens to be my cousin James Barn, I will allow my aunt, Duchess Argenia, to come forth and take her revenge before the tyrant is executed, William announced before gesturing towards Argenia. She walked towards Alec with a cruel smile on her face. Her smile was almost menacing to all those who saw it. Her body trembled as she held onto the dagger in her hands. This was the day that she had been waiting for. She hastily advanced like a child who was about to receive a gift, and finally stepped on the stage. At that moment, Moby pulled Alec's hair and tilted back and tilted his body at an angle that made it easier for Argenia to launch her attacks. Alec looked at the woman who used to scream pleasurable on his bed in disgust. At this point, he had no family love for any of his wives as sons since they had betrayed him, so he just looked at the ungrateful things with disdain and disgust. Do you want to know how your worthless son died? I kicked him, pinched him, strangled him and stabbed him until he turned stupid. The fool didn't even know what hit him when he died before me. Bastard. I want you to die. Stack, stack, stack. Argenia angrily stabbed Alec's shoulders countless times in pain. Tears fell out of her eyes as she recalled the scene she had witnessed years back. That's right. She had been right there when he killed her precious baby, and all she could do was watch in pain and shock. She watched her child fall to the ground and struggled to escape from Alec's grasp. The boy seemed like paper when he was held down by Alec. Her baby boy was killed by his own father mercilessly, and the saddest part of it all was that his body was never returned to her. She never got a chance to say her final goodbyes to him, not even the chance to look at his face one more time. Did they not know what this meant to a mother? Bastard. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Immediately, Argenia was sent crazy on Alec. Blood splattered in her face and her clothes more and more as she viciously attacked her husband in tears. Of course, if they truly left her to go on, then it was very likely that she would kill him instead. So William sent 3 other guards to get her down from the stage. No, let me kill this bastard. Let me kill him. Let me ... Argenia broke down even more as the men tried their best to get her off the stage. Everyone below looked at her pitifully, as they too could imagine her pain when she realized that she had been sleeping with the monster that was responsible for killing her child. At this point, Who knows if he was also the real culprit involved in killing his first daughter, Princess Jeanette. If they were her, they would do the same too. William walked to her side and whispered a few words to her. "Aunt, it's okay. We will avenge cousin soon." "Yes. Thank you, nephew," our genius said sincerely before adjusting her feelings once more. She then stepped back and positioned herself at an angle that allowed her to properly watch Alex's head roll. Once our genius found a spot to watch, the ceremony continued with William's mother and several other people came forward to either stab or punch Alec too. What could they say? He was a well-hated guy. Alec breathed hoarsely and tried his best to stare at his enemies in the eye. But his weak body, coupled with today's injuries, made it hard for him to keep his eyes open for long. Damn it, he was truly unwilling to die. Even though he knew that his end was near. He had been hoping that his ministers and other nobles would team up and save him all this while. But now he knew that they too wanted nothing more than for him to die. He realized that he had been swimming in murky waters all these years. He wished that if he could start anew, he would definitely ensure that Eden out of everyone else was truly dead. Sadly, even if he went back in time, the heavens would still send someone to take care of him again. The will of the heavens could never be changed unless he was the one that changed for the better instead. That was just the way things were. Alec looked at his enemies coldly while listening to William, the tyrant Alec Barn. "Any last words? Since you all have betrayed me, then I swear that even if I'm a ghost, I won't let any of you off. I'd like to see you try. Begin the execution." "Yes, Your Highness." And so just like that, Moby swung his heavy axe towards Alec's neck. Time seemed to freeze, as everyone watched intensely. Some were anxious as they felt that maybe something that could stop the execution might happen. They watched the blade anxiously and even held their breaths unintentionally. The blade fell forcefully and finally hit its mark. Silence. Did they just succeed? Alec's head rolled on the stage and those on the walls all looked at it as if trying to confirm that the head truly belonged to Alec. They did it. They killed the tyrant. Chapter 708. A greedy king. With the execution ceremony done, William finally took a breather and began focusing on his upcoming coronation. But while he still had time, he and his men quickly piled up over 1,000 thick books on his office floor. Bam. "All right. Call Brutus and the rest to come in now." "Yes, young master." With that, the guard went out and did as he was told. And 40 minutes later, the expected guests had arrived. These men were some of William's most trusted accountants who had managed some of his family's secret estates for decades now. "Master, young master, we greet you all," the men said while kneeling before Eden and William. "You all may rise." Hearing that, the men quickly stood up and patiently waited for William's next orders. "We have patiently waited for this day in the shadows, and now that we are here, I expect each one of you to perform your duties to perfection." To my left are all the accounting books throughout Alec Barn's reign, as well as some books from the last 2 years of my late grandfather's reign. All books are already organized according to their years, so begin with the earliest year. Also, by my right, you all will find several Baymardian calculators, pencils, pens, erasers, pencils and all other writing materials too. So I trust you all know what to do. "Yes, young master." "Good. Don't disappoint me." With that, everyone quickly got busy. Wasn't this what they had been waiting for all these years? Now they were finally here. The accountants happily divided themselves up into 2 groups, with one group looking at Grandpa Barnes' month of reign and another looking at Alec's first month in power. The team that dealt with Grandpa Alec's reign smiled merrily, but the other team continuously frowned as time went by. And just like that, 3 hours had gone by with them grumbling angrily. Their discomfort was so much that William and Eden had to step forward and take a look. "Young master, this is sacrilege. How could such a man rule an empire? Oh my God, throw him away." "Master Eden, I mean no disrespect, but if your brother was still alive, I would personally stab him myself. Just looking at this book makes my eyes bleed." It's just too painful. "Young master, If I were the accountant in charge of these books when Alec took over, I would have already committed suicide from it all. Everything is just wrong. William and Eden looked at the men who were die-hard fans of accounting and mathematics with pity. For these men who typically gathered around during their free time to discuss and come up with mathematical theories, this was quite aggravating to them. Over these years, they had gotten the basic timetable and some basic mathematics principles like division, multiplication and even the concept of decimal points from Baymard. So they were really into math and loved studying it from the bottom of their heart. But seeing so many problems in these account books, they couldn't help but wonder if the royal accountants truly knew how to add or even how to subtract. Or was everything here from embezzlement alone? This was just too much. Indeed, just the books for Alec's first month in power could make one faint from rage. He had squandered 710 of the tax savings and other sources of income to hurriedly increase his militia. That's right. Alec the tyrant only focused on expanding and taking care of his military's upkeep. The people's suffering and what the land needed was never Alec's concern. And just from his SHY way of doing things, all the ministers and accounting officers who aided in controlling funds had embezzled a load of them for decades now. William decided to randomly pick some account books from different months within the same year and take a look at them. He opened the middle pages of each one, took out his calculator and was shocked. Nothing added up. He did the same for the following years and then looked at the accountants pitifully. Every book he randomly touched had major problems. All except those that were done within his grandfather's reign. As for Alec's reign, the account books weren't properly balanced and the money taken for some projects were never accounted for. The only thing that they could see was that money was that huge chunks of money constantly went into increasing Alec's army. Probably because Alec, who was a young king at the time, felt threatened by all the old fogies around. But since he took care of his issues and firmly stabilized himself years after, then why didn't he properly look after his people? William opened the account books for these past months alone and almost felt like strangling Alec to death. The man still carried on in the same manner all these years. What was he thinking? What about his people? This sort of thing could only make one's blood boil even more. Needless to say that over the years, Arcadina's tax kept increasing more and more because of their greedy king. And with such a ruler, of course, his ministers would be the same too. The ministers took advantage of Alec's constant focus on power and started sneaking money out in the name of doing new projects. Alec didn't want to bother with other things, so he appointed some ministers to take over them instead. Some took money out saying that they wanted to fix roads, expand trade, get more food for villages and towns in other territories and whatnot, but for decades, those so-called projects had never been fulfilled. Alec was too focused on getting his militia, so provided he and his army had ample food, salaries and whatnot, he didn't look too deep into what was going on behind the scenes. Again, every time he went to the royal vault and saw the massive hall that was filled with gold, gems, silver and treasure, he just felt that he was too rich, so he never bothered about anything else. The treasure room was a massive hall which had treasures, money and all sorts of rare gems and stones that had been collected by his ancestors for thousands and thousands of years. So every time he walked into the hall and looked at the treasure that now belonged to him, he felt like he could never go broke. So why should he worry about others? And so he never bothered about the little things that the ministers did behind his back. One should know that things in the royal treasury were kept there just in case the empire was in an emergency state. As for the money used to actually run the empire, that was kept in another treasury and was basically from taxes, trade, donations and other sources of income. Of course, the knights were paid off from the public money and not the royal treasury money. So provided the ministers ensured that his army was properly fed, then he didn't care about the rest. He was, after all, a greedy king. Chapter 709 Collective Rage. Young master, you did the right thing when he executed that bastard. Any monarch ruling with this sort of management truly deserves death. As the men voiced out their complaints, Eden and William couldn't agree more. They briefly glanced at several books and truly felt like resurrecting Alec and killing him all over and over again. What sort of work did the fool leave for him to do? Did he know how long it would take for them to finish all this when there were so many errors involved? Just the accounting books for the first month within Alec's first year all had major errors in them. So what more of the accounting books for the next 1,520-something years? Was this some sort of joke? One should know that each month within a single year had more than 100 accounting books alone. These account books focused on many different aspects like importation of foreign goods for the people's benefit, how the goods were distributed to the chosen farmers, exportation, books that focused on textile materials, food, construction, and so on. Even fixing roads, creating statues, building new bridges, creating new wells for the people or buying official ships all needed to be accounted for with the workers or people involved getting paid and the materials bought. Additionally, there were projects that needed to be done with tax money too. With that said, each topic had its own accounting book that showed the daily progress of things, as well as the losses and gains for each day within the month. Again, each book focused on the entire Arcadine. So if money was allocated for seed distribution, the book had to show how many farmers were hired, horses were bought, wagons were gotten, and knights were paid to these seeds to their designated regions within Arcadine. One also had to account for these people's food, lodging and whatnot. In short, there were so many different account books for just a single month alone. So if all of them were effed up, then what more of the other books within the other months in that same year? No, what more of the other years during Alec's reign? This was a nightmare. William massaged his temples helplessly. He thought that he would be able to wrap things up 2 weeks from now. But from the look of things, it will take at least 2 months to properly evaluate these books. They would have to take their time and go over each book several times without error before proceeding to the next. Because even though he had executed the most tyrannical nobles, there were still some who embezzled some tiny fraction of wealth and joy away with it over these years. Now, it was time for them to pay up from their family treasuries. Everything should be returned to the people. William shook his head dryly and wondered if this was what Alec meant when he said that he would haunt him as a ghost. Because right now, he truly felt helpless by the way Alec left the entire place unorganized. Even forgetting about the account books that targeted the running of the palace was in a mess. No one knew the exact amount of people employed here. Some of them were killed off but still marked as alive and still receiving their salaries, while others have their names appearing in these books twice and were somehow receiving double salaries instead. Additionally, one shouldn't forget about the fact that the royal palace was a shareholder to several businesses out there. So every month these businesses had to send some money back to the palace. For sure, without a doubt, William knew that the businessman properly showed the palace fake books when giving out the shares. And there was nothing he could do about those since it had already passed. What bothered him was how the money that was already recorded and signed by these businessmen seemed to have diminished or disappeared magically. Again, with so many accounting books to look at, he knew that he wouldn't be able to start with his development plan until this was properly taken care of. Maybe 2 months wouldn't be enough for these accountants to check all books involving the entire Arcadine. And here he thought that with how tyrannical Alec was, he would keep a tight check on things. But only now did he know better. Everything was a mess. Father, uncle is really hateful. HMHM. As expected, if a tyrant. All your grandfather's hard work had been completely flushed out by him. And even after his death, he still found any way to torment us like this. It's truly hard to believe that he and I were born from the same mother. I think there's a secret that your grandfather refused to share before he passed away. Or else how could he be so different from me? William listened to Eden and secretly rolled his eyes. Father, please. We've all established that he's your brother, so stop trying to deny it. And so with time on their hands, Eden and William joined the accountants in looking over the books. Hey! More hands made the work go faster. They spent 4 more hours there and had the maids bring lunch for everyone too. Flip, shrew, 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 pack, 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 pack. The sound of people flipping pages, erasers being used and people punching their calculators angrily could be heard all around the room. If before, these people didn't have beef with Alec, now they truly felt like torturing him slowly for the workload that he had left behind. In their eyes, Alec must not have loved any of his sons for him to do such a thing. Did he want them to suffer as well when they took over? What a heartless man. Father, I think we need to have a chat with the accountants who have been running things all this while. I agree. Once we're done looking through the books, well, hold every one of them accountable, Eden said angrily. With how angry they all were right now, by the time they finished looking over the entire thing, those royal accountants would definitely wet themselves from fright when they made their moves. Everything that they owed would be given back, even if they had to empty these people's family treasuries. HMPH serves them right. William and the rest continued working angrily, and soon, one of the guards stepped hastily. Your Highnesses, Thera here. Chapter 710. Another busy man. Your Highnesses, Thera here. Good. With that, William left Eden in the office and followed the guard out. They walked out of the building, got on their horses and headed towards another building a little further away. The palace estate was just too large, as one could make multiple golf fields on it. William and a few of his men rode their horses toward one of the most heavily guarded buildings on the estate. Gallop, gallop, gallop. They rode in silence towards the building while receiving their many bows and saluted from the workers around. And soon, they came across a 3-story building that looked like one of Zeus' temples in ancient Greek mythology. The entrance had several tall pillars supporting it, which gave it a sort of Roman vibe. The pillars were so large and tall, making all those who stood beside it swam very tiny. Again, there were not more than 1,000 guards in and out of the building during a single shift, so the place was heavily guarded to a fault. William climbed the many steps and ascended into the building with his guards. They walked in, bypassed all the guards and soon found themselves in one of the inner halls on the ground floor. This was the floor that had most of the security personnel on it, while the second and third floors were solely meant to store the royal treasures. We greet His Highness. The guards spoke in unison. William nodded at them before turning towards another massive group of learned men who used to be slaves that worked under their masters to check the household books. You all have been hired to do a very important task starting from today. You have all been briefed on the rules, as well as the consequences for disobeying those rules. Greed and selfishness will only lead to their downfall. So do your best. Yes, Your Highness. The group of excited peasants. The pay was very high when compared to Arcadina's standard minimum wages. So how could they not be happy? They went over the rules in their minds and promised to follow them strictly, or else the penalty for theft will be too gruesome for them to handle. And what were they hired for? Of course, it was to count all the piles and heaps of coins within the treasury. William looked at their enthusiastic expressions and nodded in satisfaction. One should know that after he went to Baymard, he was very impressed by how organized they were. And after personally asking Landon for some tips, he had quickly sorted out his plans from there. Arcadina's current state was just too messy. When looking at the treasury, even though all treasures and wealth that were deposited here were recorded, they were never checked throughout these years. So even if someone had stolen a diamond necklace, a few coins or something valuable, no one would really notice after so many years. Provided Alex still saw the heap and piles of wealth, he wouldn't know if someone stole a handful of gold coins or not. Without a doubt, the treasury was just too large. One could even imagine the treasure room within the hit movie The Mummy. The ancient people all piled everything there in one massive hall. And sometimes, these halls had other hidden inner chambers as well. That was the case here too. One could only get to the third floor by passing through the inner chamber within the treasure room on the second floor. Obviously, The third floor was the most sacred region since it had the rarest gems and stones in them too. The floor also had some hidden documented secrets that should never be let out to the public as well. These secrets have been kept in trunks and kept within hidden trapdoors in the massive hall. And even the current rulers didn't know the exact location on the floor where those documents from hundreds and thousands of years had been stored. They just knew about the taboos or secrets of their parents, who kept passing it along to the next generation all these years. For sure, as time went by, some of the secrets had been lost with time. Who knows if there was a hidden backup cave around Arkadina that had more royal treasure. More than that, some of those documents might only leave clues for the current rulers to be able to find whatever was hidden around Arkadina. The possibilities were endless. Anyway, the treasury kept their wealth and every other secret that they felt was worth keeping. As for the tricks that William had learned from Baymard, he immediately began putting everything into perspective once he arrived. Firstly, he wanted the so-called locker room system here too, as well as the uniform system too. So he quickly cleared out one of the rooms on the ground floor as their locker room. For now, they only found men employees. But soon he was sure that females would also be employed as well. And by then, the female locker rooms would be ready too. He made several wooden cabinets and bought several Baymardian padlocks as well. Once the workers got in, they were to record everything that they went into the locker room with. That way if someone broke their wooden lockers and stole something, then they could at least be sure that the stolen item really existed. And once they recorded all their belongings, they were to change into their pocketless uniforms, lock their lockers, give the key to the guard in charge of collecting these keys and head out towards the treasury. Once they got there, they would still be searched before getting in. Likewise, they would only be searched before leaving the treasury. Their breasts, mouths, hairs, armpits, belly buttons and even there would be checked if need be. No one was to steal a single coin. That said, William honestly admired the Baymards' system of counting all the goods, separating them and placing 10 into different storage bags or units. And more importantly, each bag had an amount written on it which made it easier for anyone who wanted to pick it up later on. It was inadvisable to leave all these piles of coins unaccounted for like that. William hung around for a bit before getting on his horse and heading towards another building that held Arkadina's national treasury. Sigh. He had now turned into an extremely busy man. And while he went on with his life a little more worried-free, far away from Arkadina's soil, some people were not so carefree as he was. Trouble was just a moment away for some. Chapter 711 Trouble brewing from afar. The sounds of heavy vehicles could be heard moving blatantly on the Terrican roads. Every peasant, merchant and passenger moved aside in awe and shock. Heavens! What did I just see? Are these Baymardian cars in our empire? What are they doing here in Terik? Are they here to visit the royal family? They must be friends with the royals. Wah! I heard about these cars and had even seen them in some of the Baymardian picture books. But aren't they bigger than the small car in the book? HMPH. What do you know? This might be what they call a bus. No, it's definitely a train. How can this be a train? I have personally witnessed the trains, and they are very long and bigger than these. For sure, these are trucks, like the Jeep truck. But isn't that still a car? TSK. Who cares about that? Just look at how cool they are. Amazing. I agree. Now I truly want my own. Too bad that only the Coronians and Baymardians are allowed to drive them in Baymard. Damn it. Why doesn't our empire sign a treaty with them? What are they waiting for? Hey, I just realized something. Since they're here, then doesn't that mean these Baymardians might have come to sign the treaty instead? If it's true, then I visit Baymard again very soon. Heaven knows how badly I've wanted to kick those cab drivers away and touch the steering wheels myself. Me too. After trying go-kart racing, I've wanted to drive on the roads so badly. I must drive before I die no matter what, so those totals better sign the treaty fast. Those traveling on the roads looked at the vehicles in awe. But of course, Some nobles in their carriages who felt troubled quickly thought of heading towards the capital and reporting the matter to Nopline and Kamara ASAP. But how could they compare to the speed of these vehicles? Please. The reason why the vehicles dared to travel on the open road was because even if someone found them, it would take several months or weeks to get to the capital even if the messenger didn't sleep throughout the journey. But for them, it was only a matter of days before they got there. For these Baymardians, traveling from the coastal shore which their ships docked onto the Tariq's capital would only take 3.5 days at most. So why should they be afraid? After all, they were currently traveling with the real king of Tariq, King Mikhail, who was announced as dead some time back. That's right. They were here to take Nopline down. Mikhail laid on his bed deep in thought. His mind was solely focused on revenge now. He wanted to see the sorry look on Kamara's face when he captured her. There was nothing more painful to a man than having his wife deceive and betray him all these years. The son which he thought was his turned out to be his brother's instead, and the woman who repeatedly declared her love for him was the same person who poisoned him, killed off some of his wives and children, caused him and his surviving family to flee, while she on the other hand just wanted wealth alone. To any man, this was a fatal blow to both his heart and his ego. As for Nopline's matters, he more than anyone else was glad that the scum would finally be taken care of. Only he knew how he had been oppressed by the guy all these years. Before, he could only watch and swallow his rage due to Nopline's influence and the fact that Nopline also had several training camps and men all over the Pino continent. But now, he would have the last laugh and set things right. Mikhail looked back in his memories several times and truly asked himself if he had ever mistreated her in any way. He always had ever beaten or treated them badly, and one could say that all his wives had a place in his heart. Just looking at the wife he was currently traveling with and this first wife who had been planning to rescue him from Kamara's hands, he was sure that they weren't dissatisfied with him. No, it seemed that it was just Kamara who had always loved his brother and had schemed her way into the palace ages ago. Well, since she had killed some of his children, then she shouldn't blame him for being heartless. As for Landon and the rest of the Baymardians who had helped him so far, he swore to always remember this gratitude deep in his heart. When he left Baymard, Mikhail thought that Landon wouldn't go all out for him. But the reality was far from what he imagined. Leaving Baymard, they took along 10 battleships and 1 transport ship too. Of course, the battleships were there to and protect the transport ship. As for what the ship was transporting, it was none other than these battle vehicles. For this mission, they had taken 250 different types of vehicles for the job. And the sheer amount of soldiers and marines that within these vehicles gave Mikhail a sense of victory already. It was estimated that the battle would be 2 when they arrived at the capital city. Mikhail only prayed that they didn't bring down his palace, because last time they almost did so when saving him. Luckily, they hadn't been targeting any buildings and were just focusing on the empty spaces within the palace estate. Or else if they truly destroyed or bombed the palace, then where would he stay? Do you know how many years it would take to properly build and reconstruct everything again? One should know that Landon had intended to send several heavy war tanks and missile launchers on this mission. But when Mikhail begged and pleaded like a child, Landon had no choice but to take trucks and other war vehicles that had machine guns on them. Of course, he still allowed the men to take grenades and all other explosives that could be thrown by hand. They could use them provided they didn't destroy any palace buildings or important structures around. Bottom line, they were to do this job as delicately as possible for Mikhail's own sanity. Or else how would Mikhail cope later on? Michael closed his eyes to take a quick nap. 2 more days before the Royal Smackdown. Chapter 712. Enter Ulrich Tudor. While Tariq was about to undergo its own transformation, in the Empire of Deiferes, several other changes were occurring as well. On an open courtyard, several men were currently kneeling against a wall while looking at their master in fear. Their master, whose gaze could freeze up an ocean, just stood there quietly while his most faithful commander lashed out in rage on his behalf. The commander quickly walked towards the leader of the team that was also kneeling angrily. Pa, Pa, you useless thing. How come you still failed to track him down till now? He and his men had escaped with a few injuries. So how did they still manage to flee from your grasps? If even an injured person can get away from you, then why are you worthless pieces of trash still getting paid? You all should just die. Paw, bam, crshhh, bam, 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 bam. The commander went hard with his blows and even began kicking the team leader mercilessly. The man spat out blood painfully but didn't dare to make a sound or make eye contact with those around him. Knowing that he had failed, he tried as much as possible to make himself invisible, even though he was being targeted and blamed for it all. In fact, he was glad that it was the commander who was currently dealing with him, because if it were his master, then he would probably lose an eye or any body part as compensation. You worthless piece of sh. How could you fail such a simple task? Bam, 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 bam. The beating went on for 4 minutes more, which left the man almost disfigured. But their devil master in question just watched for a while as if the matter didn't concern him at all. Quillo, why so harsh? Your Highness, this good-for-nothing doesn't deserve to live. If he couldn't even take care of a worthless target, then how can he even handle bigger missions? He has lost his highness face, Quillo said while looking at his master angrily. And who was his master? Of course, it was none other than the devilish crown prince of Deiferus, His Highness Ulrich Tudor. His Highness Ulrich Tudor, son of His Majesty Julius Tudor. The civilians in Deiferus called him devilish because of his stunning looks. But those involved in politics and power struggle knew just how gruesome Ulrich was. No matter what enemy came his way, they were typically the ones who ended up losing the battle. And the only ones who have countered his attacks were the second prince. Unsurprisingly, Ulrich could accept losing to his second brother. But how could he accept losing to his trash sixth brother, Prince Henry? This was a big slap to his face. Even after placing bounties on his brother's head and even getting Henry's beloved to betray him and find his location, that brother of his still managed to escape with the help of some expert assassin. Yes, an assassin. On their way to the secret hideout that day, Ulrich and his men had encountered some of their men who appeared to be on the run. These escapees had been running throughout the night before unfortunately encountered them, and when they inquired threatened, they found out that this assassin saved his trash of a brother. Additionally, these men that escaped ran away when the assassin held out a sword and single-handedly took out hundreds of them. Bottom line, these men had deserted their commander and fled. So how could they be spared? They were killed there on the spot. And from the looks of it, it seemed that others had fled in different directions too and had managed to escape their grasp. But there were too many men under Ulrich, and he and some of the others didn't even know what they looked like. Yes, they had their names, but that was it. Many of these men weren't nobles and might not even have portraits of themselves. So it's likely that those that didn't meet them had successfully gotten away with it. Because from what they found from the group they met, the escapees seemed to be orphans. So it's likely that those who had family ties chose to die in battle since they didn't want their families to be targeted by Ulrich. Because all deserters who got caught would get killed alongside their entire household. Long story short, those who didn't encounter them got away, and those who met them could only blame their bad luck for encountering them. Anyway, after listening to how they successfully caught his brother Henry to how they even placed bets on his head and later on fought this assassin, everyone felt their scalps go numb. How could one person single-handedly take down an entire secret base? Was this some sort of joke or something? TSK. Ulrich didn't believe these ridiculous tales and felt that there must have been some betrayers amongst his men that had secretly staged everything out. After all, who's to say that those who escaped weren't a part of Henry's men? It was just impossible for one man to rescue them all. Additionally, all their treasure in the secret base had been robbed and their treasures had disappeared too. Therefore, this only proved that it was an inside job. One should know that it would take several weeks for the assassin to single-handedly bring out all the treasures in the base. And where would he store all that loot? The wealth accumulated here all these years, be it the golden statues, coins, portraits and whatnot could fill up 15 wagons. So who would be driving these wagons down the hill? It was just impossible for a single man to do all these things. Unless he was really a fairy godmother as he claimed to be. But that was just nonsense. What stupid fairy godmother? It was definitely his good-for-nothing brother who had played a fast one on him. Damn it, he would never let him go. Chapter 713. Another approaching storm. Ulrich was furious when recalled the outrageous story about Onaman army taking out hundreds of his men in a flash. Who there would believe that? Without a doubt. He knew that it was Henry's doing. Obviously, Henry had succeeded in planting some spies amongst his men. That was the only plausible explanation for this nonsensical fairy tale story. That meant that Henry probably had spies amongst his men all these years, and for the fact that he had been played like a fool all this while, he would never take this lying down. Ulrich clenched his fists hatefully. Sure enough, it seemed like all trash princes were masters of disguise. From the banished trash Arcadian prince who later formed an extraordinary empire, to the trash prince of Yoden who miraculously became king, to my trash brother who played me like a toy. All these trash princes were master schemers. Ulrich thought, hey, they almost had him fooled. But not anymore. Now, all trash must die. But how could he have known that his brother Henry wasn't that strong? And so just like that, poor Henry far away didn't know that because of Landon and Sirius' achievements, he too had been given a bad rep for nothing. Now everyone was wary of people who were labeled as trash. Anyway, Ulrich now assumed that Henry had more men than he did, which made him re-evaluate this brother of his. Your Highness, just say the word and you'll kill these sons of beaches, Quillo said angrily while looking at the men kneeling in disappointment. Of course Ulrich thought the same as well. From the moment they had caught those escapees that night, they had sent out these men swiftly to chase after Henry. And when they arrived at the base the next day, they still sent out more backup to chase after Henry. Their failure was a disgrace. Firstly, his brother was injured. Secondly, they were transporting gold and other riches on wagons which made their horses slower. So how in heaven's name did they fail to catch up with them that same night that they had escaped? He sent the men towards all directions, north, south, northeast, west, you name it. And the moronic group of buffoons still couldn't catch up to Henry's wagons even after using such fast stallions. In fact, if they had managed to get a clue or news about which way Henry went, then it would have been better. But the good-for-nothings all came back with nothing, as if Henry disappeared in thin air that night. Ulrich was beginning to doubt whether they received any form of training at all because their results were just too shameful. He looked at the team in disdain. If they couldn't do this much, then what was the point of keeping them alive? If it were not for the fact that he needed all the men he could get right now, he would definitely put them to death. But until he was sure about his brother's forces, he would never blatantly waste such good frontline warriors. Ulrich was still deep in thought when another knight hurriedly ran towards him and whispered in his ear before handing him a letter. Your Highness, it's from the capital. Hearing that, Ulrich's eyes lit up with expectation, and a minute later, he smiled victoriously and folded the letter back. As expected, his father King Julius was on the brink of death. He knew very well that his second brother had been poisoning his dagger for 3 years now, but he didn't want to stop it because he wanted to use this opportunity to take his second brother down. He had all the evidence in his hands, as well as people within his brother's most trusted team who could back up his claims. He had several double agents within his second brother's most trusted men, so they would know what to do when he made his move. Everything should have been going according to his plans. But now, knowing that his sixth brother Henry was this powerful, things might not go as easy as he predicted. A new figure had entered the game, so he had to be prepared. Ulrich thought of the situation again and quickly made plans. From the message sent by one of his men who also happened to be one of the royal physicians, his father had at most 5 months to live. The base he was currently at was 2 months away from the capital if one traveled speedily. This meant that worst-case scenario, He had just 3 months to set out. In short, he had decided to set out 2 weeks from now so that once he got to the capital, he would still have an extra 2 weeks to fully prepare his forces for battle. He had to ensure that he, the crown prince, would be king. He knew for a fact that his second brother would be there as well, so he had to prepare for battle. Additionally, he had to battle against Henry too. For all he knew, Henry might shamelessly attack him after he took care of his second brother. So he had to make preparations swiftly. Ulrich folded the letter and looked at the men kneeling before him in disdain. "Send them to the well." "As you wish, your highness," Quillo replied in understanding. Looking at the letter in Ulrich's hands, he knew that they might need these worthless knights ASAP. So they couldn't kill them or torture them brutally. They could only inflict pain on them that could heal up quickly. Quillo looked at the lucky Mother Fira with resentment before instructing some other men to take them away. But as for those who were about to go to the well, they couldn't help but thank their lucky stars. One should know that out of all the punishment units, the well was the least gruesome one. Most people who received punishment there would be fully healed up in a few weeks, unlike the other punishment rooms that might have one reminder after several months or a year. The men all thanked the heavens while silently cursing Henry in their mind. Damn that worthless prince. It was all his fault. The men blamed Henry silently, and while they rained their curses on him, back in Baymard, someone else was raining his own curses too. "System, I've had it with you. Why are you always targeting me? Did I ever offend you in my last life?" The system doesn't understand what the host means. The system is the host's best friend. No, damn you system, you. I demand to speak to the man in charge. This is not fair. Why me? TTTT. Chapter 714 New Mission Alert. Landon was almost crying his eyes out when he saw the system's latest side air missions and warnings. He had no qualms about doing this mission, but the timing for it was all wrong. It had fallen within his busiest time. It was so close to Santa's wedding that Landon truly felt like he had been targeted by the system. Well, at least this time, the system had the heart to tell him ahead of time. Landon grumbled a bit more before finally resigning himself to fate. What could he do? Sigh. He calmly glanced at his first side air mission, which was about Henry. From his notification, he had exactly 3 months to assist Henry in taking over the Empire of Deiferes. What the hell? Unlike the case of William that gave him several years to do so, he was tasked to aid Henry within 3 months. So how could he not freak out? That meant that he had to start warping over to Deiferes within the next few days to make plans with Henry. Additionally, he also had to send another military squad with their trucks and cars too. But before he did that, the system had told him that Henry must sign the treaty first. One should know that Deiferes was the only empire that hasn't signed the treaty yet. Be it Sirius from the Empire of Yodan to William from Arcadina, Mikhail from Terry or Penelope from Corona. Everyone else had signed the treaty apart from Deiferes, so it was about time. For the host's safety, the future king of Deiferes must be saved within these next 3 months. The host will be rewarded with more points when the host succeeds. Good. Because all this saving people is costing me a lot of points. Look, just warping and transporting here and the last time took away a lot of my points. The host is making unnecessary comments for someone who was brought into this world for just this purpose alone. But not to worry. The host will receive more points when the task is completed. As the most reliable system in the galaxy, when has the system ever disappointed the host? Silence. Since the host is silent, that means that you also agree with this system. So now that the host is happy about the rewards, the host has no reason to fail this mission now. Failure to do so will result in one outcome, and the host is far too smart to try it. Carrot. Forget it. I'm too tired to keep going back and forth with you, Landon said while looking at the next side mission. Who would want to keep arguing with Smarty Pants over here? He only hoped that he could finish the first mission fast before Santa's wedding. How could he miss it and promising them with all his heart? As for the system's second mission that involved Sirius, Landon was to help Sirius take down a certain enemy. From the information he had, all of Sirius' stepmothers were his enemies. But the most dangerous one was actually the person whom no one would even suspect. Unlike Queen Ivy or Queen Seadora that jumped all over the place, this enemy was Tulok and always acted sloppily when trying to kill Sirius. But on the way to visit Baymard for the first time, Sirius and Aster, Crown Prince of Terik, had almost been killed by the assassins sent by this woman. If not for Landon, they would have been dead. Nonetheless, this made them know who their enemy was. And ever since they returned to Yoden, they had been battling it out with this lady. But they still didn't know how powerful her forces were. So from the system's warning, they would undoubtedly end up getting killed again if he didn't warn them and assist them in taking her out. With that said, he would have to warp to Yoden within the next few days as well. As for the woman in question, she was a lady who had strong ties with the Temple of Dragmas. Queen Philippa. She was married to Sirius' father, King Father McLean. But everyone is utterly fooled by the fact that she has a weak body. It's said that she can even stand up for long without even fainting. And her entire image had been molded for decades as a woman who was so weak that a fly could even knock her down. So who would think anything of her? Obviously, they had all let their guard down when it concerned her. But little did they know that she had been pretending all this while. Additionally, her brother was the heir to the Temple of Dragmas. Her brother went by the name Master K, so no one knew that he was related to her. And she hadn't gotten away with it all this time. One should know that within Yoden, this temple was a powerful sect that was like the underworld of Yoden. The temple lent money to others, but secretly sent their men to steal, or cause those who borrowed to fail in returning the money. And by then, they would just collect them as slaves for pleasure or war. They usually did this to peasants or lowly nobles and merchants. This was how the temple gathered its army. And even the royals had to pay some sort of tithes towards the temple yearly because its strength was something that they were scared of. Of course, high-ranking noble families and merchants with business establishments also paid out tithes too. With that said, they had somehow gotten Sirius information and knew that he was currently traveling towards his secret base. So they planned to take him down then. And from the system's info, he had just 1 month to inform and stop the attack on Sirius' life. Additionally, the system had told him that he also had to protect Aster as well, and inform the boy that he could return to Terik any time he wanted since Mikhail would have taken the throne back from Nopline by then. The host should be reminded that the temple has several bases scattered around Yoden. So after saving Sirius and Aster, the host still has to send his forces to the other bases. As stated in the third side mission, this should be done before October 15th. Again, as per the fourth side mission, the host must organize the first United Nations meeting before December 3rd. So what you're saying is that by the need of the year, the entire Pino continent must be united, right? Yes, host. Additionally, those mysterious visitors that will arrive in Baymard might need me to travel out of the continent soon. So next year, I will start unifying the other continents within this world, right? For that, the host will have to find out for himself. Nonetheless, the entire Pino continent needs to be on the same page by the end of the year. Understood. With that, Landon kept thinking about the missions deeply. He wasn't too worried about traveling out because he had his fast ships that would make travel faster. Unlike these ships that could take a year to move from some continents to the next, he might get there in a month instead. He planned to deal with whatever issues within these areas within 2 or 3 weeks and leave his men behind to do the rest while he headed back to Baymard. And after a while, he would travel out again. After all, he still had to teach the workers here about making computers and whatnot. So he would have to find a good balance between unifying the continents, advancing Baymard's technology and spending time with his family. As of then, he would have no time for himself. Landon was still deep in thought before his office phone rang. Ring, 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 clink. Your Majesty, it's almost 11 a.m. The ALS team is waiting for you in the lobby. All right, tell them he'll be right there soon. Yes, Your Majesty. Clink. Landon dropped the call and quickly stood up. Yes, now it was time for him to focus on other important things like Baymard's expansion. That's right. He was talking about the many cities, villages and towns that had been given to him by William. Your Majesty, the team is already waiting for us outside King's Landing. Good. Then let's set off. Chapter 715 Expansion VRRRRRRMMMM. Landon and his team drove out toward Baymard's new territories excitedly, and amongst was Prince Raoul, who was King Makil's son. Of course, he had been working under the Ministry of Agriculture since he came to Baymard. He was using this as a learning experience or an internship before he finally left Baymard and aided Terik in improving its own system. As of now, his father had gone out to fight Nopline alongside his mother, Queen Jasmine. And while they were out, he and his little sister Cress stayed behind. One should know that for this trip, all ministries had sent out their representatives to Baymard's new territory, and he was amongst the selected group. Of course, it's been close to a month since Baymard had sent people out to begin developing these new regions, and every now and then, they would inspect everything concerning their different ministries, be it whether the farms out there are profiting yield, or be it checking the death rate, birth rate, or even making sure that everyone was healthy or safe. They all took their jobs seriously. Even aquatic life or the state of the lakes or the newly discovered raw materials around were properly handled too. Raoul and the rest were very excited to put their knowledge to the task. And while on the road, those within Landon's vehicle also briefly highlighted the major points on their reports too. Their first stop was Mender Town, so everyone gave reports concerning the town. Your Majesty, from the reports, the new Farmers Association has already been created within Mender Town, and all farmers have already registered well. Your Majesty, one of the estates there is currently being used as a school for the students there. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, _ Landon listened carefully to everyone and nodded in satisfaction. Everything was going according to plan. As for the new territories, it included 17 villages, 2 towns and 4 cities. Hey! Many would say that William was stupid for giving Landon so much. But in truth, it didn't take anything out of Arcadina's landmass. Take for example, the United States back on Earth. Just Washington state alone had a total of 281 towns and cities combined. That was 281. And the US had 50 states. Now, look at Canada. Just within the province of Ontario, 173 towns, cities, villages and whatnot. That was 173 different municipalities, for heaven's sake. Not to talk of Hokkaido in Japan that has a total of 180 cities, towns and villages. So when you really look at it, William just took a total of 23 municipalities out of a single state and handed it to him. And with Arcadina's landmass, it could have over 100 states if it wanted to. Therefore, if one state could have less or more than 200 different towns, villages and cities ... then what the hell? He couldn't tell if William had given him these territories in pity or gratitude. It was as if he was a beggar, and William had just thrown some peanuts at him. Those 23 municipalities that William gave him weren't anything to talk about when looking at Arcadina as a whole. Nonetheless, he was still very grateful all the same. What else could he do? Beggars couldn't be picky. When Landon thought about it more, he felt like crying. He was just too pitiful in this world. More still, it was all the system's fault. Why did it deny him the glory of conquering different regions? So what if he was just a worker under the heavens? How was any of this fair? The good thing about Arcadina was that it was very massive, which made Landon feel extremely happy. Just like back on Earth, moving from town to town might require one to take a 1-hour or 2-hour drive between these locations. Likewise, the same could be said about this place. Some towns, cities and villages were very close to one another, while others were too far apart. By horse, within 2 hours one could get to Riverdale City after leaving Baymard. But after leaving Riverdale City, it would take another 9 hours to reach the next village by horse. Following that, It would take another 3 hours to the next village, another 2 hours to the next village, 12 hours to the city, and so on. In short, these 23 villages, towns and cities were randomly placed haphazardly. And from Baymard to the new border, it would take about 2.5 weeks on horseback to move between these 2 points if one followed the main road. But using the Baymardian vehicles, it was just a matter of hours before they reached their final destination. Nonetheless, everyone was still happy about these new territories that had been awarded to them. They drove to the outermost town, which would now be the main border town since it was the last settlement region closest to the border. Menda town. They all stepped out of the vehicle and looked around in satisfaction. Presently, several log cabin buildings were being built a little further ahead from the town. Yes, these log cabins were for the border control team. Again, they could also see several heavy machines fitting off the trees along the border. Yes, Landon planned to build the Great Wall of Baymard all across his property. One should know that the system wouldn't allow him to fully develop these new territories if his technology could be easily stolen. So the construction of the wall had to be done now. Landon knew that it would take years for the wall to be constructed. Nonetheless, he would still try his best to aid these people as best as he could. For example, the schools that were opened up only taught basic Pino language, reading, writing, and basic math like multiplication, addition, and fractions. Things like the timetable were things that were shared all around the Pino continent. So the students could have that, but they will no textbooks or libraries available until the wall gets done. Anyway, once they master these basic theories, then they will get transferred to Baymard's new capital city, which was the old Baymard. There, they could begin other subjects like chemistry, biology, and so on. Again, a clinic had also opened within the town that only did basic things like first aid and also had a pharmacy section that prescribed and sold basic drugs for fevers, burns, cough, and so on. But if it was serious, then they would be referred to the main hospital in the capital. Even within the villages, log houses and other simple buildings were currently being created. But there would be nothing as shocking as what was in Baymard's capital city. At least not until the Great Wall was created. His task right now was to make the people's lives as comfortable as possible until construction was done, even if it took 3 to 5 years to complete it. In the meantime, the construction team was tasked to build several 2- or 3-story wooden houses for each household during this time frame. They had to have better homes in preparation for the winter. Again, even their farm yields and other raw materials were constantly bought by Landon and his team, as some of the raw minerals and materials here weren't found within the capital, the old Baymard. So these people now had jobs and were getting paid bi-weekly too. In short, everything was supposed to be going according to plan. But some nobles were still loyal to Alec, had begun stirring things up. They truly believed that Alec was still alive. Landon stepped out of the vehicle and headed straight to the city lord's estate. He had already been informed with his walkie-talkie that some nobles were currently within the estate in large groups. It seemed like they were still unconvinced. Landon chuckled and marched into the estate calmly. He wanted to see how mighty these protesters truly were. Chapter 716 Noble Resistance. Landon majestically strolled into the grand hall calmly. The massive silver door opened, and as soon as everyone spotted Landon, they either went on their knees or bowed in salute. "We welcome your majesty, Landon Barn." Landon looked at them and nodded. He walked past them and sat directly on the throne. And of course, the lord in charge of the town just silently stood beside him instead. Baron Jamison, who was the town lord, nervously wiped his sweat and sneakily peeked at Landon gratefully. If his majesty hadn't shown up, he had no doubt in his mind that some of these nobles here would eat him alive. Some of them were on Landon's side, while others opposed him behind the scenes. And even though they tried their best to conceal their hatred, Landon still noticed every little thing. They were truly unconvinced and had done quite a lot just to prevent development within Menda Town. But no matter what tricks they came up with, Landon's team had come out unscathed. while they on the other hand, lost their time, money and resources. So how could they not get mad if they had their way? They really wanted to beat Landon up until no one else could recognize him. This guy was the root of their current predicaments. And here he was showing his annoying face before them. These men were both helpless and infuriated by His Majesty's nonchalant attitude. But Landon just looked at them and smiled. Hey! What could they do to him? They could boil and stew in their anger for all he cared. Mender Town is on the verge of a great transformation. In the nearest future, everyone will eat more, get paid well, live healthily and happily too. This should be a cause of celebration for all. But I hear that some of you noblemen and wealthy merchants disagree. Don't worry, this is just a gathering to discuss Mender's future development. And as the backbones and pillars of this glorious town, it will only be fair for your opinions to be heard as well. After all, some of you have businesses here and know more about the town than I do. So if you have any suggestions or concerns, feel free to voice them out. I won't punish you in any way. This is a meeting and not an execution. So just say whatever it is you wish to say. And if it is to my liking, I promise to compromise and consider it. 00. What? He will. Some of the nobles and merchants were secretly jubilating over Landon's words. Sure enough, in their eyes, he was too weak. If it were Alec, he wouldn't even give them that opportunity. But here Landon was, asking them about what they like and don't like, as if he were a little child seeking guidance. As expected, he was still too young in the game. With this, they could trick their way into getting what they wanted. What great Baymardian king! This stupidly kind nature of wanting everyone to be happy in his empire will only be his downfall. As a ruler, why ask? Just do what you want and those who stand in your way. This is the way of a true king. Those who secretly opposed Landon smirked victoriously. Your Majesty Landon Barn. This one is called Fabian Sadowski, from the second-rated Sadowski family. And to be honest with you, a few if yes have problems with some of your rules, said one of the gang leaders amongst them. He was the most powerful noble in Mend Town. Viscount Fabian Sadowski was a distant branch member of the noble family. He had proved himself against all odds despite his low birth and had been placed to overlook the massive branch family here in Mender Town. In fact, amongst all the nobles and merchants around, only he and a few others came from a second-rated noble family. But even so, he was ranked the highest because he came from a high-class second-rated family. Not the rest that either came from lower ranks. Most of them came from third-rated families instead. And ever since Baymard became popular, the main branch in the capital had now paid proper attention to them. They now received more pay and more guards. Additionally, their business down here had started booming over the past few years. And all these made them greedy by the day. But if they allow Landon's new rules to pass, then how would they continue making such high profits? No, these new rules and policies had to go. Your Majesty, I speak for most of us when I say that the new rules do not favor us at all, and that is the main problem. Oh, in what way are the rules hindering you all? Your Majesty, the rule about banning slavery should be abolished. The slaves run our households and take care of our businesses. So if they go, what should we do then? We had to use our hard-earned money to buy these slaves. So are we just going to let them go just like that? This seems like a loss to us. Maybe it might have worked in Baymard. But out here, this humble servant thinks that it wouldn't be fair to us nobles. That's why the whole slaves are a mist and the rules should be removed. After all, after we bought them, they are just objects and are barely regarded as humans. So why go into so much trouble for dead weight? They should remain as our property and do what we say as per usual. At least until they earned back all we spent to buy them. At least that's what many of us nobles and merchants think. That's right, Your Majesty. I am a merchant, and I rely on them to do my account books and even clean the stores. So if they go, then who will work in my store? Your Majesty, we need them. And if we don't treat them harshly, How will they obediently follow our instructions? Only by letting them know that they are below the level of humans can we properly deal with them. That's why I totally agree with Viscount Fabian. Yeah, that's right. We are even kind enough to provide them with food, water and a secured estate to live in. So shouldn't they be the ones who were grateful to us instead? Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, _ Chapter 717 Noble Resistance to Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, _ One by one, many spoke about the slavery issue. At first, they were somewhat scared to voice out their opinions. But after seeing Landon nod thoughtfully while listening to Viscount Fabian, everyone thought that Lanson was agreeing to Fabian's suggestion instead. And so, they acted as if they had been injected with chicken soup. Ha 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 ha. If they knew that it was this easy, then they would have just saved their money and resources rather than attacking Landon behind the scene. Such a gullible person might even become their puppet in future. Some even believed that the people of Baymard might be this gullible too. After all, the only nobles in Baymard were the royal family. The people were former slaves or peasants. And even the entire Baymardian royal family was formerly despised too when they were still in Arcadine. So what did they know? Good boy. Just listen to them and do what they say. Everyone looked at Landon as if they were looking at a big fat sheep. Even Landon's carefree appearance made them treat Landon as a weak person. But how could they have known that Landon was just toying with them? The oblivious group of excited men complained about slavery matter for a while before Landon finally called for silence. All right. I've heard you all. And I have to say, your points are somewhat valid, Landon said with a smile on his face. Ha ha. Your Majesty is undoubtedly a god amongst men. Of course he is. Didn't I say it? His Majesty is supreme. That's right. His Majesty knows our troubles and will always understand us. This can only show that His Majesty is truly wise. In fact, he is the wisest man alive. _. Landon smiled at the performers who were jumping before him. As I said, some of your points are valid, but the rules remain. Silence. Instantly, everyone's smiles turned into frowns. What did His Majesty mean? What the hell? After receiving all their praises, he still turned around and rejected their offer? What sort of shameless person was this? Their bodies trembled with rage when they looked at Landon. They felt like he had just been playing with them all along. They had intentionally given them hope just to take it back. And this alone made them grit their teeth and clench their fists in fury. Your Majesty, Landon Barn, aren't you a bit too much? Viscount Fabian felt the most embarrassed out of the rest. It was as if he had been talking to himself all this time, because His Majesty hadn't registered any of it at all. If he could, he honestly wanted to squeeze the life out of this little imp right about now. But who made him inferior in terms of rank? Fabian took a deep breath and calmed his nerves. Maybe the brat didn't fully understand his point. After all, Landon never had slaves serve him, so maybe he didn't know their importance? Yes, that must be it. With his mind set back on track, Fabian broadly smiled at the little imp again. Your Majesty, pardon me for being blunt, but does your esteemed self not understand the role of these slaves? I do. Then why? Fabian asked. In truth, his anger had flared up again when he heard Landon's answer. If the little monster knew their use, then why didn't he agree? It looked like Landon was hell-bent on going against him in this matter, and he would never let it go. Your Majesty, if we let them go, then who will run our households and businesses for us? Viscount Fabian. If I recall, under that specific law abolishing slavery, there were several clauses written there too, right? Yes, Your Majesty. But no buts, Viscount. I specifically instructed that all slaves should be paid for their labor. So isn't that problem already solved? But if we do that, then wouldn't they be peasants? Only peasants get paid. But they are slaves. Exactly my point, Viscount. Slavery will no longer exist. So if you want them to keep working for you, then pay them according to Baymard's minimum wage requirements. That's the whole point. And may I remind you all that no abuse of any sort should fall in these people, or else you and your entire household will only have yourselves to blame. As for the issue about returning the aminu you sent on buying them, I truly apologize for my negligence. So starting tomorrow, every one of you should bring forth your slave contracts here and get a refund on what is left on their lives. But in my opinion, there should be no refunds at all. Firstly, the price of a single slave is too cheap. By standard, with 1,000 copper coins, one can get 3 or 4 illiterate slaves. And it will only be 1 or 2 literate slaves for the same price. And even though the slave contracts state that the slaves will have to serve you for 10 to 20 and even 50 years, within 2 months, the work they render alone is enough to cover their original buying price. From the mending of clothes to doing laundry, cooking, cleaning the toilets, scrubbing the floors and even chopping wood. These people work 24 hours a day. When you all wake up, they have to wake up too. And no matter when you need them, they have to be there to serve you. Some serve your daughters as maids and sleep on the floor outside their bedchambers just in case the ladies need something at night. Their job is round the clock for you all. So no matter how much food or clothing you have provided these slaves, in my eyes, they have already paid what they owed you in full. That said, it was negligence on my part to not properly explain it to you all. Now, let me make something clear. I expect every one of you to return the slave contracts immediately, and forget about any refunds because there will be none. If you truly want to keep them, then after returning their slave contracts pay them as requested, since they will be free citizens. This is Baymard, and no longer Arkadine. So I hope that all of you will get this through your thick skulls. Landon said coldly. Everyone was greatly stimulated by Landon, as many couldn't accept these rules. Some of them were slave traders, while others were not ready to spend large amounts of money to pay their slaves for labor. They were already spending huge amounts to maintain their knights. So why should they waste money on these slaves? Damn it, damn it, damn it. What stupid human rights? Who has those rights ever helped to with that? How could they allow themselves to lose so much money? No, they would never allow it, over their dead bodies. Chapter 718. Your Majesty, pick one. Everyone was blinking inside when they thought of how much money they would lose because of these dumb rules. Their estates had hundreds and thousands of slaves alone that did everything for them and the other branch members in their clan. So if they started paying these slaves, wouldn't their income drastically reduce? They already had to pay their knights heavily, as well as ensure that their wives and children get the best clothes and other luxuries goods. Additionally, several of them were branch leaders of their noble clan, so there were many more nobles in the clan estate that needed money for their monthly upkeep and daily needs too. The reason they got slaves and not hired peasants was because it was 100 times cheaper to buy slaves than to pay people monthly. Just a few coins, and these people's lives will belong to them for as long as they desired. 30 years, 50 years, or 100 years. These people will work under their clan until they said otherwise. So slaves were just perfect for them. And even if there were no slave traders around, some peasants would willingly sell their dead relatives' children for just a few coins. This was a perfect transaction. The lives of those stinky slaves would belong to them. Even if they stabbed, killed, raped or abused these people, no one would ever point a finger at them. But now, His Majesty was saying that these people had rights and deserved to be treated well and paid. What a load of crap. What about them? What about their feelings as nobles? How was any of this fair? In their minds, there were the victims here. Especially those who owned slave trading businesses. What were they supposed to do now? Change their profession? Not a chance. No way. They would never allow this to happen. Your Majesty, we don't agree with you. That's right. Just because we have been courteous to you doesn't mean that you can push us around as you want. We are Arkadinian nobles and not Baymardians. So we have no obligations to listen to you. You didn't conquer this land by battle, and we haven't received any letter from our king. So how can we be sure that you were lying when you said that this was given to you by our king? We have pledged our loyalty to Arkadina. So why should we now follow you? Do you want us to rebel? We come from noble families back in the capital, and our residences here are branch families of those mighty families. So how can we separate from our ancestral home back in the capital? What you're asking us to do is a taboo, and we will never agree to it. Yes, this is Arkadina and not Baymard, so you have no right over us. Viscount Fabian squinted his eyes and sneered at Landon. That's right. Before coming here, he and those who opposed Landon had already come up with the perfect strategy to counterattack Landon if the rules weren't changed. So they were sure that even if they retaliated, everything would still go according to their main plan or backup plan. They all looked at Landon ruthlessly. Since he didn't want to take their olive branch, then so be it. Viscount Fabian was the main head that speared this retaliation. After doing their research, they knew that Landon was a foolish principled man who wouldn't kill a whim like Alec. And since they had indeed pledged their loyalty to Arkadina, then why did they need to follow him through? More still, they all knew Alec Barn would never give up any land to Baymard. Additionally, no war has been fought to make them concede as a real man should. So who was Landon fooling by telling that obvious lie? This town was Arkadina's property, and not Baymard's. So their backup plan was to stick their guts out about their loyalty to Arkadina, since they knew that Landon wouldn't touch them. Because if he ever did, their clan would make the matter huge and make up several allegations against Landon. The little imp could only blame himself for acting too self-righteous. Fabian smiled merrily when he thought of how smart he was. Your Majesty Landon, we all swore an oath to be loyal towards Arkadina till the day we die. So are you asking us to betray our empire when you haven't subdued us with battle? Do you see us as cowardly men who would do as you say on a whim? How can we who are proud Arkadinian nobles follow you without a fight? Your Majesty, even you have to agree that this is an insult to us. Landon listened to Fabian's heroic speech and chuckled. Oh, then why didn't you mention all this when you were praising me earlier on? Silence. Everyone looked around the room awkwardly. How could they say that this was their backup plan? Anyway, since they were here, then there was no going back. Your Majesty, surely you jest. We had wanted to bring that up, but the timing was never right. You don't say. Your Majesty. Even though we've all pledged our allegiance to Arkadina, we only gave you respect because you were once an Arkadinian prince. Your Majesty. Since King Alec had openly accepted you back and allowed all Arkadinians to visit Baymard, we only chose to stay here and give you a bit of support. In short, we would have overlooked the fact that you were robbing our Akkadian land if you had just agreed to abolish these ridiculous rules of yours. But since you don't want to, then you leave us with no choice. Your Majesty, you of all people should know that we the nobles here have all the knights and guards within this town within our camps. We make sure that the town is safe, and we also provide business as well. We know everything about this town and are the reason why the town can flourish to this level. So it's safe to assume that without us, your plans for development might not come to pass. After all, you and your men have been requesting for us to provide ample workers to aid in this development plan of yours. So your Majesty can see how important we truly are here. That said, if you don't agree to our request, then we will truly withdraw from this town with our forces and report your actions to Alec Barn himself. And I believe you of all people should know how terrifying he can be when he gets mad. Immediately. So your Majesty, what's it going to be? You pick. Chapter 719 Final Decision. So your Majesty, what's it going to be? You pick. Viscount Fabian coldly. For him, nobles and merchants were the backbones of all towns and cities. If they took all their forces away, then how would the economy grow? The restaurants, stores and whatnot were all owned by them. So if they closed down these places, then wouldn't all these people need to travel towards Baymard for 2.5 weeks just to get there daily? weekly or monthly supplies. Undoubtedly, this will definitely make these peasants even more dissatisfied with Landon if they left. With no stores or businesses around, their lives will turn gloomy. Both peasants and slaves were simple-minded people that could be swayed in whatever direction they wanted them to. If these people faced real starvation or faced any sort of crisis, they would yearn for the days when these nobles were here, even if it meant that they needed to be abused by them. Additionally, if they ever left, who was going to protect this town? Yes, there was a town lord here, but the idiot had very few forces under him and was just their puppet. They were the real ones running the town. Their men were more trained and skilled than those from the town lord, and so far, the number of Baymardian warriors soldiers that they had seen in and out of the town were too little in number to fight any major attacks like hundreds of bandits or gang members that planned on invading the town. With those petty numbers, how could these Baymardians ever dream of protecting this town? What was worse was that these warriors didn't even carry swords at all. The whole thing, coupled with the fact that Landon didn't even battle them for the town, made them truly believe that his forces were weak. Again, their biggest leverage was Alec. Once their king knew what this unfilial son of his was up to, he would definitely want to strangle her to death. And just the mere mention of Alec should scare Landon silly. So they were sure that the little imp would choose to compromise on this one. But how could they have known that Alec had been destroyed ages ago? When Alec came down here earlier on, he had traveled discreetly through the forest. And even at that, no one knew that he had already battled with Landon. In short, it was as if he never came at all. They were just low-class nobles compared to the high-ranking nobles that Alec usually communicated with. So why would their king pay attention to them or relay his plans with them who were branch members in this town? They knew absolutely nothing of Alec's capture or death. He had just been executed not long ago, so the news hadn't even left Arcadina's central region yet. Talk less about it traveling down the western regions. Soon, they would find out that their well-prepared plan was a joke in Landon's eyes. Did the fact that he sent small batches of people down here bi-weekly make them think that there weren't enough people to protect, or even assist in doing business here in Mender Town? Hey, what a bunch of greedy fools. Landon looked at them, placed his hand on his chin and frowned as if he were deep in thought. Just seeing his expression, everyone knew that he was hooked. Now, he only had one option, and that was to follow their command if he didn't want Alec to know of his land-robbing escapade. Maybe they could even ask Landon for huge sums of hush money too. Ah! Long live His Majesty, Alec Barn. Landon, who was still deep in thought, suddenly smiled broadly at them. Right. You all are big and powerful nobles here in Mender Town. The stores, businesses, safety and other aspects of Mender City are all owned by you and can never be overlooked. So what other choice do I have? Seniors, I've decided, Landon said calmly, and everyone's eyes lit up merrily. Ha ha ha. That's right, Your Majesty. We are just doing this for your protection. HMHM. Baron Cloger speaks the truth. We just want to help you hide your deeds from His Majesty Alec Barn. So this is really for your sake, Your Majesty. I understand, seniors. Since you all don't like the rules, then you won't have to follow them. His Majesty is wise. Many thanks, Your Majesty. All right. There's no need to thank me. You see, I don't like to owe any favors. So since you all did this from the kindness of your hearts and don't want my father to know, then how can I sleep well at night? Your kindness has truly touched my soul. That's why I've divided that you won't have to follow these rules. Yes, since every one of you will leave this town, then the rules won't apply to you, no? Haha. Yes, Your Majesty. What? Question mark. Once again, everyone truly couldn't believe their ears. Damn it, blame them for not learning their lesson from earlier on. Son of a BCH. Your Majesty, do you know what you are saying? Do you take our treats as nothing? Without us, do you think that you will be able to properly run or protect these people when you can't even send enough men down here? Do you think that we won't report this matter to His Majesty Alec Barn just because you are his son? Fabian roared angrily. Why are you all mad? Didn't you give me a choice earlier on? Well then, this king has made his decision, and if you like, go report it to my father. If you can, Landon said with a sly smile on his face. As for the matter of him sending a few people down here in batches, that was because he only did this so that these nobles could let their guards down and see him as weak. And now, they had kicked themselves out without him forcing them to leave. Who asked them to give him an ultimatum? In their eyes, compared to Arkadina, Baymard was too small in size. And no one truly knows anything about Baymard's forces and its size. Other than the guards around, many would assume that Baymard probably had just enough to protect its capital city and not enough to take care of these new territories. So he sent out a few, but effective men towards each town, city and village. And all the rebels were starting to fall into his trap. If they wanted to blame anyone, then they could just blame themselves. Of course, it was true that they were now William's men, and their army belonged to William since they pledged their oath of loyalty towards Arkadina. So they had to go. Chapter 720 Traitor. The air was filled with tension, as everyone glared at Landon furiously. In their minds, they had already come up with the perfect plan, which involved Alec kicking Landon's 100 times over. One should know that many of them were clanheads and elders within their branch families here. So how could they leave their easygoing, rewarding and honorable positions just like that? Moreover, just a 5-hour journey towards Baymard's direction outside the town. One would find a large copper mine there. These noble branch families all had certain percentages from every copper ore that came out of the mine. Their men had been there 24 hours a day just to dig out and transport these prez to them. Their wealth had tripled over the past decades. So how could they let all of this go? Additionally, why should they abandon their clan properties and estates just because this little imp said so? Did he know how big their clan estate and property was? There were about 9 elders in most clans, and these elders had at least 1,540 other nobles within their fraction who all lived in the same estate with them and aided in overlooking their businesses or carrying out certain assignments for the main elders. Again, each noble might have married 2 or 3 wives and had children too. Not to talk of the thousands of knights under their estates. And if one added up all the horses for these knights and the slaves to take care of every little thing in their clan. Did this little imp actually know how large their clan properties were? It was ridiculous for them to leave them behind. No way. As the victims here, why should they leave? Of eyes could kill, Landon would already be dead by now. They wanted him dead. Your Majesty Landon Barn, are you trying to force us to leave all we have behind just like that? Isn't this too much? What is the difference between this and robbery? Fabian bellowed angrily, and Landon on the other hand just looked at the angry bird before him playfully. Why should this king rob you? Unlike the rest of you, this king is an honest man who wouldn't steal from beggars. So your clan's properties will be bought up front by this king. Look, isn't this king great? Just look at how compassionate I am towards you all. Yes, this king is truly too kind. Everyone was made speechless by Landon, who praises themselves over and over again like this. They had the urge to beat him up until his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him anymore. Fabian clenched his fists furiously when he saw Landon's casual attitude. I don't believe it. I don't believe that I can't correct this arrogant prick. Just who the does he think he is? I was already making a name for myself when he was still sucking on his mother's bosom. So who is he? A former abandoned prince to challenge me? Screw this. I will have this little to the very end. Fabian thought this must have been sent by his enemies to anger him to death. Fabian took a deep breath and calmed himself again. He was trying his very best not to lose his temper when talking to this son of a BCH. Your Majesty, do you think that money can solve everything? We, as proud Arkadinian nobles, have other things that we care about other than our properties. So even if you buy them from us, we still won't leave. Oh, and why is that? Because there are more important things than money. Like the copper mine? Everyone looked at Landon curiously. How did he know about the mine? They had been hiding its existence ever since. So how did he know? Was there a traitor or a spy amongst them? Everyone quickly looked at the 26-year-old town lord who was shivering beside Landon. Was it this little SH head who told him? The poor innocent town lord beside Landon almost wanted to cry when he felt everyone's gaze. He was innocent all right. Baron Jamison patted his already damp handkerchief anxiously. All this time, he had been shivering from how tense the room was getting. He was very timid by nature and had always done whatever these nobles requested him to do. What other choice did he have? Nonetheless, even though he was timid, this was his town, and he truly wanted it to grow. That was why he cooperated with Landon earnestly. He had already seen the sealed document that transferred the land to Baymard. But when he previously told those nobles about it, they didn't believe him at all. How could Alec Barn give out his property? Impossible for them. He had been fooled and the documents were fake. Plus if it was real, then why didn't Landon allow them to see it as well? Each time they requested to see it, one story or another came out from these Baymardians. The stories were too ridiculous to believe. One time, they said that a dog chewed on it, and another time, they said that it had been accidentally washed during laundry. Who would believe them? Everything made them believe that these documents never existed in the first place. To them, Landon was just a con man who wanted to first gain their trust and loyalty before fully acquiring the land. That was probably why he focused on developing the place and acted like a good Samaritan here and there. And only stupid lowly men that Jamison would believe these Baymardians. So with all that said, coupled with the fact that they knew their king's real nature and no news had arrived from Alec, they were sure that it was a lie. But Jamison believed in what he saw and still worked with Landon. Their puppet had betrayed them. Jamison truly wanted to cry. What betrayal, after getting their warnings over these past few weeks. He had never talked about the copper mine or any other important things that concerned these nobles. All he did was help in recording how many people were in his town, as well as help in hiring people who could work alongside these Baymardians and build wooden structures. In fact, he had been concerned with development and hadn't even snitched on these people once. So why was he targeted? Jamison, really innocent guys. Nobles, shut up you traitor. Jamison, ttttt. Jamison felt suffocated under their hateful glares. Over the years, he had been a puppet for many of the nobles here since they had powerful forces and came from powerful clans that had a strong holding within Arcadina's capital city. And there was nothing he could do about it. All his life, he had known just how mediocre he was when compared to other nobles. One should know that there were more than 45,000 different villages, cities and towns in Arcadina, and many of these locations had a massive number of nobles living in them. Be it nobles and rich merchants who owned restaurants, slave businesses, stores and whatnot. One could find them within many cities and towns, and at times within some villages too. So Mender Town, there were many nobles too. And even though he was the town lord, he was very weak and had way fewer forces than the rest. That's why he had been their puppet. Firstly, he was too young and had to be extra careful, lest they kill his wife and children. One should know that he only got the position of town lord because he was his father's only surviving son. So all he could do was keep his head low and allow these mighty nobles push him around in whatever direction they chose. But now, there was hope for him to be rescued from his puppet cage. The moment he saw the seal on the document, his eyes became blinded with hope. Maybe he had truly seen it wrong, but his mind was already filled with hope that a self-righteous and straightforward person like Landon could own the land. So he couldn't wait for this whole thing to end. Only he knew what he had been going through at the hands since he succeeded his late father. And now, there was hope. Additionally, His Majesty also sent some men to protect him and his family 24 hours a day. So how could he not be grateful? Landon secretly glanced at Jamison and sighed. This 26-year-old baron needed more training. Even though he was a good man by nature, he was too weak-hearted. Nonetheless, he believed that with time, the little lord will become strong. As for the nobles and merchants before him, it was time to get things straightened up. Chapter 721. Mr. Nice Guy Fabian looked at Jamison and scoffed. He would deal with this traitor later on. But for now, he had to take Landon out first. Since he knew of the mine's existence, then they had to act fast. Your Majesty, if I were you, I would act smartly. Do you really think that you can win us if we go to battle? Corona will not help you in this matter. So you will have to battle us with the few people you have if it comes down to it. And we all know how that will turn out. So as your elder, I advise you to not disgrace yourself and yield wisely, because we, the nobles of Mender Town, will fight you in this matter. We will not leave Mender City. Not now, not ever. Fabian bellowed loudly, and instantly, the other nobles arrogantly lifted their chins and felt their fighting sports rise even further. That's right, Your Majesty. With our forces combined, you won't stand a chance. So this is our last warning to you as a former Arcadian prince. Yes, we will battle it out with you for the ownership of that copper mine. HMHM. We will do our best to fight for His Majesty Alec Barnes' copper mine. Landon almost rolled his eyes while listening to them. Who were they trying to fool? Please, leave my father out of this, alright? If you all decide to go against me, then you will lose the chance to sell your properties. And when that chance is gone, your fates might not be as easy as they are now. That said, are you all still willing to go against me? Of course. Who are you trying to bluff? Your Majesty Landon Barn, do you think that we were born yesterday? Do your worse. They all spoke angrily when they heard Landon's warning. Puyi, who was he pretending for? Everyone knows that Baymard doesn't have that many knights to begin with, and all their help comes from Corona. Yes, this was a fact that everyone within the Pino continent knew of. The newly established Baymardian Empire had never gone to war or fought battles because of Corona's protection. That's why they could sit there peacefully. But how could Fabian have known that he was wrong? Contrary to what they believe, Baymard had already gone to war. But they had always closed their borders and prevented the news from leaking out. In short, even when Alec and his men had attacked Baymard, those who saw Alec's army whilst on their way to Riverdale City, were later told that the army was just a group of nobles and their forces that came to visit Landon officially. Of course many believed the news because no one had seen any dead bodies anyway. And just like that, Baymard had always covered up there when battling. Even those who saw Noplin's fleet and stopped their trip to Baymard, also received word that those ships only came for visitation alone. At first they were confused, but they soon believed it because there were no signs of any wrecked ships around. Additionally, many people said that the coastal port only closed down because of some dangerous sea creatures. And the next day when they left Baymard, the sea was clean with no debris or shipwrecks at sight. So of course they would believe it. At this point, many across the Pino continent believed that Baymard never experienced any battles because of Corona's protection. But sooner or later, they would realize how wrong they were. Especially Nopline, Ulrich and others who tried to go against those under Landon's protection. In fact, the entire capital of Terik would soon realize just what Baymard could do. And the truth might only be revealed months later. But by then, it would be too late for these nobles before Landon who assumed that he was weak. For now, all their masks had been torn, so there was no going back. They had to fight for His Majesty Alec Barn. In Fabian's mind, the few men that Baymard had were all used to protect its empire. That was probably why just a tiny fraction of people were sent out to their town. And when he thought about it more, he felt more confident in his plans because over the years, Arcadina had done some pretty bold stuff towards Corona. But Corona had never retaliated because Arcadina was ridiculously large, overpopulated and had 40% more forces than Corona. So even if he acted against Lanson, he would say that he was acting in Alec's interest. In that way, Corona wouldn't dare to retaliate in the slightest. Who would want to face Alec's wrath? Again, there were a total of 6 main clan branch families here. But because they were branch families, they had just about 4,000 knights in each clan. Nonetheless, if they join forces, how could Landon be their equal? He didn't believe that Landon would be ready to face a force of 24,000 people without Karina's help. He, the fool, had no one to blame but himself. Yes, they would fight that to death if they have to. After all, they are fighting for their king as well. Fabian was now in a good mood when he thought about it again. His Majesty Alec Barnes' name was really powerful. Alec, can you all let me rest in peace? TT. Landon looked at the group before him and smirked. Since they wanted to do so much, then his brother William shouldn't blame him too much, right? Fabian felt more irritated when he looked at Landon's calm expression. Your Majesty, I'm going nowhere. You will have to personally drag me out before I can leave this town. Yeah? You'll have to drag us out before we leave. That's right. Okay, as you wish. Everyone, Your Majesty. Why can't you follow the script? Will begging us kill you? Landon couldn't be bothered by them and decided to grant their wish as soon as possible. So he turned towards one of the Baymardian soldiers in the room. Captain Flint. From now on, there's no need to hide in the shadows anymore. So tell the move to move out immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Oh. And one thing. Since I'm a nice guy, I want you to make sure that they get their wish as well. I want them dragged out of the town too. Everyone else, Chapter 722 A New Beginning. Fabian and the rest looked at Landon in a daze before finally coming back to their senses. And by the time they had realized what was going on, several Baymardian soldiers burst into the room like locusts. Bam! Everyone, get on your knees now. Instantly, some of the nobles did as they were told when they saw fully covered soldiers burst in with strange weapons in their hands. They were really confused about how these people knew when to burst into the room. But of course, the orders were sent out by walkie-talkie by one of the Baymardian soldiers in the room. Additionally, they didn't notice that while Landon had been talking to them, he had also been making several hand signals to his men to tell the rest in hiding to quickly surround the building. Since all the major forces were gathered here, how could he not take advantage of this and deal with them all at once? These nobles quickly did as they were told and knelt in fury. You can't do this to us. We are Arcadian men, and we refuse to go down without a fight. That's right. Aren't you ashamed of using this sneak attack on us? What sort of cowardly king are you? How can you use us as hostages? If you're a real man, then let us go and battle us head-on. Yeah? If you let us go, then we promise to let you walk out of Mender Town without a scratch. We have more forces combined than you do, so let us go and make it easier for yourself. You let us go. Let us go. Let us go. Landon looked at them without a hint of emotions on his face. YY. Everyone felt like they had been slapped on the face by Landon's comment. And before they could react, the massive silver door opened once more and in came some battered-looking men. Bam! Plop! Several battered-looking men were tossed into the room by some of the Baymardian soldiers. Of course, the battered men in question were the guards of these nobles who previously surrounded the building while waiting for their masters. Though they were standing outside peacefully and even cracking several jokes here and there. And out of nowhere, men who had perfectly blended in with their surroundings took them down in a flash. Some of them were attacked by witches and warlocks that made them fall asleep, while others were knocked in the head and attacked brutally. Those that fell asleep were tied and left outside, while those that were attacked were sent into the room to meet their masters. They looked as if they had just come out of a boxing match. Their bodies had red swollen spots on them, which indicated that they had been punched violently, and their faces looked like it needed some plastic surgery. Those who saw them couldn't help but wonder if some sort of war had broken outside, or if they had entered a fight club or something. Seeing their own men thrown into the room, they looked at them in disdain. What were they paying them if they were still this weak? What a bunch of trash. Now they only hoped for backup to rescue them, even though they knew that it wouldn't be happening anytime soon. At least not until those from their clans noticed their sudden disappearance. After all, as elders, they had numerous appointments and schedules daily. So if they missed an appointment, someone might rush to their clan to look for them. And depending on how important that appointment was, the person would be sent over here. Heavens! They hoped that someone would notice soon, but how could they have imagined that their clans were currently in a mess right now? For them, it was just too impossible for Landon to attack them all at once. Landon sneered and released his murderous aura. And immediately, many trembled and some even peed themselves. Do you all take this king as a fool? First, you tried to deceive this king into removing the rules. Then, you threatened the king again. Tell me, shouldn't this kind just kill you all now? Don't kill us, Your Majesty. We are just worthless beings and aren't important enough to get your attention. We are ants. Just useless ants. Yes, Your Majesty. It was the devil who tempted us. Why? Everyone was really scared and trembled hard as if their lives depended on it. They looked nothing like the proud men who previously lashed out. Oh, how the tables have turned. Landon looked at them and scoffed. I, as a righteous king with a noble character, decided to listen to your concerns and help you settle into the new rules. But none of you liked my efforts. So I decided to send you all away after buying your properties fair and square. But once again, you decided to go against me and challenge me. Hey, so you really think that I have no forces to crush you all? Throughout these past few weeks, my men have been watching your properties in hiding. They had already infiltrated your estates both inside and outside, and were just waiting for my command to make a move. You see, I only wanted to give you all a chance to come clean with me and aid me in developing this town. Oh, and maybe you don't know this, but Arcadina has a new ruler now, so your old king is no longer king. Impossible. His Majesty Alec Barn himself declared that he wouldn't leave the throne for the next 5 to 10 years. Fabian exclaimed in surprise. Everyone felt like they were dreaming when they listened on. What new king? HMHM. The old man did say that, but now things are different, Landon said while taking out the original document. And the moment the nobles saw it, they knew that it was true. However, they couldn't help wondering why the Baymardians came up with several excuses earlier on when they asked to see it. When they thought about it more and saw Landon's sly smile, they knew they had been had. That said, your new king had personally issued a letter requesting that if you all don't want to work with me, then you all have to leave with your forces and head straight for Arcadina's capital. So since you've sworn an oath to be loyal to Arcadina, then you have to go. No? And because you dared to threaten this sovereign, then you will leave your properties behind and even all the wealth in your treasuries. Everything within your clan now belongs to Baymard. Additionally, you will only be allowed to leave with just a few coins, carriages, all your clothes and carriages too. Now you can start a brand new life in the capital. Isn't that great? TSK. I had warned you earlier on about the consequences of challenging me, so you have no one else to blame but yourselves. Men, drag them out. And as for Viscount Fabian, lock him up. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 723 Impending Danger. Blup. Those who heard Landon's commands knew that it was over. No. What had they gotten themselves into? Before, they had a chance to sell their properties to Landon and still live lavishly when they entered their clans back in Arcadina's capital. But now, they've lost this opportunity, which made them feel like crying. One should know that even though they lived big here, back in the capital, they were nothing. In their clans, their voices as branch members were never heard and no one considered their feelings at all. So if they left with large amounts of money, they would be able to pocket a great amount of it, while giving their clans a portion of the money for the property that Landon bought. At least, they would have been able to embezzle a substantial amount and secretly build their forces. But now, not only would Landon not be buying these properties from them, he would also take all the wealth in their treasuries. Did anyone know how much those were? These nobles and merchants here had large chunks of copper ores in their treasuries, as well as several piles of coins, jewelry, and precious gems too. Sure, The amount of wealth that they had gathered over the years wasn't anywhere near that of those within the cities or those from the super wealthy. But as a branch family, what they had collected was just too much. And that was because they had been selling copper from the mines and secretly embezzling some of the profits before it got sent to the main clan in the capital. So their wealth was something that would shock other branch families. That was probably why they as branch members could afford to have as many knights as they did. But now, they had to leave all that wealth that they had accumulated behind for Landon to reap its benefits. Everyone's eyes turned red when they thought about it. Who gave them the guts to go against Landon? When Landon released his murderous aura, no one dared to look him in the eye while he spoke. Not even Fabian. Fear crept into their hearts as they thought that Landon would really kill them off. Some even started praying for them to be dragged out peacefully. And just like that, their ancestors had answered their prayers, because the moment Landon said that they would be dragged away and sent out of Mender Town alive, many quickly kowtowed and thanked their ancestors gratefully, who said that prayers didn't work. Look, weren't they saved from this monster? At this point, they truly wanted to slap their former selves. What gave them the guts to go against him? They thought that he was weak. But only now did they know that he might have been holding back all this while. As expected, a dragon like His Majesty Alec could only produce another dragon. They would never go against him again. And as they were dragged out, they still thanked Landon non-stop. Thank you, O Wise One, for your grace. Thank you, O Most Majestic One, for sparing this lowly one's life. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Landon looked at the nobles who were currently dragged out and felt like he might have damaged their brain circuits. The entire thing was just too funny. They didn't even struggle as the soldiers dragged out in different positions. It looked like they had finally accepted their fates. As for Fabian, since he was the one who led the entire thing, then he as their leader had to get them jailed. At least in this way, the prison will have another new inmate. And from what Landon knew of, Fabian wouldn't be the last inmate from these new territories. Yup, there were other nobles who were retaliating within the other towns and cities around. So everyone leading all resistant groups would join Fabian later on. As to why he couldn't kill every one of them, if he did, that would be over 200 or more within all these newly acquired territories. Their families and children might want revenge and make a mountain out of nothing. And this would undoubtedly anger their head clans back in the capital. Landon wasn't afraid of their revenge. But this will give William a lot of issues if all noble clans want him to defend them as his people. One should know that Arkadina and Baymard already had a treaty with one another. So he couldn't just kill people just like that. There were too many diplomatic things at stake here. That's why he chose to only imprison the leaders and drive the rest along with their massive armies out of these new territories. Just Mender Town alone had about 24,000 knights combined from all these nobles. Then what more of the other towns and cities? Luckily, just the sheer number of slaves that these nobles had bought was far much more than their army alone. So without a doubt, recruiting these slaves into the army or police academy was a must. And while that went on, more soldiers had to be deployed to protect these new territories too. As for these nobles, now that they had seen the seal and heard Landon's words, they knew that they had to take their men and leave immediately. They had to go to the capital and report their return to their new king as stated in the document. Again, Landon seemed to be on good terms with their new king, so they might by stabbing themselves in the leg if they retaliated. Plus now, they felt like Landon might truly have enough forces to take them down. That said, they weren't stupid enough to try anything funny. And now that this had been taken care of, Landon's murderous aura died down and he calmly looked at Jamison with a broad smile on his face. Jamison, who saw this, felt like Landon was too good at pretending to be a sheep when he was actually a wolf. Luckily, he was smart and chose the right team, or else wouldn't he have turned out like the rest. Only he and two others stuck by Landon all this time. So now, there were only 3 noble families left in the entire town. Baron Jamison silently thanked his ancestors for giving him a good vision. No matter what, he would never betray this sleeping monster. Landon looked at Jamison and smiled. Jamison, are you and the men ready? Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone had already gathered 2 hours ago and wait. But, Your Majesty, are you sure that it can be done? I mean no disrespect, but this problem has been killing my ancestors and the people for many years now. It is very deadly, and no one has been able to figure it out. Right, Jamison. It's dangerous and deadly. But I have a way. Now let's go. Chapter 724. The Witch's Pet. Jamison looked at Landon's confident smile and firmed his heart. Since His Majesty said that he could do it, then why not have more faith? Now, he had become a true town lord, so he should do his best and not disappoint His Majesty. Landon Barn. Thinking like this, he puffed up his chest and followed Landon seriously. As for the matter with the nobles, Landon couldn't be bothered with them anymore. His men would tackle with it from here on out since he had other important things to worry about. With that, he and Jamison made their way towards another end of the town and stopped at a newly constructed 2-story wooden house. Welcome, Your Majesty. Welcome. Everyone greeted enthusiastically. These soldiers have been staying in Mender Town all this time. So when they got Landon's letter last week, they quickly did their best to collect as much information about the problem at hand. And their findings alone were truly shocking. Landon and Jamison were led toward a moderately sized office on the 2nd floor. There, they met with 2 other captains for a brief meeting. Bam. The door was shut tightly. Your Majesty, the locals say that this beast is a deadly one that lives within a cave which they call Pandora, which was named after a certain witch thousands of years ago. Many of the old folks in town all describe that cave to have some sort of monsters that carry the witch's power. It's said that the creature seems to only like darkness since no one has ever seen it out of the cave during the daytime. Unfortunately, it seems to move out a lot during the night, especially during this period. It's said that the creature hibernates for close to 10 months within the year, and chooses to wake up only around this time. So many children, farmers and passerbys have lost their lives during the last few decades. And just 2 weeks ago, the creature already began making its move. Captain Thomas said hoarsely. The more he spoke, the more frightened Jamison was. He was a native, born and bred in this town, so he knew just how terrifying this creature was. His elder brother, who should have been town lord, had died while trying to save this town and take care of the creature, while he, on the other hand, as cowardly as he was, had survived. This was the most regretful and shameful experience of his life. He was right there when it all happened, and he couldn't even help his brother who was swallowed up by the beast. His brother was a hero. A single teardrop fell from Jamison's eyes when he recalled this buried memory. Hopefully, he would be able to avenge his brother. Your Majesty, even though we've heard a lot of stories about the creature, not many people have actually seen the creature's full appearance, as they were either running for their lives in the dark. Luckily, Baron Jamison had seen the creature clearly and gave us a drawing of what it looked like. Captain Siddle said while passing on some drawings to Landon. Landon took them from Sindel before thanking Jamison for cooperating as well. Your Majesty, no need to thank me. It's what I should be doing. Plus, I also have a bone to pick with it too, Jamison said sadly. This brother's death had always been a shadow in his heart. He knew very well that if his brother hadn't pushed him out of the way, he would have been the one in that beast's belly. His brother, father and countless knights died that night, and he survived and became a puppet for the other nobles in town. There was never a chance for revenge. But now, things were different. Landon looked at the sketch silently. It was 80% similar to the system zone. To put it simply, this creature wasn't any witch's creation or pet. Nope. It was just an animal that was about to go extinct. These creatures bore the same name as the cave and the witch. They were also called Pandoras for thousands of years. And way before people noticed them, these creatures used to be abundant. But just like other species that went extinct over time, ages ago, some sort of disaster happened that made them dwindle in numbers rapidly. Their numbers decreased from thousands to hundreds to 10. And now, only 3 of them were left in the entire world. These creatures could live for 170 years before dying, which was really scary. Luckily for everyone else, The last female died decades ago, so all the surviving ones were males. And without anyone killing them, their kind would still go extinct. Anyway, Landon would never save them whether they were precious or not. It just wasn't worth it if they could do this much damage. The heavens had decided to end their lives and the system told him that they must all die. So who was he to against his boss? Goodbye Pangeras. That said, the creature was truly terrifying. It was a mix of a cockroach, centipede and a bat. To put it more simply, it looked like the giant monster in Men in Black Eye. Except that it had the legs of a centipede but stronger, and had some features of bats, like its ears. It was as tall and wide as a construction truck. But because of its strong and many legs, its speed was ridiculous. Additionally, it could roll itself up in a ball and launch a force attack at its enemies as if it were a bowling ball. It hated the daylight because it was completely blind then. That's why fire had saved the lives of some of these locals who lived to tell the tale. For sure, the creature typically hibernates during cold seasons because most creatures around its vicinity hardly came out then. So looking for food was always hardest during cold seasons when compared to warm seasons that had both humans and animals travel out further from their comfort zones. It hibernated for 10 months and stayed up for 2. And now that these Pangeras were awake, they had quickly started causing havoc around these parts. They had to do something. And fast. Chapter 725 The Deadly Pangeras. Everyone listened to the report and felt a sense of crisis. Your Majesty, so far, over 10 people have been reported missing. Some of them are farmers who have some fields outside the town. Their families said that they typically returned after 10 p.m. But for the past couple of days, they haven't shown up at all. Of course we quickly told everyone to stay in town at all times until we deal with this matter. But we suspect that they have been taken by these Pangeras. So we have to act now, Your Majesty. Because from the reports, it looks like these creatures go out to hunt every night. I agree, Your Majesty. For the past few weeks, the men have been training hard to take down these Pangeras. Now, we await only your orders. At this point, Captain Thomas and Captain Sindel were very eager to take down these creatures. One should know that they were in charge of security here. So the complaints and safety issues only made them feel a little incompetent. Sure, these people were already used to the fact that these creatures could kill and do as they pleased. But to the captains, this was still a failure on their part for such a thing to happen under their nostrils. Baymard tasked itself with being the safest place on the continent. So how could such a thing happen within Baymard? They would never let these creatures continuously swallow up people as if they were eating dessert or something. Your Majesty, if I may. These creatures are known as the witch pets that have strong bonds with the devil. They are stupidly strong, fast and have taken down many knights. So you can see how powerful they are. That's why I think that we should take a few more days or weeks to plan out a perfect attack. Jamison said seriously. It wasn't that he was belittling Landon and his men. But when he remembered how his late father had planned an attack for over 3 weeks and had still lost his life, alongside his brother and a few others, he knew that these Pangeras were not to be trifled with. So he just didn't want Landon and his men to lose their lives like that. Landon saw through Jamison's worries and smiled. Jamison, do you know how I became king and succeeded in making Baymard what it is today? No, Your Majesty. I was able to do all this because of my belief, my judgment and my team. Cough. And the system. Jamison, I will never do what I'm not sure of. So you have nothing to fear? Phew. For a moment, I thought Your Majesty would attack these creatures today. Yup. Right. Like I said, he'll never do anything I'm not sure of. Don't worry, we'll win. Jamison looked at Landon in a daze. That's it. His Majesty had lost it. That was the only other explanation for His Majesty's behavior. Landon and his captains just smiled in response to Jamison's worries. They had been secretly preparing for weeks now. So wasn't it already time to act? This was one of the reasons why Landon came here today. He brought several military weapons for the show. And since these creatures were blinded by light, the weapons brought over would do some serious damage to them. Additionally, it was best for them to act in the daytime. So they have to move out now. Jamison looked at the group of madmen before him helplessly. Who could tell him why they were so abnormal? Talking sense to them was like talking to a stone wall. Everything he said had entered one of their ears and flown out the other. Others run when they hear the word Pandora. But these crazy people lean into it more and more. And why did they seem a little excited? Or was it just him? Jamison was very confused by their behavior. These Baymardians were too weird. Their meeting carried in for just 20 minutes, before Landon and the rest quickly called in the team of 50 who had been preparing for this operation for weeks now. They geared up and briefly went over the plan again before heading out towards the cave some distance away from the town. They drove for 10 minutes and parked their trucks just outside the forest region. For sure, while a 10-minute drive meant nothing to them, that was actually about 1 hour and 2,645 minutes on foot for many. And even though some of the peasants and villagers had some inherited farming properties 30 minutes to 45 minutes away from the town on foot, these Panduras still traveled very fast and attacked many of them there. Again, any passerbys who were traveling on the roads to another city, village or town were also captured and swallowed up. So these roads weren't safe at night. Team Alpha, as planned, you will protect the trucks, keep travelers safe and be on standby just in case we need backup. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Good. Now, the rest, follow me. We will kill the targets. Yes, sir. With that, Landon and 40 others quickly left the scene. They traveled deep into the forest on foot, passed through small streams and climbed rocky terrains for another 35 minutes before finally arriving at the entrance to a massive cave. And judging from the many trees that had been knocked off by these Panduras, they were more than certain that their targets had been active not too long ago. In fact, some of the broken tree stumps showed that these might have been active last night. Some of the trees had dried blood on them that wasn't more than a day old. And from the looks of it, these didn't even care about handling their meals properly. They just carelessly carried their victims without even caring if they got hit on the head here and there. The person Sholv died of a concussion alien before getting eaten. The soldiers checked the cave's perimeter properly before proceeding any further. Out of 40 soldiers, 5 stayed at the cave's entrance, while the rest prepared to move in. Landon took a deep breath to calm his excited heart. Damn. It's been a long time since he dealt with mysterious creatures in this world. Was he excited? Yeah, he was ready to kick some ass. Chapter 726 The Deadly Panduras 2 Kree. The men advanced quietly, and all that could be heard was the soft sounds of twigs and leaves rustling under their feet. And as they progressed, their head torches lighted the way for them. Some torches were pointing upwards, while others were pointed sideways and forward. It was always best to be prepared. What if something grabbed them from the top? Everyone focused on their task at hand while slowly advancing in formation. The cave was dark, a little chilly, and huge. Not surprisingly, they couldn't find a single bat within sight. One should know that when these Panduras woke up, their bellies seemed like an endless wormhole. Their digestive capabilities were almost supernatural, and when they had to hibernate again, they would enter their cocoon and stay there for the next 10 months. But when they were awake, they felt hungry almost every time. So what bat would want to stay in this cave? The only reason why they stayed in the cave when awake was due to the sunlight outside. But in this dark cave, they never needed to worry about the sun. That said, which bat would risk staying here? Moreover, any unfortunate creature that wanders into the cave would be killed too. Landon looked at the system's map and knew that these creatures had heard them. And now the creatures who were previously resting, were now going into hiding. From his estimates, in the next 3 minutes, they should clash with them. Time passed by swiftly and soon, 2 minutes had gone up. And just up ahead, everyone could see that they were about to step into a bigger chamber within the cave. Everyone. This might be their lair, so stay focused. And remember, they like to climb the walls and ceilings, Landon reminded. before looking at his map again. It was time. Cree, cree, cree. The soft sounds of twigs and leaves rustled again under their feet as they slowly advanced while pointing at all directions around them. People focusing on the back, check. People focusing at their sides, check. People focusing upwards, check. People focusing forward, check. Check, 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 check. And while they were advancing with caution, just a little further ahead, these Pangeras salivated at the large number of food that had entered their cave. It's been a long time since a heavy meal like this one purposefully delivered itself to them. They communicated amongst themselves and slowly crawled on the high walls towards their prey. And as they crawled, their long scissor-like mouthparts started twitching. Their prey was so close to them, damn it, they couldn't help themselves anymore. Growl, bang, bang, bang. The creatures cried out in pain while viciously staring at their prey. As for Landon and his men, if they knew how these creatures thought, they would raise their middle fingers in the air. What? So they were the only ones who were allowed to be the hunters? HMPH. Now it's time for these Pangeras to taste the feeling of being hunted. The entire room had been silent with only the sound of the twigs and leaves breaking under their feet. So the moment these creatures started releasing their low predator sounds, did they think that they wouldn't hear it? Or were they so confident in their speed that they thought that Landon and his team would be toast? Well, if Landon and his men were ordinary, then that strategy would have worked and might have even sent many to panic too. But, they were Baymardians, damn it. So few. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets were sent flying towards these Pangeras, even though 70% of bullets missed. Judging from their results, one might think that these soldiers went to the Prometheus Star Wars clone school where they learned the SHT job of firing at their enemies just like the stormtroopers. But you would be wrong. It's not that they were bad and had terrible stormtrooper aim. Nope. The problem was that these Pangera motherfuckers were just too fast. Nonetheless, they did manage to hit the Pangeras though. Particularly, one of them took almost all shots, while the other just hid behind his brother. No, more specifically, he actually grabbed his brother and used him as a shield while running around the place. What a bastard. Bastard Pangera, brother, don't worry, I will avenge you. Shield, avenge your head. Am not even dead yet and you're already planning my death. You let me go now. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets rained here and there, and even though one of the Pangeras was injured, it wasn't enough to kill him. Their skins were very tough. Landon realized this too and decided to up the danger level a little. He just had to make sure that whatever he did, he didn't bury him alongside his men with these bastards. But while Landon was thinking, his opponents were done running too. The Pangera threw his brother to the side and both of them rolled into a ball. Bang, 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 bang. They moved in a zigzag manner before coming straight towards the group in an attempt to break them apart, and their speed alone was terrifying. Bam. Everyone jumped in either direction while holding their guns tightly. Warrant Officer Samuel was just about to get up, when he suddenly felt something kick him violently. He slammed into the wall and fell. The Pangeras had 30 legs, 15 on both sides, and were very long and strong too. So they began swinging their back bodies at full force to deal Landon his men. One could see that they were clearly venting out their rage from earlier on. Some of the soldiers slammed against the wall. But before they were hit, some of them had shot or taken out their knives and stabbed these Pangeras. The Pangeras cried. And while this was going on, Landon and his men had been discussing the next step. Now, it was time to end it all. Chapter 727, Death to the Witch's Pets. The Pangeras knocked down the men with their sheer strength before quickly grabbing into some. Both Pangeras had grabbed 2 men. Now, their brownish eyes narrowed and their slimy mouths opened widely when they grabbed onto their prey. Both Pangeras produced disgusting amounts of drool that fell onto their shoulders or races of their prey. Their mouths that were opened wide, soon revealed an extra set of inner claw-like extensions came out. as well as some tentacles too. The slimy ugly giant bug-like faces of these Pangeras, as well as their tentacles and enlarged mouths, was enough to make one wet their pants. Even the soldiers who were held captive by them swallowed hard when staring at these beasts up close. "Your Majesty, I don't mean to rush you, but now is a good time," yelled one of them. Was His Majesty waiting for him to get eaten first? The Pangeras narrowed their eyes and smiled at their prey. Holding their prey, they were too hungry to notice the commotion around them. After all, when they knocked the rest of the soldiers, no one stood up before they grabbed their prey. So even though they heard slight movements, they were too hungry to pay attention at the moment. All this fighting has made them extremely hungry. Eat first, talk or fight later. Growl. Their mouths opened widely, and before they could even enjoy their meal, the hands that held onto their prey were shut and something also flew into their mouths. "Everyone, run out now!" Immediately, the men ran away from the scene, with Landon firing several bullets at the Pangeras so as to keep them away. Of course, the Pangeras, who didn't know what they swallowed, decided to dodge the bullets while chasing their prey. How could they allow this meal to escape into the light? If they leave the cave, then that was it. The speed of these creatures could make snakes back on Earth cover their heads in shame. Humans would be able to hit a snake with their bullets with ease. But these Pangeras were something else. Only those with high marksmanship would be lucky enough to hit them at least once. Such creatures weren't meant to be on the same plane as humans. It wouldn't be fair at all. Thankfully, the heavens decided to make them go extinct. Keeping them was just a catastrophe. Plus, they were ugly and gross bug-like beings. So no thanks. As for Landon, he wasn't like the rest of the soldiers. With the system's help, their super speed was nothing. Bang, 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 woo oo 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 oo. The Pangeras found that no matter how they tried, they couldn't dodge these bullets. But they never gave up. They followed furiously, and soon, they found their bellies getting uncomfortable. Grew? They paused and looked down at their growing stomachs in confusion, and before they could do anything else, they completely exploded into several different parts. Splack. They were dead. And what did they swallow up? Of course it was a grenade. But even though they were dead, Landon and the rest still kept running for a bit. That was because, unlike what movies would have one believe, swallowing up a grenade could still release large amounts of energy after the victim blows up. The energy wasn't enough to destroy the cave, but it could still bring damage to those very close to it. Additionally, any rocks on the floor or anything else could easily be blown down towards them too. So what if they got hit in the head like that? That's why Landon and the rest still ran as fast as they could. And when they felt the impact, everyone edited forward and kept their heads down. Entire cave became dusty. The leaves that were previously on the ground were now gliding in the air, and the creatures inside had spluttered on the men. Cough, cough, cough. The soldiers coughed and hit up from the floor. Some quickly wiped the gooey sticky substances that were now on them with disgust. One of the men, who had been held by one of the Pangeras, almost puked when he remembered the look the creature gave him when it wanted to eat him. He would rather be shot, stabbed, tortured or even skinned alive than to be eaten by these Pangeras. Thankfully, this was the end of it. Or so he thought. "Your Majesty, I never want to see another bug again." Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed as they cleaned themselves up. Landon chuckled too. He didn't blame the poor soldier at all. Even he never wanted to deal with them. But there was one more in Deiferus, and he knew that he needed to take care of it too. Alright, the targets are dead, so let's explore the rest of the cave to see if there are any survivors. Yes, sir. With that, they ventured deeper into the cave, even though they knew that the chances of anyone surviving were slim. With the way the Pangeras wanted to eat them, there was no way that anyone would still be alive. Nonetheless, it was their duty to dot the I's, cross the T's and make sure that they left nothing out. And so, just as they expected, they found only bones, armory and other clothing items of the unfortunate victims from decades till now. Some of the clothes were so old that they tore once Landon stretched them a bit. The sack-like clothes tore as if they were nothing. Landon just looked at it all and sighed. How many people have been swallowed by these beasts? The soldiers also felt bad as well. They decided to later send people to get these items and burn or bury them as a sign of granting peace to the dead. With that, it was quite unfortunate. With that, they carried some scattered pieces of the Panjara's heads and dead bodies, so as to present it as evidence that they had truly killed them. This way, the townsfolk will feel safer. Landon and his team left the cave and met the rest of their team outside, who were shocked by their current appearance. They looked like they had dunked their heads in a tank of brown slime. It was somewhat funny. They tried not to laugh while following them back to the town. Just what in the world happened in there? Back in Menda town, the soldiers did their best to take care of the nobles as fast as they could, while Jamison, Raoul and several other Baymardian government officials continued their work of developing the town. They first discussed numerous strategies with Jamison for 30 more minutes, before finally sending several town criers around the town. Pang, 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 hear ye, hear ye. The town lord is requesting for everyone to go to the town square. A new change is upon us. Naomi heard the town crier and quickly dropped what she was doing. She and her brother Logan ran as fast as they could to the town square excitedly. Over these past few weeks, they had been impressed, excited and proud by all the changes that have occurred within the town. Firstly, the rules had changed, and now not only were common people respected, but they were also getting paid handsomely too. Even their cousin who was sold as a slave to one of the nobles in town was on the verge of being freed, and she would also be allowed to work and earn her keep, provided she registered as a citizen and resident of Menda town. There were also rules on littering and many rules that at first glance seemed somewhat troublesome, but they had seen Baymard's capital city before and knew that their current state was probably because of these rules too. So if following these rules and better their lives, then they would wholeheartedly accept them. Who didn't want to be healthy, safe, not maltreated, well paid, and have their bellies full? This was the dream. Chapter 728. Monster Girl. The duo ran as fast as she could to the town square. And even though the town wasn't as large as a city, one shouldn't underestimate its size. Just the properties that the nobles alone had within the town, coupled with the well-spaced out homes and farms. It took them 47 minutes to get to the town square from her home, and as they passed, they heard several weird noises coming from these noble estates and properties. They even witnessed a noble getting dragged on the floor, which made their eyes almost fall out. What there was going on? These nobles were like giants in their hearts that could never be defeated. So why did they seem like toys in the hands of these soldiers? Sister, they were powerful, yeah? But what did these nobles do to get dragged like this? I don't know, sister, but I'm glad they did. Have you forgotten how Baron Ahura's wife threw boiling water on your face? Now, half of it is burned. You'll never forgive them for what they did to you. Naomi looked at her brother and sighed. She once accidentally angered a noble's wife while eating outside a restaurant, and the noble woman, whose husband owns the restaurant, asked for them to bring a jug of hot water over. The results were as such. She was allowed to move the whole time the entire jug of hot water was dumped on her, so half of her face and scalp had been burned. Such was the life of the poor. She could only blame herself for passing by and eating outside the restaurant at that unfortunate time. Now with her face disfigured, who would marry her? The incident happened just last year, and after that, her fiancé's family cancelled the engagement because they were afraid that she would birth ugly children. Now, she was already 16 this year and no man had proposed or even offered to date her after she got burnt and dumped. The entire town looked at her in fear. She was the town monster. Naomi shook her head in an attempt to get rid of her sad emotions. She didn't want her brother to know her thoughts, so she focused her attention on the scene she had just witnessed. What intrigued her was the scene where these noblemen got dragged. But remembering the words from the town crier, it seems that her curiosity would only be satisfied once she gets to the square. With that, She dragged her brother's hand and speeded up again. The duo finally arrived on the scene, and as expected, many distanced themselves from them all because of Naomi. Some even closed their children's eyes, as they heard all sorts of tales about Naomi. I heard that after the incident, she started having nightmares that connected her to several demons. That's old news. Not only had she been in contact with them, but she's also cursed with bad luck too. That's why her father died within the same year that she got burnt. She probably killed the poor man and offered his soul to the demon. But didn't the healer say that her father died of overwork? Pewee. What overwork? I heard that she bribed that healer to say so. What? How terrible. That's only half of it. I heard that she is actually the witch Panjura, and those creatures in the cave are her pets. It's said that once they die, she too will die since she signed a blood oath with them. But if she's really the witch, then why doesn't anyone burn her? That's because she's just too strong. She got burnt in a large fire and didn't die. So what can anyone do? Wait. Didn't she get burnt from hot water and not fire? Sure enough, all sorts of made-up stories about Naomi came up. Only a few people saw the scene when the noblewoman poured hot water on her. And even though the word spread like wildfire, every time it passed from one mouth to another, the story changed. The result was that now, she had magically become a witch. But they were still too scared to make a move on her because of the magnitude of the stories. Who knew if she would out their souls after attacking her? No one dared to go against her or her near to her. Logan clenched his fists angrily, while Naomi didn't care at all. This was normal for her. And the only reason why she came here again was because she was curious about anything concerning these Baymardians. They were the only ones who didn't shy away from her or look at her in fear or disdain. Please. These Baymardians had seen patients with cleft lips that were shooed and abandoned by society. So what more of her who just got accidentally burned? What demon? Even though many people were getting more aware of some things, many were still ignorant. It was only unfortunate that many from this town who went to Baymard didn't see how these Baymardians treated disabled or injured people, or else they would be shocked. One should know that visiting Baymard for these people was like traveling for holidays, since they worked 24 hours a day. So they only went to Baymard when they had saved up a lot of money or needed medical help. And even when they went, they only stayed for at most 3 or 4 days to eat, buy things for their families and whatnot. So there were still many things that they weren't aware of, and some have never even seen Baymard too. As for Naomi, she went the last year to seek help. Her neither had given her all his savings, but surprisingly, she had stayed in the same ward with a 45-year-old last who opted to pay for all her follow-up expenses. And ever since she followed their treatment plan, her burn marks were already healing and diminishing nicely. She was burnt with a jug of hot water and not actual fire. So it wasn't too skin deep. It was just a matter of time before she got healed up. At least that's what the doctor in Baymard told her. Anyway, these Baymardians had always treated her with love and not disdain or fear. So she always felt like they were amazing people. That said, once she heard the town crier say that a new change was upon Mender Town, she knew that it involved these Baymardians from the capital city. That's the main reason why she was so excited. Time passed by fast, and soon, most people had arrived. As well as Jamison, the Baymardian officials and some soldiers. Everyone quieted down and looked at the podium enthusiastically. What was all this about? Chapter 729 Die Witch. Most people were now gathered in the town square. So Jamison and the rest arriving decided to begin, and Naomi in the crowd looked at them eagerly. Everyone, even though all aware of the new rules, policies and the various changes that have been going on. Today, we will formally announce the good news. That's right, the news that you all have been hearing is true. Mender Town, along with several other towns, cities and villages now belong to Baymard. So we are officially Baymardians. Wow! Clap, 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 clap. Everyone was excited by the announcement. Didn't this mean that they would have as much privilege as those in Baymard's new capital city? It's said that being a citizen had more advantages than being a foreigner. And even though they didn't know the advantages well, it still made them happy. Everyone clapped and celebrated merrily by the change. They didn't care who ruled them, provided they were well taken care of. And just looking at the way Landon ruled Baymard, who wouldn't be happy? His tales had been spread across the entire continent. So peasants, slaves and the poor took him as a fair and just messiah. All people wanted was to live long with their families peacefully. That's why they wholeheartedly approved of him. What? Clap, 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 clap. Jamison smiled and requested for them to settle down. All right. Now, you all are Baymardians. That said, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done in order to improve our town. As you know, this town will be Baymard's official border town. So there is so much to be done. And in that note, I would also like to point out the fact that the noble Lair clan, the noble Quinn clan, continues calling out all noble clans that went against Landon. And the noble Mundai clan will no longer stay within the town. All noble families called out are already on their way out. So their estates and properties are currently state property and are now well graded by the soldiers too. That said, all slaves within their care are now officially free. And after this, you all can register your identities and also sign up for any available jobs within the town. Fringe today henceforth. You will be paid like regular Baymardian citizens. Plop. Woo. Thank you, Town Lord. May the ancestor bless his majesty, Landon Barn. The slaves who had previously been sent out of the estates today, cried merrily when they heard Jamison's words. One should know that even though the new rules and policies were made, their masters still refused to let them go. They even threatened to kill them if they ever left. So they felt their hope die within them. After all, they knew how many knights these noble families had. They thought that they would never escape these noble families. But who would have known that their masters would be driven out and they would be freed without a scratch? They secretly decided to hurriedly register as Baymardian citizens. They weren't stupid. The moment they left Baymard, they might be taken into slavery again. So who would be foolish enough to leave this holy land? No way. They had to become official citizens fast. Moreover, they would also get well paid bi-weekly for work too, which made them very motivated. Jamison looked at the scene's side. These people were too pitiful. Luckily, their town was now rich. Yes, all the load of money and wealth in the treasuries within these noble estates was enough for them to live off for many years to come. Of course, 70% of everything had to the capital and placed in Baymard's national treasury, while the rest will be used to develop the town, as well as pay everyone's salaries steadily until the town properly made money for itself. As for the copper mine close by, it was now state property and not owned by Munda City, so it had nothing to do with Jamison. Everyone was very pleased with the good news. Jamison had also posted a map of Baymard new territories, so that everyone could see what other places now belonged to their new empire. Again, he spoke a bit about the job opportunities available, and where they could sign up. And when he was about to dismiss everyone, Landon and his team had just arrived on the scene. It was just a 10-minute drive to the Pandora cave, so they didn't take you long at all. Scree. How cool. Everyone looked at the awesome manner in which these cars drove in and parked. No matter how many times they saw it, these vehicles were just too cool. Landon and his team stepped out of the vehicle with bags in their hands. Of course, those that went into the cave had cleaned themselves up while in the military vehicles, so they looked very dashing to the audience. Many recognized Landon and screamed excitedly, "Heavens, it's His Majesty. How can I breathe the same air as he does? I think I'm going to faint." He looked at me. What do I do? I'm so unworthy. Papa. When you grow up, he'll become just like His Majesty. Impossible. You can only be a lesser version of him. His Majesty is just too great. Your Majesty, my hero. As the crowd went wild, The soldiers who followed behind felt helpless. Every time people recognized His Majesty, it always turned out this way. What could they say? If they weren't somewhat used to His Majesty by now, they too would flip out as well. They truly admired him too. He was the goal of many soldiers, strength and attitude-wise. No one could beat His Majesty in a battle. And this was a fact. The entire crowd went wild. They had been going crazy while kneeling before His Majesty as a sign of respect. Normally, they were supposed to kneel and salute His Majesty. But their shock and excitement were just off the roof that they forgot about the saluting part. And Landon did nothing to remind them at all. He just waved at them and smiled too. It was only after Jamison called for silence did they remember that they were supposed to salute their king after kneeling. He was a king after all. Looking at Landon on the podium, many felt like they were blessed just to see his face. They kowtowed and almost laid on the floor while greeting Landon. "Your Majesty," they exclaimed as loud as they could. This was a king that deserved their respect. Everyone got down, including Jamison and the rest. "You may all rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." With that, everyone swiftly got up as fast as they could. They were all so eager to hear what His Majesty had to say too. Citizens of Baymard, residents of Mender Town, as official Baymardians, I, alongside these brave men, decided to put an end to your worries. Be it food, shelter, cloth and even safety, it is my responsibility to ensure that they are properly taken care of. That's why these brave soldiers here accompanied me to Banjara Cave. Whew. Silence. Everyone gasped loudly. What? They went to Banjara Cave and came back alive? No, surely they heard it wrong. They probably said that they would be going to Banjara Cave. Yes, that must be it. But if they wanted to go to Banjara Cave, then wouldn't they be killed? Everyone looked at Landon anxiously. Of course, some also looked at Naomi, as if saying that it was all her fault. In their eyes, she wanted to kill His Majesty Landon Barn. Sure enough, the witch still wanted more souls after offering her father's own. But why His Majesty? He was their hero, for heaven's sake. Die. Witch. Chapter 730 Avenging the Fallen. Pinball. Landon quickly noticed the resentful gazes that were constantly directed towards someone. It's her. His eyes lit up when he spotted a lonely girl whose face was half burnt. She's the one from the reports. The poor girl had been labeled as the reincarnation of a witch just because of her burn. Brah. Seeing that she was here, Landon decided to stop this foolery once and for all. What if the poor girl decided to take her life just because of these people's bullying? To be honest, these people didn't know any better, and were also very terrified of anything that was out of the norm, which was all due to ignorance. Nonetheless, whether they were intentional or not, it was still bullying. This was why having something like a church around was essential. It was the fastest way in making these people understand and realize some truths. Just telling similar Bible stories on matters like these would make people understand more. They needed to be better human beings. Residents of Mender Town, you heard me correct. My soldiers and I ventured into Banjara's cave, and we succeeded in killing the Banjaras. Look, here are your monsters. Silence. Everyone stared at the contents that had been pulled out of the bags in shock. Even Jamison stood there in a daze. And before they knew it, almost everyone broke out in tears again. Seeing that their enemy had been killed, they were both grateful and in awe of Landon's strength. These creatures had plagued their town for centuries. Their ancestors and forefathers had fallen just by these beasts alongside thousands of soldiers. But His Majesty killed them with just very few men and came out without any injuries too. This could only mean that His Majesty was mighty. Jamison knelt and silently cried when he saw several body parts from these beasts. Father, brother, His Majesty has avenged you. Please rest in peace and give this unfilial son of yours the strength to guide this town to greatness. Jamison kowtowed several times in pain, as well as several others. Landon waited for them to calm down a bit before focusing on a bigger problem. Please, can Miss Naomi come forth? Naomi looked at Landon's expressionless face in confusion and fear. Why did His Majesty call her out? Did she do something wrong? Was she in trouble? Logan was also fearful as well. Did His Majesty believe these people's stories about his sister? He held her hand and stood before as if shielding her. His actions were quite commendable to these soldiers. Some people would abandon ship and step aside because they were faced with a stronger person like Landon, Alec or any other king. But even though the young man was trembling in peril, he still tried his best to shield her. He was worth cultivating. Brother, it's all right. Nothing will happen to me. Even though I'm shocked, I have faith in His Majesty. You've never seen what I saw when I went to Baymard, so you don't know much about them. I believe that nothing will happen, so listen to your sister, Naomi said before taking her hand out of his and stepping forward amidst the shocked, confused and disdainful crowd. The moment she stepped on stage, Landon smiled at her warmly. Don't worry, I'll set things straight for you. No one in my empire should go through what you have. I'm sorry. Thank you, Your Majesty. Naomi tried to resist crying, but she just couldn't help it. How could one man bring such warmth with so little words? If before she was a high fan of her idol, now she worshipped him. In the future, if someone said something bad against him, she would kill the person with her own bare hands. His Majesty was her savior who came to her in her darkest hours. She tilted her face downwards and cried silently. Landon, who had been busy buying something from the system, now had what he wanted. He quickly sent some soldiers to get the items from one of the vehicles. And when they found what they were looking for, many of them were utterly shocked. Especially those who packed all items in the vehicles earlier today before they left for the trip. Your Majesty, when did you slip this in? When you left your office, you didn't have these with you, so when did you slip this in? Landon just gazed at them mysteriously, which left them in astonishment. As expected, His Majesty's Assassin 007 moves of sneaking things in were beyond their level. They needed more training. The entire crowd was curious about what the soldiers were holding, so Landon decided to satisfy them. Before going to the cave, I had heard a lot of wild stories going about, and I have to say that I'm thoroughly disappointed in you all. Many of you might or might not know this girl standing here. Her name is Naomi, and she had an unfortunate accident when someone poured hot water on her. One would think that you all would sympathize with the poor lady, but instead of doing that, doing the complete opposite. Many of you said that she's a witch who signed a blood oath with the Banjuras. You said that once those creatures died, she will die too. Now, they're dead, but she is still alive. I'd like to tell you all about a few people that I've met around the continent. Men, hold out the charts. Immediately, the soldiers held out the largest picture-sized portraits ever. And Landon also used the system to make everyone see these pictures clearly, no matter how far they were from the podium. Everyone looked at the first picture chart and gasped in fear and shock. It was a massive blown-out picture of a young boy with a cleft lip. Landon explained everything about how the villagers also shunned the boy. The people listened silently and felt horrible. And afterwards, Landon showed them another picture of the same boy after surgery. The poor guy was just sick. He then showed another picture of a girl whose burn marks were worse than Nami's. He followed the same story explaining route and showed another picture chart of her after treatment. The more he spoke, the more everyone realized how wrong they were. Additionally, since they believed almost everything that came out of Landon's mouth, since he was like their messiah, idol, and for some their god, they just properly listened to his stories and felt bad. If it was them, how would they feel? More still, if it happened to their child. What if the child wasn't as strong as Naomi and killed him or herself? Do you all understand now? She isn't any witch. She's just this poor victim. I hope that this is the last time that I will see this sort of thing happening in my empire. I bid the blind, the lame, the trying or the weak. I love all my people equally, and I want everyone to be happy. So please, treat this girl with love and respect. Woo oo 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 oo. Naomi cried out loudly after Landon finished his speech. Her sad weak demeanor made many people in the crowd cry as well. How could they do this to Sumion's child? Landon patted her back in an attempt to calm her down, but she just cried out loudly instead. Woo underscore. Dot. When she calmed down, a soldier escorted her down the podium. Immediately, many people swarmed her way. Child, don't cry. We were in the wrong. Who said that you're an ugly monster? You heard what His Majesty said, right? With proper treatment, you'll be fine. Child, come over to my house for dinner, alright? I've been told that my food can make a layman walk. Who are you fooling? That overly salty food of yours could never do the trick. Child, why don't you come over to my house instead? Sister Chinzu, are you trying to pick a fight with me? HMPH. You wish. I'm just stating a fact. Why don't you say that to me again? Old hag, look who's talking. Just a few days away from turning into dust. So who are you calling old? Ha 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 ha. Naomi laughed while watching the two, and everyone else laughed as well. The atmosphere was very warm and peaceful. This was their new Baymard, a place of happiness. Landon finished up everything within Mender Town and headed back to the capital city. Now he could start his missions. But first, he had to head over to the lower region. Today, he would teach the engineers how to make pinball machines. Chapter 732. Pinball. Landon, who had been taking his time, chuckled at the sight of everyone's expressions. I know that everyone is curious about what pinball is. But like I said, it's a game. That said, some of you had guessed it right. To put it simply, pinball is a game on a machine. This game involves just one or two tiny fighting their way along several paths. But even though it sounds simple, make no mistake, the action is real. You hit flippers and navigate bumpers to the clamor of clanging bells and flashing lights. The game itself is unprogrammed and unpredictable. So the adventure and thrill are what will lead to the emergence of the slot machine fever. But to create this masterpiece, several strings of wires will need to be strung along for the electronics. Just like wiring for cars, landlines and other unprogrammable systems, this machine will also focus on this too. Again, back to the concept of gameplay. The whole idea of the game is to provide an exciting new adventure through gameplay, and the themes will be created by us. Some games might take one through the many adventures of James Bond, while others might take us through the wizardry world of Harry Potter. Our goal is to create and give gamers the best experience through the use of these pinball machines. Now, let's begin. Yes, sir. Everyone swiftly wrote down the key points during Landon's 45-minute lecture, and by the end of it, they more or less got the gist of things. Unlike Pac-Man or other programmable video games, these games were fairly simple to build compared to the former. These workers have been wiring landlines, fridges, cars and creating all sorts of things in Baymard. So once Landon gave them the instructions, it wasn't that difficult to follow. Place W2R on pin 9, things like that were instructions that they had to do. And for the past few years now, they were very familiar with wiring. Of course, it was inevitable that they would make a ton of mistakes. Nonetheless, Landon expected these pinballs to be ready months from now, around the time when Pac-Man would be ready. Truth be told, with their experience, they should be able to complete them in a month's time. But Landon didn't want to rush them. Soon, Landon's 45-minute lecture was up. The lecture ended at 10 a.m. and their shifts ended at 4 p.m. So they had the whole day to at least grasp the initial design phase. Immediately, everyone gathered around the many massive wooden boards in the room. The thick wooden boards were rightly the size of a chalkboard. These boards were also painted white, so as to give everyone a clear idea of what they were doing. Every board had 3 people working on it. Right now, they had to string several different wires for the electronics. But before that, they had to use their measuring taps and mark several points on the board. From there, they placed several massive pins too. And once that was done, they began wiring. Ah, no, I placed wire 3 on the wrong spin spot, and I've intertwined it around several pins already. So what do I do? Said one of the workers helplessly. Bro, didn't you follow the wiring instruction manual that was printed out? I did. But I accidentally mixed them up. Sigh. Bro, If you had made this error later on, it would have been redeemable. But you had messed up one of the starting wires holding the foundation. Bro, you have to start from scratch. No, sister, using the wrong wire. The instruction says W13B to pin 6. So wire 13 needs to use the blue wires. We have to use the specific color-coded wires and wind them around the pins, before later attaching them to connectors on the board. This wooden board is our circuit board, so the wiring colors and formats are important. Ah, thanks, little sister. If I had messed it up, I might have been forced to redo some of it later on. Luckily, you quickly saw it. Brother, I think we messed up one of the pin locations when we began. Look, on the engineering drawing, it shows that pin 11 is under connector 7. But we placed it under connector 4 instead. We have to start all over again. Come on, let's take it down. Yes. Dot. One should know that there were typically over 3 kilometers of wire in one pinball machine alone. And each differently colored wires would be wrapped around several pins many times. So undoing or taking out everything was such a hassle and very vexing, even though they were pros at understanding the basic wiring concept. Each product had a different setup, so mastering it was what killed their time. Many could wire fridges and other devices without a manual, because they've done it 100 times already for the past few years. But this product was new, and they had to look at the manual word for word every time they held up a wire. Of course, mistakes were inevitable. Everyone was busy working on their boards. And while they were at it, Landon and the supervisors also formed a team of 3 and worked on it as well. Of course, Landon allowed the supervisors to do most of the work and learn too. Maui, I think I messed up on wire 8. You need to pass it here 3 times, before passing it here again too. But you did the first pass once. Ah, right. Luckily, it's not one of the earlier wires, so I can just remove the wire and do it again without taking the rest out. _carrot. Everyone was so much in their zone that when Landon reminded them about lunchtime, they didn't want to leave. How can time fly so fast? Impossible. They haven't even done anything yet. They thought that it was a hoax. But of course, they knew that lunch was a must, so they grumpily left. And on the way, they all spoke about their failures. Landon followed the supervisors for launch. He had already decided that during these first few days, he would focus only on wiring. And when everyone has a better handle on things, then he'll teach them what comes next. But while Landon was making his plans, the alchemy chemical industry alongside the tailoring industry were busy working on their own projects as well. More specifically, they were focused on a joint project that was given to them by Landon way back. Old man, we have to succeed this time. I'm right behind you, sister. The aquarium will soon be completed, and we don't have the diver's suit ready yet. Damn it, these wetsuits need to pass inspection. Come, let's do it again. Chapter 733 Wetsuits. 2 people were currently walking anxiously towards a research center. Overseer Sophia from the textile industry, and Overseer Wiggins from the chemical industry were fully energized for today's operation. No matter what, they had to succeed. All the wetsuits that they had previously been researching on had been a failure. What exactly was the problem? Did they miss something? For this task, His Majesty had only given them a list of all materials needed for creating them, as well as brief instructions in the manufacturing process. He basically told them to try it on their own and research first. And if they still hadn't produced the right grade of wetsuits, then after a month, he would properly show them where their errors or mistakes lied. Both overseers took this as a challenge and didn't want to let Landon down. But how could they have known that they would fail like this? All wetsuits that had been created in the research center didn't pass inspection. They had divers wear their suits and swim deep in the swimming pools. Of course, they carried out other tests too, and that's how they found many errors from their models. With that, they had been adjusting their techniques, correcting their mistakes and learning more about wetsuits. But so far, only 10 people, including the overseers, were on the research team. So progress was slow. And now, They were left with 21 more days before Landon did his own inspection. Of course, if they failed, Landon would teach them the proper way to go. But if they pass, then large-scale production of these wetsuits will commence. At first, the overseers thought that just 10 of them was enough for the project. But they were wrong. With time running out, they decided to hire 50 more people as soon as possible. And last week, they had been educating these people about what these wetsuits were supposed to do. So now, the new recruits had to place all hands on deck fast. This way, more mistakes and corrections could be noticed and done. Everyone crowded around a large glass tank with their lab coats, goggles and other protective gear on, while holding pencils and writing boards with paper on it. Number 4, please step into the tank. Stay in the water until we tell you otherwise. Yes, sir. With that, one of the volunteers dived into the water and did as he was told. Splash! Everyone observed his reaction and wrote something down. They were so serious that even if someone walked into the room, they wouldn't know it. Carrot. Overseer Wiggins looked at everyone and pointed at the man in the tank. Volunteer number 4 is wearing test product 71. As usual, we will begin our Q.A session now. You may ask him anything, and we will debate in it here and now. Begin. Immediately, several people raised their hands and Wiggins picked them out one by one. After all, the whole thing needed to be done in an orderly manner. No? Yes, Christy, ask away, sir. How did you feel? Hot, cold, warm? Cold, the volunteer asked helplessly. Couldn't they see that his lips were trembling, sir? Just to piggyback on the last question, do you feel cold the moment you stepped into the water? Or was it later on? It wasn't that cold when I stepped in, but now it's colder. And how do you feel about the suit? Can you do several stretches and swim to the bottom of the tank too? With that, the diver did as he was told before coming back to tug surface again. Of course, he stretched out a bit as well. It's tight, but comfortable for swimming. Can you pretend to scratch yourself in that fake rocky reef below, and tell us what happens to the suit? The volunteer nodded and did as he was told again. The suit isn't torn, but just as a scratch line on it, the volunteer said with his trembling lips. Can you guys hurry up? It's freak cold in here. UO03E. They asked him several more questions, before sending him to the locker room to freshen up. All volunteers worked in the chemical industry, so they knew the importance of keeping a tight lip over everything. Plus they had already signed the contract of confidentiality. The volunteer quickly changed, and someone brought the wetsuit back. Alright, everyone, QA is over. Now, let's focus on the problems with this wetsuit. Who can tell me why it's a failure? Sophia asked while holding at the suit. Her workers, alongside Wiggins, came together to create these wetsuits. So some of her people were also involved in the research team too, and they had learned a lot about chemistry and everything else that went into creating them. Likewise, Wiggins' team had also learned a lot from Sophia's people too. Again, there were new people added to the research team, so they had to ask some basic questions for others to pick up fast. Test product 71 was a failure. Why? And once again, many people raised their hands. Edith, go. Overseer Sophia, from what I know, wetsuits actually use a layer of water, along with other layers of material to trap body heat. And this all works because of thermodynamics. Our bodies like to be at a warm 37 degrees Celsius, which is typically warmer than the water. So if two things have different temperatures, heat will typically get transferred from warm to cool things. That said, because water has densely packed atoms and molecules, it will heat away from the body faster than if one were just surrounded by air, which can get dangerous. That's where wetsuits come in. They're designed to stop heat from escaping from our bodies while we are in the water. So in a way, the wetsuits are like insulators, which keep the heat in at all times. But in the volunteer's case, his wetsuit didn't do its intended job at all. Maybe the design phase was faulty, leading to water penetration in the suit. Or maybe we didn't use the right materials. Either way, the suit failed to do its primary objective, Edith said while pushing her glasses in, and everyone else nodded in agreement. The suit was indeed a failure. Chapter 734 Wetsuit Production. Excellent, Edith. I couldn't have said it better myself. Anyone else? You can also talk about the positives that you noticed too. As usual, many people raised their hands swiftly. Rob, go. Thank you, Overseer Wiggins. Even though we failed in some aspects, I did notice that the suit did offer some sort of protection just as planned. These suits are supposed to offer protection against jellyfish stings, rocky reefs and other light injuries. The moment the volunteer went down and accidentally injured himself, the suit did its part and made sure that he wasn't scratched or injured. This is good. _. Even though they had failed, everyone was still filled with enough enthusiasm and emotions that could light up the sun. Their feelings right now were alive and real. They discussed happily, while secretly screaming in their hearts at the thought of being part of a research team. Ha 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 ha. They could now call themselves proud scientists. Even those from the textile industry smiled at this thought. They felt like a scientist in a secret organization. You say that you're a star? Sorry. They were secret researchers working on the next best thing. And what was it that they were working on? Sorry. Can't say. It's all part of their secret organization's rules. Ha 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 ha. Carrot. Time went by, and soon they headed towards production again. They had come up with different theories and reasons why they failed, as well as remembered where they did succeed. So now, it was time to put everything to the test. In a flash, everyone went to their workstations. Wetsuits allowed a small amount of water to seep between it and the body's skin. From there, body heat will warm the water, insulating the swimmers and keeping them warm. That was the basic concept of the wetsuits in a nutshell. The wetsuits were supposed to allow a certain amount of water to pass through, so the body can heat it up and keep the diver warm. Unfortunately, poorly fitted or badly designed wetsuits don't trap this water layer very well, and might let too much cold water in, which in turn freezes the diver instead. So there was so much to look out for when making them. Immediately, the team worked together to form a synthetic rubber called neoprene by performing several chemical reactions that uses chloropene and other chemicals. Of course, they created what they needed based on their errors and adjustments. Sister, I'm new here. And even though I've read up on the theoretical part, can you tell me what this material is? Of course. Right now, we are carving out a synthetic rubber called neoprene. Wetsuits work by using this neoprene, which is made of tiny cells that contain nitrogen bubbles. Brother, the unique aspect of nitrogen is that it's terrible at conducting heat. Water is 2530% more efficient at transferring body heat than air is. That's why even if the water and air temperatures are the same, the moment you step into the water you immediately get cold as the water steals warmth from you. So the nitrogen bubbles inside the neoprene is what keeps us warm. And the thicker the suit, the more space and layers available for more nitrogen bubbles. It's this philosophy that keeps us warmer the thicker the wetsuits get. Ah! Thank you, sister. With that, the young man quickly took note of the neoprene. Those back on Earth would say that the material looks like a mouse pad for computers. It was soft and flexible. Immediately, everyone chose measurements from a size chart and carved out several cardboard patterns neatly. From there, they used the carved cardboard patterns and placed them on their materials. With chalk, they carved out the desired shapes. It was just like a tailor marking out fabric for a bodysuit. And when they were done, they applied waterproof rubberized glue to the edges of all neoprene carvings. At this stage, Wiggins and Sophia anxiously warned everyone to handle this phase with care. Oh my god, are you trying to give me a heart attack? Why did you put so much? Doing that might allow the glue to bleed into the other carvings when they are joined together. Wipe some off now. That's too little. Don't you know that too little glue can affect the adhesion and waterproofing qualities? Add some more, damn it. Everyone looked at their fire-breathing overseers helplessly. We are trying our best, okay? With the glue attached to all carvings, everyone began carefully attaching each part to others. And due to the strong nature of the glue, each part adhered instantly with other parts. And the wetsuit came together quickly. So far so good, they thought. Everyone continued production seriously. And after joining all pieces together, they flipped their suits inside out and carefully stitched it up with their sewing machines. This part was also essential and needed their full attention. Well, since they didn't want to go all the way through the fabric, they used curved needles instead. This was typically called blind stitching, which was perfect for wetsuits since it wouldn't puncture the fabric or part of the neoprene material within the suit that was supposed to form a barrier between the water and the diver. Following that, they use a hot roller to apply nylon tape to the back of the seams for extra waterproofing. And while that was going on, a nozzle blew hot air to melt the adhesive glue into the fabric. Now, they sewed in their zips at the back and installed a hook U0026 loop stopper to prevent unzipping. But how could it stop? The rubberized glue was also rubbed around the zipper, and another neoprene carving was placed on top of the upper area, creating a waterproof barrier there. Of course, they had been sewing everything inside out. So now, they turned the suit to the proper side and checked the zip to test the workmanship. The suit was tight as it should be, and everything looked okay. Phew. It was done. The suit was completed. Now, they just had to test out these bad boys and see if their earlier adjustments worked. Inspection time. Call in volunteer 5 from Department 2 _. Just like that, Sophia, Wiggins and their research team hurried away hopefully. They prayed that this time, they succeeded. Of course, it wasn't just them who fell into the amazing world of research. Many other industries were running around too. There was excitement in the air, as well as frustration. Everyone looked forward to the future. Things were really looking great. But while Baymard was on the verge of a technological breakthrough, other areas were currently experiencing a crisis. My lord. Thera here. Quickly. Haul me out through the window. But my lord, I said do it now, _. Chapter 735. The hunter becomes the hunted. The capital city, Empire of Tariq. Damn it, who sort of people did our master offend? Just what type of sorcery is this? You still have time to talk? Run for your lives. Boom. Within the palace grounds, everyone was scattering around like flies. Some dropped dead, while others got heavily injured instead. Their enemies didn't give them any chance to retaliate. And truthfully, they were scared silly. They had been attacked by invisible weapons that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. This alone made them feel that their master had definitely provoked a wizard or sorceress. Bloody hell. The entire scene was filled with horrifying and frightening sounds of the fallen. The strong stench of blood quickly filled the air as the enemy advanced. The Baymardians' soldiers were here for no pline. Several trucks drove into the palace as if they owned the place, while some foot soldiers quickly spread out to cover more grounds. Everyone was sticking to the plan. Captain Scott, King McKeel and 300 more men in his team rushed towards the palace's main resident building in their army trucks. Scott ensured that all army trucks had strategically positioned themselves around the building. Now, they were currently surrounding the enemy. As for the building itself, it was the largest and safest building within the palace. And during times like this, the enemy would undoubtedly choose to seek refuge there. Scott looked at the building and noticed that over 800 men were surrounding it. Shrek. They quickly stopped their vehicles in a slanted position and quickly pulled out their weapons. Again, some people went to handle the machine guns that were installed in their vehicles. Scott took out his walkie-talkie and communicated to everyone in his truck and the other trucks surrounding the building too. Everyone, take cover, shoot the targets, stay safe. Now go. With that, Many jumped out of the trucks and quickly hid on the other side of the truck, while trying to target the guards in front of the building. For sure, some even dropped to the floor and crawled underneath the truck to aim at the enemy's feet, knees and so on. They only crawled halfway underneath the car, since it would be too risky to be exposed. And while some focused on the men ahead, others focused on protecting their surroundings just in case an enemy tried to sneak up on them from the back. Again, those operating their vehicles' machine guns quickly opened an opening on the truck and placed the machine guns through it. Of course, the enemy had also noticed their moves, hence the many arrows flying their way. Thup, 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 die. You bastards! Die! Thup, thup. The enemy mercilessly sent forth their rage, but they dared not advance since they were also terrified by the soldiers. The swordsmen prayed that the archers would be able to deal with these monsters, as they didn't want to run up to these vehicles and helplessly die. But in this battle, how could the soldiers let them have their wishes granted? Captain Scott pulled the pin from a grenade and threw it over the car. Boom! There was a dazzling fiery light that almost blinded everyone, followed by a loud thunderous cloud. Scott heard their cries but didn't stop there. He continuously threw a few more grenades as well. These frames have a 5-meter killing radius, and a 15-meter wounded injured radius. He as captain had taken note of this and ensured that the vehicles were parked in a slanted manner roughly 30 meters away. Of course, archers could shoot up to 60 meters and more, so this distance was nothing for them. The other soldiers took advantage of the Grenadier attack and shot through the thick smoke cloud before them. After all, there were more than 800 people there in clusters, so they were bound to hit one. No? My leg, I'm finished. Will I die here? Screw this, I'm going into the building. Brother, help me, help. UO03ETTT. Within the smoke screen, the gruesome sounds of the injured endlessly screaming could be heard. Again, the archers couldn't fire any shots, as they too were blinded and scared as well. Plus, the vibrations and the force released from the grenade were enough to throw them about. Where did they have the time to target these monsters? They only knew that if they didn't go back into the building, then they too will die. Son of a BCH. There's a monster in the smoke. No, if we don't go back into the building, then we'll die out here. No, let me in. You let me in, damn it. At this point, many were already banging at all entrance doors like crazy, and those guards who were stationed inside the holding didn't dare to open up. They heard the wails outside and didn't dare let these monsters in. Sorry brothers. After you die for us, we will honor you truthfully. +_+. Outside, the smoke from the grenade had already cleared up, revealing a horrifying picture. The guards who were still alive looked at their dead friends in fear. The ghastly sight of several body parts lying around was just too terrifying. Never in their lives have they seen such a thing in their lives. Battlefield deaths were typically cleaner because it was just with a sword. A nice clean cut and that was all. But these deaths looked as if the victims' bodies had exploded. Several droppings of some mushy skin paste could be seen around the place, alongside their body parts. As for them, some were still rolling on the ground while covering their eyes. The loud deafening grenade sounds were right next to their ears, and the high frequency and high wave forces were enough to make one deaf. It hurt like hell. Their hands, which now covered their ears, were all from the internal injuries in their ears. They felt mortified from it all. How did they become the hunted? They were Noplin's proud men who tortured and brought nightmares to many. So how did they become like this in a blink of an eye? They trembled so much that they quickly turned around and banged the entrance to the building even more. Bang, 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 bang. You let us in, damn it. Let us in. YY. Chapter 736. The hunter becomes the hunted. Boom. The soldiers didn't care about these men's grievances and quickly took them out. Captain, this is Unit 5 reporting in from Entrance 5. All clear. Over. Good. Unit 2. What about your end? Over. All clear, sir. Over. Unit 3 and 4 report in. Good to go. All good, sir. Good. All units stand by and watch for my signal before moving in. Over. With that, Scott had the rest reloaded their weapons speedily. And when they were done, he called in once again and told all units to break all exits and move in. They would leave no corner unturned. Boom. Thang. They threw several grenades at the entrance door, but targeted them towards the hinges of the doors. One should know that this was a palace, and the entrance doors alone were thick, heavy and made of metal. Kings in this era like to be mighty dragons. So how can their main entrance not look mighty? All other entrance doors were just large double-sided doors. But the main one looked more like a gate rather than a door. So except they launched high-grade missiles or something more powerful, these doors won't fall. That's why Scott purposely targeted the hinges and stone regions holding the doors together instead. Additionally, they also drove the truck a bit closer and used the machine guns there to make the job go faster. And just like that, a single side of the giant door fell. Pang! And as soon as it fell, another storm of arrows shot through mercilessly. Thup, 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 thup. Scott and his men had already anticipated it, so they only stood on the side of the wall adjacent the entrance door and waited for the soldiers in the trucks to take action. Once again, Senior Machine Gun had saved the day. The enemy didn't know what hit them. And now, there was chaos inside. But to confuse the enemy further, Scott and 3 others threw smoke bombs in the room. They dared not use tear gas, since they didn't have their masks on and weren't ready to feel the peppery burn in their eyes. So they used harmless smoke bombs instead. And those inside almost flipped. Fire! Fire! They were shooting flaming arrows at us. Stay away from the now. Immediately, the guards stepped backwards in fear. And in a flash, the thick smoky flames that were previously floating around the door seemed to have multiplied even more. It rapidly clawed its way into the room, covering as much space as it could. The guards looked at the scene in alarm. Smoke like this only meant that more than 300 arrows should be shot into the room at once. The building was all stone and no wood, so a single burning arrow that came flying into the room couldn't create such rapid flames. What there was going on? Was this the monster that killed their men outside? They heard some of them say that the smoke had a monster in it. So were they going to be killed by this invisible monster? Too late. Bang, 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 bang. Scott and his men ran in pairs and quickly shot their targets. And by the time the enemy realized it, it was already too late. Both archers and swordsmen did their best to defend against Scott and his men. But the results were inevitable. They had bullets reeled into their skulls. Even those who tried to attack the soldiers from above the stairs were shot too. But the battle took longer this time, as more and more archers on the second floor tried to take them down from the stairway. And so the soldiers swiftly hid behind several statues, pillars and objects around, while taking their shots. Thup, 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 bang, bang, bang. The battle was fierce. Nonetheless, they successfully made their way towards the second floor and reunited with other units who were also moving up too. Now, they just had one goal in mind: capture the main culprits in charge of King Mikhail's demise. Move out. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, on the very last floor, Nopline, Kamara, John Mikhail's brother and Lecter Kamara's son, were all scared silly by the sudden invasion. Nopline had even wanted to fly out the window in fear. His men had tried to talk him out of it. But when he opened the window determination, he saw the destruction level outside and almost fainted. Which demon did he offend to get such bad luck? At this moment, his IQ was offline. Likewise, even Kamara and the rest were panicky too. It took them a while before they calmed down. This attack pattern is similar to those men who took that ex-husband of mine away. Really? Sure of it. I can never forget that day, even if I wanted to. Could it be that brat, Asta? Might be. Only he would have a strong motive. As Crown Prince, he's probably here for revenge after watching his father die in his presence. John stated calmly, while his brain went to work. His brother married 6 wives who bore him several children, and so far, Kamara, Nopline and himself had killed off 4 of those wives and their children. As for the surviving wives, one escaped with Crown Princess Ster and her daughters, while the other was rescued alongside King Mikhail. Thinking about it more, only they would have the guts to go after Nopline. They were probably blinded with rage and had been planning this attack for months now. It's been over 9 months since Mikhail was rescued, so it's safe to say that after burying him, they started preparing for Uster to take the crown. Which was acceptable. But how on earth did they know that he, Nopline and Kamara would be here all at once? No one knew his whereabouts and many always assumed that he was back in his assigned city. He had always been a mystery to many, so who informed them of his being here? Sure enough, there was a spy amongst his men. Similarly, he guessed that there were spies within Kamara and Nopline's men too. John frowned as he thought about it more. He began analyzing everything silently while coming up with their plan of action if they got caught. What do we do? What do we do? That is going to kill us. Calm down everyone. I have a plan. Chapter 737. Who did it? While John and the rest were scheming their way to safety, the soldiers on the other hand were slowly making their way up. Everyone, advance while protecting His Majesty King Mikhail. Yes, sir. With that, the soldiers did their best to tackle the hurdles before them, while surrounding Mikhail in a tight formation. As the star of the show, how could they allow anything to happen to him? They were now on the 3rd floor, and the battle was still as fierce as ever. Bang, 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 bang. Scott swiftly rolled behind a pillar, leaving behind a thick trail of arrows from his enemies. Thup, thup, thup. Captain, I've been hit, said one of the Warren officers who was now clenching his teeth hard. After firing his shots, the soldier received an arrow on his right hand. At least it wasn't in any fatal areas. Scott did several signals to the man, telling him to stay hidden and alert. Of course, after this floor was cleared of all evildoers, Scott would keep the injured soldier on this floor along with several others. That's how they had been doing it since they entered the building. After clearing a floor, they leave a few that to guard all exits and be on high alert for those that tried to sneak away. The man pulled out the arrow painfully and quickly tore a strip of his singlet and wrapped it around his hands. Now with Scott's guns reloaded, he quickly took out a tiny compact mirror and began estimating the locations of his enemies. These mirrors might seem like things that ladies would use, but they were a great help in the military. And so the military had their own standardized compact mirrors for the soldiers. One never knew when it would come in handy. Scott leaned to the right corner of the pillar and swiftly took his shots. They had to take out these archers if they wanted to advance any further. Likewise, the rest of the soldiers thought the same too. Bang, bang, off. Several archers fell to their deaths, and soon, the number of arrows sent flying had dropped down by 90%. Scott signaled his men again and one of them threw a helmet from the many dead bodies around them. The archers, whose nerves had been on a rampage, all shot at the flying helmet instinctively. Thup, 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 thup. The soldiers on the other hand quickly took advantage of this distraction and shot the archers swiftly. Bang! With the archery team dead, the remaining swordsmen were all left to the mercy of these terrifying monsters. Some proudly defended themselves, while others tried to escape. But they were no match for the soldiers. The entire scene became a bloodbath after the archers all died. With that, Scott and his team advanced further. Nopline was boiling in anger and fear the more he looked outside the window. He found that the entire palace was filled with smoke, but no fire. Just looking at the damage level, it was definitely not caused by fire. So what sort of evil magicians could produce smoke without fire? Even black powder couldn't make this sort of damage level at all. Nopline was very disturbed in his heart and let out a low mean. He even began to wonder if it were people from his secret society that discreetly wanted to take him down. But he pushed that idea out of his mind. His brothers had never touched him since he became a prominent figure, and having him dead would do no good, as he was currently the middleman in some operations between them and some other shrewd powerful foreign men. In fact, His being alive was too beneficial to them. So they as suspects were out of the question. And even though Kamara and the rest had assumed it to be Asta since he had a strong likelihood for revenge, he thought otherwise. How could Asta have this strength? This sort of strength was far greater than his. So there was no way that little brat would have more men and resources than him who had been here for ages. This was definitely the work of someone else. Nopline thought for a while, and soon his eyes shone like stars. Was it that commoner Landonably? Nopline's eyes turned cold when he remembered all the things that had done to him over the years. From destroying his underground attractions to stealing all captured slaves in his training estates and even burning down his properties. This guy was hell-bent on destroying him. If it was really him, then he wouldn't tell Kamara and the rest. He wasn't a fool. In moments like these, even loved ones could betray and turn on one another. So the moment they know that their enemy was after him, they might switch their plan and even kill him just to appease this enemy. Yes, he treasured his sister and he spoiled her silly. But even he would sacrifice her for his life. So what more of her who now had her son and lover here too? Please, she was a mother and would undoubtedly do anything for her son to live. Even if it was at the expense of his life. Thinking about it like that, Nopline dared not tell them his thoughts. For now, he nodded his head and placed all blame on Asta. Of course, Kamara and the rest didn't notice anything unusual with Nopline and continued following their plan strictly. As for Scott and his men, they finally made it to the last floor. At this moment, all units within Scott's team had merged together since there was only one way from the 4th floor to the 5th floor. Sure enough, there were two massive stairways on both sides of the 4th floor's main hall, that led to the 5th floor. Once more, the soldiers were met with a massive swarm of guards again. They fought hard and swiftly took out their enemies. All units spread out and marched towards all assigned wings. Yes, sir. With that, the soldiers did as they were told, be it the North Wing, South Wing, Southeast Wing and so on. They did their best to cover as much ground as possible. Coincidentally, Scott chose the wing that led to Kamara and the rest. But after stepping into the long passageway for North Wing, they were taken aback. What happens here? Chapter 738 Red Assassins. What's happening here? There were hundreds of injured people lying on the floor with blood all over their bodies. These people all wore servant attires and looked extremely pale. And from the looks of it, some of them were already dead. The dignified long wide passageway looked like one big mess. It looked like everyone had been attacked by a group of assassins who ransacked the entire place mercilessly. The soldiers were sure as that they didn't attack these people. So who was it? Was this all a trap? Or was there another mysterious force within the palace alongside them? And if so, were these unknown people here to help or kill their targets? Scott's face turned gloomy. Units 2, 3 and 5 advance onwards with our guest, while Units 1 and 4 will stay behind with me. Now go. Yes. Those in Units 2, 3 and 5 went ahead with Mikhail, who was currently wearing a mask. He didn't want anyone to know of his presence yet. Scott felt uneasy about the situation and hastily made several sign signals to his men. Something was too strange about this matter. But since they were here, they had to get to the bottom of it. Everyone, check the injured and the dead. Yes. The team broke out in a flash and positioned themselves to see these unfortunate victims. Scott walked over towards one of the victims and began his interrogation. What happened, sir? We had been attacked by a group of men wearing red. They appeared out of nowhere and started fighting us fiercely. Give me an estimate of how many people you think were in the group. 60. No 80. No. 100. Yes, 100 of them. Then do you know why they came? I don't know, sir. I don't know what the master did. But even though we tried to tell them that we were innocent, they still attacked us without blinking. They killed my poor sister right before my eyes. They were truly too cruel. The man said with red moist eyes that seemed as if he was just about to cry. He held on to the dead lady in his arms and rocked her back and forth as he spoke. My poor sister. My poor sister. You don't deserve this. Why did they have to kill you? Scott squatted down and looked at the deceased woman silently before bringing his attention to the man again. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you, kind sir. Thank you. While Scott and his men continued their investigations, several men amongst the servants all looked at each other mysteriously. Several eyes looked at the soldiers coldly. They slowly reached for some objects underneath their clothes and the many dead bodies around. Now, sling. The sound of swords and daggers being dragged across the floor echoed along the passageway. The previously injured men all miraculously stood up and surrounded the soldiers. They had waited for the other intruder teams to go far from the passageway and step into the North Wing's quarters, before they could make their move. They had another team in there that would take care of that group. So now, they focus on Scott's group out here. Seeing that there were just 65 intruders here, while they made up about 350. They knew that they already had the advantage. So how could they not feel hopeful? One should know that Scott had 6 units with a total of 300 soldiers when infiltrating this building. And as they progressed, they left several soldiers standing guard on each floor. So on this last floor, they had only arrived here with 91 soldiers. Of course, backup would definitely arrive when most of the enemy knights and guards outside are defeated. The palace's size was too big, with multiple buildings, several gardens, fields and even a tiny forest in it. So they had to ensure that no one would be hiding in these regions. The entire place needed to be ransacked and properly checked to ensure complete victory. With that said, it might take a while for a backup to arrive. So for the time being, Scott and the rest were on their own. Nonetheless, they weren't worried at all. Bahahaha. You didn't see this coming, did you? Now tell me who sent you if you want to live. Scott looked at the extra-large man in servant clothing who was arrogantly pointing at him and smirked. Hey, didn't your mother ever tell you that pointing at people is disrespectful? Why do I have to tell you anything? What does it have to do with you? Are you the one in charge of this place? You. The large man's cheeks inflated like a balloon and turned red with rage. Were these people stupid? Didn't they see that they had them surrounded? So what did this fool mean by asking such dumb questions? Nopline looked at Scott and felt like smashing him to pieces. When has he ever been talked back at? Not even the royals could act the way this. Kamara and John stepped forward to support Nopline immediately. Time was of the essence here, so they didn't want to waste it all with these bastards. They knew that more intruders might be lurking around the other wings, so they could take advantage of this, sneak out of the building and secretly make their way through the fields in attempts to escape. Who knows, they might actually succeed. Anything was better than sitting here and waiting for death. Even faking to be a corpse was better than impending death. They had charcoal and dirt on their hair and faces, giving them some sort of disguise. They did want to know the real mastermind because even if they escaped, the culprit will definitely send more men to find them no matter where they went. But knowing the enemy could help them counterattack faster. That said, they wouldn't want to waste any more time here at the expense of their lives. Are you blind? In case you haven't realized it yet, we've got you surrounded, so there's no way that you'll escape. Believe it or not, if you confess, then we'll let you all go. This your final chance to answer truthfully. Who sent you? Chapter 739. Brother, no more please. This your final chance to answer truthfully. Who sent you? Swords were all pointed towards the soldiers, while Kamara, John and Nopline looked at them coldly. But how could their measly auras affect these soldiers? Please, they had survived under His Majesty, so what more of these weak chickens? They even had the urge to roll their eyes and yawn. They looked at them as if they were looking at fools. Scott sighed and shook his head. Do you really think that we didn't know that this was a trap? The fact that only the women and weak men were killed by those so-called red assassins of yours proves that your story is nonsensical. Any enemy would first aim for the strong within any group. So why did they leave you all alive? More suspiciously, why would they leave only you Kamara alive and kill the rest? Of course, your bodies and many other clues led us to believe that you all were knights or people of importance and not servants too. That said, Did you still think that we wouldn't prepare after realizing this? I'm guessing you three are the ones we came here to see. And since you've been unconsciously guarding that boy ever since we got here, I'm sure that he's also someone important to you too, right? Well, all questions can be answered after we captured you, no? So if you don't mind, my team and I would really like to wrap this up fast. Sorry. You. All four shivered and felt cold sweat behind their backs when they saw Scott and his men move like lightning. The most terrifying thing was how calm and confident the intruders were. Their heartbeats quickened and their faces turned pale and gloomy. What type of terrifying people did he meet today? Bang, 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 swish, pa, bam, bang. Both sides went all in. The sounds of swords whistling in the air, as well as the sounds of gunshots and fighting, could be heard too. Since this was still a passageway and not a room, the soldiers had to be careful that they didn't shoot their comrades. That's why they only shot their enemies when they were right next to them. No long-range shifts were allowed for these sorts of battles. Of course, they also kicked, punched, and even used their hidden weapons to take down these villains. Scott moved fast. 3 enemies moved towards him and sent their swords towards his neck, chest and left belly. Before they could near him, Scott fell with his back on the floor and shot them hastily. Bang, bang, bang. What? The men felt cold and their eyes were now filled with shock, fear and horror. Were they going to die? Everything happened too fast. They dropped to the floor like flies, and Scott just rolled quickly before they landed. Bam. More came again. Die, pa. Bang. How dare you? You stop. Bang, pa. Slap. Bang. Underscore. Dot. More and more men fell like flies, which scared Nopline and the rest who had been guarded directly. From the very start, the Baymardians had begun with those closest to the passageway's exit. So if they wanted to leave, they had to go through these monsters. Seeing the results of the fight, some people slowly backed away in fear instead. How should they fight against such weapons? The moment they ran up to these intruders, their weapons would launch some invisible weapon that will kill them. So how could they not be afraid? Nopline and the rest looked at the scene in horror and shock. Were these weapons from another continent? Because from what they knew of, the Pino continent didn't have anyone with such weapons. So who was really after their lives? The feeling of helplessness and unwillingness engulfed them when they felt their chances of escaping tune bleak. Half of their men had already fallen, while these intruders on the other hand didn't lose a single person. Why? They gritted their teeth in pain and confusion. Too bad. The soldiers had no time to care about their emotions. Scott and 20 more soldiers decided to advance, while the test stayed around the exit to prevent others from escaping. Scott quickly made his way through the many knights protecting Nopline and the rest, until he was met face to face with John. Since he was one of the 4, he had to capture him alive because it was not his place to seek revenge or pass judgment on the fellow. Only Mikhail could do that now. Plus, even though his face was all covered in dirt, Scott could still see that he was similar to one of the target pictures in their mission file. That's right. His Majesty had already given them profile pictures of Nopline and the rest so that they should never let them go, just in case Mikhail wasn't in one of their teams during the battle. John, be careful, Kamara yelled anxiously while watching her beloved battle Scott. Her heart bled in fear over his life. Pa. John dropped his word and decided to fight Scott hand to hand. He had been watching him all this time, so he felt somewhat confident. And being the smart person he was, he had just realized that his best chance of beating this man down with his fists. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to knock out this fellow's teeth. After all, even though he was somewhat leaner and thinner than his deceased brother Mikhail, he had been training for the past 33 years from the age of 7. So how could this 2,831-year-old looking man be better than him? Boy, do you know who I am? Do you know my nickname? Hey, since you want to play so badly, then I don't mind giving you a lesson. Come, boy. I'll show you what real fighting is all about. Taste my fist, John said coldly before sending a fierce punch towards Scott's right cheek. At the same time, he quickly followed that up with a kick. But Scott dodged both attacks calmly and swiftly punched John's belly. John blocked it, but didn't have time to block what was coming next. Pa, pa, pa. Scott held his fist and delivered a triple kick on his face. You actually dared to hit me on the face? You dared to slap my face? I want you to die. John came fiercer than ever and the fight went on again. They battled for a bit with John only landing a single hit on Scott. You son of a BCH, pa. Scott kicked his right knee making Scott kneel in pain. Hey, old man, if you're going to give me a lecture while fighting, then I rather you not. After all, it's best for you to save your energy and hit me at least one more time before I reconstruct your face. Right, old man? I'll kill you. John yelled and ran towards Scott angrily. You good for nothing, pa. You'll burn in for, pa. Pa. Stop, pa. Stop, pa. Brother, pa. Underscore. John, I give up alright. Can you stop? Scott, no, pa. Audience, underscore. Chapter 740 An imposter pa. Underscore. Dot. The battle within the palace went on for quite some time until all knights had been subdued. Both soldiers outside the building, as well as those working with Scott, had now won victoriously. Only a handful of soldiers got injured with arrows, while the enemy lost woefully. 65% died while the rest remained injured. They had no choice but to surrender because there wasn't much that they could do about it. And while the other prisoners were properly handcuffed and guarded, Nopline and the rest had been dragged out of the passageway to the main hall on the floor they were currently at. Plop. Nopline, Kamara, John and Lecter stared unwillingly at the men who had forced them to kneel disgracefully. Their faces looked haggard, as if they had been journeying in the desert for years. And coupled with the dirt and charcoal that they had previously rubbed, they truly looked like slaves. Their breathing became coarser, as their chests rose and fell in fury. None of them had ever suffered such a demeaning blow to their pride as they did now. Nopline was already in tears as he felt his fleshy knees become slightly numb. Anger, resentment, unwillingness and pain were all the things he was feeling right now. Kamara and the rest also felt the same too. But what could they do? They grumbled and whispered amongst themselves anxiously, and soon, they saw a masked man walking alongside some other soldiers towards them. At first glance, they knew that it wasn't Crown Prince Alter. The figure was taller and sturdier than Alter's. So who was he? Nopline's eyes turned cold when he saw the figure. Was this the Landonably that he had been looking for? As expected, the guy had targeted him from the beginning. This was truly hateful. The moment the masked man stood before them, everyone's body turned nervous. They could feel the man's hatred oozing out of him from a mile away and they didn't know why. What the hell? How and when had they offended this fellow? They trembled silently, while the masked man just stood there looking at them calmly. And even though they couldn't see the guy's face, they could still feel his rage. But why did the man feel so familiar? John gritted his teeth and lifted his face to stare at the masked man. Noble sir, who might you be, and in what way the Terrican Empire offended your noble self to the point where you have to wreak havoc to our empire's palace? If our tiny empire did offend you in any way, then I promise that I, Duke John, will give you an explanation and compensate you to your heart's content. John said heroically. Since this person wasn't Alter, then it meant that they still had a chance to turn things around. Provided they could please this man, then they would be safe, right? In the meantime, Nopline was silently panicking. He knew it. These who he had looked after for all these years would readily sacrifice him once if they knew that this man was out to get him. Thinking like this, he couldn't help but look at John and the rest in disdain. What a bunch of backstabbers. John waited for the masked man's response, but all he got was silence. His smile crumbled and his face became slightly embarrassed. He felt like digging a hole and holding in it. Wasn't this guy too much? John felt like the masked man hated him more from amongst them, which left him baffled. Bro, When did I ever offend you? John thought for a while and couldn't remember offending anyone as powerful as this masked man. What was up with this dude? The silence made Kamara and the rest antsy, and soon, they couldn't take it anymore. Please, noble sir. We promise to give you an explanation and compensate you properly. This is our promise as Tarikan royals. Oh? Then my dear wife and brother, why don't you tell me how you intend to properly right all your wrongs? John, Kamara and everyone else turned pale FR0M fright when the masked man took off his mask. You. Don't come any closer. How is this possible? You should died a long ago. Why are you still alive? No, I don't believe it. You aren't my brother. An imposter. Yes, that must be it. He's an imposter who wants the throne. This is all a plot to put yourself on the throne, isn't it? I know my late husband's body during his last years. He was weak, sick and as thin as a twig. And even Ling before that, when he was fine, he still wasn't as huge as you. So who are you? You are not my late husband. You are an imposter. You fake. My late father left me with the throne and now you lowly imposter wants to pry my throne from my hands? No way. Everyone must know that you fake. He's fake. He's fake. He's fake. His Majesty Lecter Parsley am the real Tarikan monarch. So don't even dream of it. Mikhail looked at the hysterical people kneeling before him and felt it funny. They had really gone mad just from seeing his appearance alone. As for him not looking the same in terms of body size, that was probably because he worked out and followed a special diet that buffed him up like a superhero. He was larger and felt stronger than before. Again, he understood why they still doubted him and thought that his face was fake. That was because many assassins and spies were still masters of disguise. Of course, face masks didn't exist yet, so assassins would physically paint their faces and even attack all sorts of hair from animals to create facial hair and whatnot. They could even create a fake mole and many other deformities from their skills. Paint, hair, charcoal, wheaten flour, crushed flowers and many other popular medieval makeup skills were used by these assassins to sneak their way in and out at times. But, if they should ever be met with rain or water, then everything might wash up. Knowing this, John and the rest felt like the Mikhail before them was an imposter. Yes, he was an imposter after their throne. Definitely an imposter. My late husband was poisoned by one of the deadliest poisons of all that doesn't have a cure. So how can someone like that magically heal up and transform from a twig to a giant? Do we look like children to you? You are undoubtedly a fake, Kamara said while shaking her head and with her eyes wide open. She and the rest were so shocked that they had forgotten that they were captives. Who wouldn't be? Someone who they found dead had come back to life after all this while. No matter Anon's string ability to adapt to rising situations, if a person's dead relative suddenly rose from the dead, it would cause shock, panic, fear and all sorts of emotions to let loose. Some might run for their lives, while others might scream and even confess to any offense that they had done towards that person. And amidst all four of them, Nopline was the one who wanted to run for his life the moment he saw Mikhail's face. If not for the fact that his hands get handcuffed behind his back, and the fact that his knees were slightly numb, he would have already made a run for it. All he kept whispering was the word, ghost. His voice was so low that no one could hear him at all. That was how stunned and frightened he was. After all, he was also the one who got the poison and gave it to Kamara to do the deed. And coupled with so many things that he had done behind the scene against Mikhail for the past decade, he truly thought that Mikhail was here for his life. Ghost. 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 You stay away from me. Ghost. Chapter 741. The confused Nopline. Everyone had different reactions to seeing Mikhail's face. The shock was just too much. So they needed time to process his sudden appearance. Mikhail looked at their hysterical performance and sneered. Believe it or not, I'm still alive. What? Are you disappointed that I didn't die? Hey, my luck is just too great. Now that you're all here, let's talk about compensating me for all the wrongs you did. Kamara, you, my demonic wife, had the nerve to deceive me into believing that Lecter was my son all these years. Tell me, do you effkin know how painful that is to a man? I have never abused you or treated you badly, and have always respected you as one of my wives. Whatever you wanted, if it was reasonable, I always fulfilled your requests. I gave you a piece of my heart honestly and didn't dare to neglect my duty as your husband. But you, on the other hand, deceived me mercilessly into thinking that the child which you bore was mine. If your crimes had ended there, then I would have been somewhat merciful towards you. But not only did you deceive me, you also kept seeing the boy's father all these years. Kamara, to think that you will be sleeping with your royal brother-in-law behind my back. Don't you have any shame? Mikhail looked at her coldly, while clenching his fists. She was the one who forced her way into his life and continuously begged him to marry her. And all this was just a ploy devised by his brother and herself to get the throne. They were his family, but they dared to kill him because of their greedy thirst for things that didn't belong to them. The pain that they had caused in his heart was unforgivable. Kamara looked at him hysterically and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Shame? Why should I feel any shame? Do you know how disgusted I was every time I stayed beside you? Your entire presence makes me want to puke. Do you think that I should be grateful because you were kind to me? Who has kindness ever helped? I wanted you to make my Lecter king, but you refused and refused continuously. Truthfully, if you had agreed, I wouldn't have poisoned you and might have even let you live by selling you to slavery in another faraway continent. But no, you decided to go against my requests over and over again. So of course I poisoned you. TSK. I'm really surprised by how Dumter was to trap you all these years. It's surprising that the big mighty Mikhail Parsley would trust his family so much. Nothing but a fool. That's why I was able to kill your other wives and children too. Your inability to protect them is what led to their death. Yes, their death is in your hands. I want you to have nothing that brings you happiness. I hate you, Mikhail Parsley. Because of you, I had to see my beloved secretly. Because of you, I never got the chance to publicize our love. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Slap. The crisp loud sound echoed within the room, and the handcuffed Kamara fell back a bit and looked at Mikhail in shock. Did he just slap her? He had never touched her before, and now dared to slap her? No one felt like Mikhail's actions were too much. Some of the soldiers felt like they might have done the same if they were in his shoes. Not only did she cheat on him since the day they got married, she also brought back a love child. Additionally, she succeeded in killing his other wives and kids as well. Fortunately, she failed in killing him, or else how would his soul be able to rest in peace? The soldiers felt like the world of these noble families truly was a scary thing. No wonder His Majesty Landon came up with so many marriage rules in Baymard. Once again, they admired His Majesty's wisdom. Mikhail looked at the demonic woman before him and restrained himself from strangling her. She would die, but not now. A public execution was in order. Brother, even if she did all those things, why raise your hand at her? Have you forgotten that mother used to be abused by father and taught us to never raise our hands on any woman? Brother, if she saw you now, she will be very disappointed, John said, while angrily looking at Mikhail. At this point, he had very much come to terms with the fact that his brother was still alive. But what he couldn't get over was the fact that someone had touched his beloved. He looked at Kamara's swollen left cheek and felt aggrieved. Brother, how could you? Mother will be very ashamed. Wash your mouth with water before you mention mother again. Mother also taught us never to steal another person's wife or kill indiscriminately. Yet here we are. You, my dear brother, had the nerve to send a demon as a wife all those years back just to get my throne. So don't preach to me about mother's teachings, Mikhail said coldly before looking at Nopline. And you, my brother-in-law, I have to hand it to you, indeed a strong force to behold. But do you know the main reason why I succeeded today? Try guessing. I think you know the answer, Mikhail said with a broad smile on his face. Even Kamara and the rest perked up their ears in curiosity as they too wanted to know who was helping Mikhail behind the scenes too. It's that bastard, Landonably, isn't it?" Mikhail laughed when he heard Noplin's response. "Ha ha 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 ha, I forgot. That's the name he gave you, right? It's no wonder you couldn't find him all this while. Even I would have a problem finding someone with those common names within the entire Pino continent," Mikhail said calmly while thinking it a bit more. Both peasant and noble families could only take up last names from the list given to them, while slaves took names given to them by their masters. And the peasant population was ridiculously large. So even though there are 10 and 20,000 of oblis in the Pino continent, the name Landon is also a common first name used by both nobles and peasants. So thousands could still have the same Landonably. Of course, they could only have one middle name, while favored nobles could have up to 7 middle names if they wanted to. That said, since Noplin merely knew the name Landonably, they would round up everyone with that name, even if they had different middle names. So their search would be tough without any physical description or even a hint about Landon's hideout or movements. It was as if he was a shadow. They didn't know what he looked like, or even what his hair color was. All they had was a name. No wonder Noplin hadn't found his target yet. Mikhail chuckled a bit and found fate a little bit funny. "Well, now that you're here, let me give you a hint. For the past months, you sent some people to attack a certain new empire, right? And the ruler of that empire is Landon Barn. And the person you're looking for is Landonably. You see. That wasn't so hard, was it? Noplin looked at Mikhail in disbelief. The former was a rich king, while the latter was someone who claimed that he almost captured his people and sent them to slavery. So how could they be the same? How could it be him? Impossible.